Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar and a very warm welcome to day 2 of the 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit 2025. Themed Higher Education in a Transforming World, Bridging Borders, Building Futures. After an insightful opening day filled with powerful ideas, global collaborations, and forward looking discussions, along with the Honorable Minister Sir Shri Nitin Gadkari ji gracing the occasion, we begin this new day with renewed energy, ready to explore how innovation, technology, and policy can further strengthen India's higher education ecosystem and global standing. Ladies and gentlemen, to open today's proceedings, we are privileged to have with us Professor S. Vijaya Bhaskara Rao, Vice Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh, who is a distinguished academic leader, has been instrumental in promoting higher education reforms, institutional excellence, and capacity building in the state and beyond. I would now like to invite Professor S. Vijaya Bhaskara Rao to kindly deliver the keynote address and set the tone of day 2 of the summit. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, we have to begin the keynote address with Professor Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, who's Chairman National Education Technology Forum and Chairman Executive Committee, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. A stalwart in education policy and institutional innovation, Professor Sabras Budde has played a pivotal role in shaping the National Education Policy NEP 2020 and in driving technological integration across India's learning ecosystem. His leadership in advancing quality assurance, accreditation frameworks, and digital transformation continues to inspire the academic community across the country. And we welcome on stage Professor Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe for the keynote address. And I would invite ma'am to kindly do the honors of welcoming sir with a green certificate, which is a FICCI initiative wherein we plant a thicket of trees for ecotourism in Songmo, Sikkim. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And may I invite you, sir, for the keynote address?
Namaskar, everyone. Very good morning to all of you. Dr. Vijay Rao, Vijay Rodekar, who is my good friend from Pune days, and all the delegates who are here for this FICCI Today initiative of 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit. I will not name everyone, but Rakesh is the one whom I have to mention because he has been following up. I was in Pune, then in Bangalore. He made it sure that I reach back to Delhi yesterday night, and I'm here. Well, this is a very important subject of co-creating the education landscape with industry engagement. We have been talking about the subject of industry institute interaction right from my college days in the 70s, that industry institute interaction should be there, otherwise students will not be employable. And this discussion goes on year basis. But the very fact that we have been talking about it for such a long time was paining me for a long time. And therefore, when I took the mantle of AICT, first thing we started working is what are all those pain points where co-creation is necessary, and started with curriculum. Well, many times industry says students are not employable because the curriculum is of the maybe 20th century in the 21st century. How do we make them employable? And therefore, the curriculum was to be revised at very regular intervals. Universities, some of them were revising once in a maybe 5 years, 10 years. Some of them were not for 20 years also. But we made a mandate that every university, college where the teaching learning process takes place should regularly have the curriculum revision. Maybe not necessarily every year, but at least once in 2, 3 years, you must look back and make modifications wherever necessary. Overall, overhauling may take 4 years, but at least every subject will have some additional new content based on the new technologies that have come in, must become part of the curriculum. This is number one, which is very important. The second one, which we observed, was you may change the curriculum, but the teachers are the same old ones who graduated 20 years back, 25 years back, and they themselves do not know what all it about. And therefore, faculty development program is one area which is significant. So industry should be associated in the curriculum revision, because what the industry needs now has to be part of the curriculum. So industry comes in the picture. Then to train the teachers, again industry is required, because whatever is happening in the industry has to be in the form of faculty development programs. Be it now, for example, AI, chat GPT is the buzzword. Few years back, we talked about robotics and blockchain and cyber security, all of that. Of course, that is still continuing. Today, we also talk about quantum computing. We talk about semiconductor, where the chip size is reducing. We know Moore's law, but we have deviated from that, and different things are coming up there as well. So all of this, our faculty need to know, both in terms of theoretical knowledge, which we can get it from some of the top end researchers from across the globe, not only from India, from IITs and IISc of the world, but also from some of the best universities from abroad. But at the same time, what industry is doing also to be learned, and therefore making faculty to go for internship like students is also equally important, and link it with the promotion. Only then they will go, once in 5 years or 6 years, from for becoming assistant professor to associate professor, you have to publish some papers, may have to file some patents. Okay, that is all part of the job. Teach well, have good student feedback rating, they are all one part. But the other part is you must engage in knowing what is happening in the industry. So at least go for 2 month vacation every year. Out of all the professions, there are two professions who enjoy holidays like anything. One is the Supreme Court judges and the lawyers in the courts. It is a debatable point all the time. And the faculty members, who every year will get at least about 2.5 months to 3 months vacation. Winter vacation in December, about 20 days, 15 days, some places 30 days. Summer vacation, minimum 2 months, May, June, or June, July, whatever it may be. And why can't you spare one of those summer vacations in 5 years at least to go to the industry and then work there, find out what is happening? And that is where again industry comes in handy, and they have to also support. It's two-way street. Faculty may be interested, but industry says, no, you are a disturbance to us, then nothing will work. So I think when industry expects that our students should be well prepared for the taking up of the jobs in the industry, they must support faculty. The next was student internships, and that is another big area. When we said student internship is mandatory, everyone laughed at me. It's not possible at all. We have about 14, 15 lakh students entering engineering college every year. Where are the possible 1.5 million people being provided internship? Impossible. It was impossible. It is today also not fully happened, but nevertheless, somewhere we have to start. While in medical education, after 4.5 years of degree, why will they spend 1 year entirely in the hospital practicing? Only then they are allowed to get a degree and the what we call IMC certificate to practice. Same is the case in the case of architecture program. In their 5 year program, 1 year they spent in with an senior architect. Why not in engineering, which is also equally professionally important, initiative, where engineers have to work with the machines, with the ideas which they have learned theoretically in practice, and therefore this internship was made mandatory. This is where again industry support, industry help is required. We can't create ourselves internships, and they have to come from all variety of industries. Then it may be even a startup. Startup may give internship to 2 students. Some MSME may give to 5 students. some small scale and medium scale industry may give for 50, large companies may give 200, 500,000, and unless we do that, it is not possible. But then question arose, what will happen to students in remote areas, rural area colleges, because people who are studying in Delhi, or colleges in Delhi, or colleges in Mumbai, Pune, or colleges in Ahmedabad, or Bangalore, and Hyderabad and Chennai, they have an opportunity because they can easily go and meet the industry. What happens to people in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, somewhere in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Northeast? And therefore, we created a unique portal called Internship Portal of AICT, where today I'm happy over 5 years we have been able to provide internships to 8 million students, 80 lakh students. Although the target is much more, at least 1 crore. And very interestingly, there are more than 80,000 small and big industries for participating in that. Even multinational companies like Microsoft, Google are also on board. TCS, Infosys are on board. And same way, small startup in some remote corner in Odisha or in Chhattisgarh is also part of this. And they give internships to, depending on, as I said, 1, 2, or 100 or 200, whatever. And each one of them have the flexibility, autonomy of stating what are they looking for. Every industry will say what are they looking for in a student if they want to onboard them as an intern, and what student is looking for, both in terms of what nature of job or nature of industry, and also location wise. So I think that matchmaking is done using AI, and then an industry is provided about 1 is to 10. If they want 10 people, we will give 100 list, and ultimately it is the choice of the industry to onboard which 10 out of those 100 they want to take. Still the choice is left with the industry to give the internship. I think this way we have been able to develop further engagement between institutes and the industry. The fourth part, which is even more significant and which directly correlates with co-creating education landscape, is about innovation and research. That is one fundamental thing where India many times is found to be lacking. And whatever research we do may be a lot of theoretical research, but where application research orientation is concerned, it is lacking in our both industry as well as institution. And industry has a great benefit of sort of outsourcing at a very low cost to an academic institute. They have enough time, whereas industry is always on fast track. They want results quickly. And institutions, as I said, they have a vacation of 2 months every year. So if they use that fruitfully, I'm sure there will be fantastic research which is useful to the industry can happen. And that's where some money has to be given by the industry, either through CSR funds directly or indirectly, or even funding a project itself. And that is where a co-creation can happen. And there are challenges. And I talk about challenges and opportunities go together hand in hand. A simple one other initiative which I would like to mention here, where industry had come in full swing, was the Smart India hackathons which we started. That was about 8 years ago when we started. First time, people did not know the word hackathon as well, but today it is a buzzword. In every campus, college, university, hackathons are held. There are hackathons, a variety of them. We ourselves conducted toycathon for development of indigenous toys, and there are hackathons for cyber security by the Ministry of IT and many others, Defense Ministry, so on and so forth. So hackathon has become a commonplace word, and this is where the real engagement begins. We say that industry is looking for those people who have certain characteristic traits. They have to be having communication skills apart from knowing the technology. They should also know how to build the teams, how to work together. How do you innovate and create a new thing is all what industry is looking at when they want to employ a student. And hackathon is the wonderful mechanism where problem statements from government departments, from the industries, are given as challenge to students. And the very same students whom the industry sometimes says only 30% are employable, 40% are employable. FICCI surveys also say 50%, sometimes 40%. But these very same students, not even graduated, who are in second or third year, come together with 6 students, multidisciplinary ones, because someone is from computer science, someone from electronics, and if the university has humanities and social sciences, maybe a student from economics or commerce as well, part of the team, and they come together and solve the problem in that 36-hour module. And we have found that those solutions have been finally taken up further for further improvement by the industry, by the government departments. So that means there is enough strength among students. How do you explore that? And that is where industry people come as we call them as both mentors for mentoring the students to use the right kind of technology to make optimization on one side, and on the other side to adopt it and take it to the industry for creating a new startup, or taking up that technology and developing it further for marketing. I know both these things are happening, and this is where students learn a lot of lessons from out of this, and they themselves can also become entrepreneurs in the process by starting their own startup career. So all these are happening where industry has everywhere a role to play, and therefore, instead of talking about what I started with in the beginning, that industry institute interaction, that word should be given way to industry institute partnerships. And that is where co creation of the system in education, where students are not only employable, they become entrepreneurial, and they will develop the nation in terms of its growth in economy as well. And this is where those three metrics, which I often talk about, I will mention again here. Our passage towards Viksit Bharat by 2047, which Honorable Prime Minister has given us as a challenge, and we are all accepted as citizens of the country, educationists, industry, that we will do it. Those signs of it is being possible is visible now today, because in the last 11 years of journey, with about only 400 startups 11 years ago, today we have more than 1,75,000. 1,75,000. It's not in terms of percentage growth, it is several thousands of times growth that has happened in the number of startups. And these startups have not come from only IITs or NITs or IIMs, but they come from all small cities. And one classic example is the recent Sindhur, which operation which happened. The drones were supplied by a startup started by 5 students in Odisha called IG Drones. If that a set of students within 5-6 years are able to give such a technology to our nation, imagine what 1,75,000 startups which have come up will happen. And I'm sure in the next 10 years, this number is going to be not 1,75,000, it will become 17,50,000. There is no doubt about it. Everyone is now passionate about starting a startup. This is number one, which is a important growth story, where industry support and industry ecosystem is very important. The second one, we have already scaled up from 11th largest economy to the fourth largest economy, and we are inching towards becoming third in a couple of years. And subsequently, in the next 20 odd years, when we come to 2047, we are sure we will be either number two or number one. We will displace even one of the two or both of them, China and US. And all of that is possible because of innovation. And the innovation is the key thing. Some countries, through simple innovation with only one or two products, have made their whole economy. India, with its 1.4 billion population, with about more than 50% population below the age of 30, I'm sure we have great sense of innovative bent of mind right from ancient times. Somewhere in between, we had missed that opportunity, and now we are recapitulating it. And that is visible from one of the words which has been famously coined as jugaad. People who have no education also, if they are able to create some value, and I am part of the National Innovation Foundation, which was started by Dr. Mashelkar and Dr. Anil Gupta. Now I'm chairing National Innovation Foundation. I can see the vibrancy in the last 20 odd years. 1,500 patents were filed on behalf of those people by supporting them, and 750 of them have been granted. And the most wonderful thing is some of them have transferred the technology to the industry, and they have continued. And some said, no, we want to continue ourselves. And two of the companies who started by their own innovation, their own patent, their own company, have crossed 100 crore annual turnover. Two of them have crossed 100 crore turnover. And they are all uneducated people with no formal educational background. That being the case, another statistics is we were 81st position in the Global Innovation Index. Today we stand at 39th position. We have crossed halfway mark. So I'm sure in the next 10 years, with Atal Tinkering Labs increasing from the present 10,000 in number to another 50,000 added to it to become 60,000 tinkering labs in the schools, the Atal Innovation Centers, Atal Innovation Mission incubators in different colleges and universities, handshake and thorough partnership, creating an ecosystem where our both research and innovation goes hand in hand, is what we are looking for in the next 10 years. If we do that, I'm sure our global innovation index will also rise to within top 10, and some of the top universities of the world who are starting their campuses in India today, we should have a connection with them as well, because industry is the one which has to be having a shake hand with those in universities. 13 of them have been given permission. Some of our universities have also gone abroad, some of them to Middle East, some of them to Singapore, or some of them to Malaysia or Australia. So both ways, one side educational institutes of India going outside institutions coming to India is happening on one side. The second side, the connect between industry and the institution is going stronger than merely seminars of one day in industry institute interaction seminars. They are gone. I think most of the universities who are sitting here, they have a robust set of MOUs with industries, which are not for just paper and keeping it in the almirah, but physically actual some action happening, both in terms of whether it is internships, whether it is projects taken from the industry for solving their problem, and that is happening. Maybe we are in a stage of similar to the startup ecosystem incubating stage. Now we need to be in the accelerator stage. We have accelerators and incubators in the startup ecosystem. From our incubation, now we should move into accelerator stage, and that is where we can solve the challenges of the world, whether it is global challenges like what we have in terms of environment degradation that is happening. How do we arrest that? How reliable energy from renewable sources can be obtained? How net zero carbon we achieve? I think these are challenges not our country, the whole world is facing, and more so third world countries. And I think we have solutions for all of them if we have a co-creation of education landscape along with industry in educational institutions. I stop here, and if there are any queries, questions, we can have some discussion subsequently. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking words, reminding us that technology and quality together form the foundation of a truly future-ready education system. And before we move ahead, may I invite Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, Director Education and Skills FICCI, to do the honors of presenting and honoring Professor Rao with a green certificate. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to inform the Green Certificate is a FICCI initiative wherein a thicket of trees is planted for ecotourism in Songmo, Sikkim, in the name of our distinguished dignitary. I now invite Professor S. Vijaya Bhaskar Rao for his special address. Let's once again put our hands together to welcome.
Thank you, distinguished chairman, invited speakers, delegates, FICCI officials, and industry partnership people, especially the students, good number here. Very good morning to all of you. First, let me thank FICCI for giving me this opportunity to represent AP State Council for Higher Education, and thankful to them. I've been associated with FICCI from 2016 onwards, but there was a small gap in between. Would like to continue that. So the benefit of students, I would like to give you a few statistics in terms of education landscape, and then talk about something on research, and then we'll go to industry collaboration and other things. See, APSHI, our State Council for Higher Education, all of you know, is dealing with implementing the national education policy and also making curriculum changes, bringing skill development, innovation, and other things in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Under the control of this APSHI, we have about 60 universities, 30 universities, state universities, and there are 12 private universities, 10 national institutes, 5 deemed to be universities and other central universities, 2,600 colleges affiliated, and about 20 lakh students. So our, if you see the gross enrollment ratio in Andhra Pradesh is about 36.5, and then the gender parity index is about 0.93, which is good enough. And of course, when you talk about the higher education, there are quite good number of challenges ahead with us. It is not that easy to get GER. Maybe the number of colleges are increasing, number of universities are going to be increased, but the quality of education is more important here. See, the point what we are trying to understand is the limitations around is the GER is one side, university education and infrastructure is another one, and then job market problem, as rightly the chairman sir is mentioned. How many students are going to get internships? How many students are going to get job potential? Maybe if I know approximately 2 lakh engineering graduates are coming out, how many of them are employable now? That is one thing what we had to see. Then industry oriented research and innovation, that is also very important. And then quality assessment of practices, where the examination system, assessment, and all those things are has to be revised now. Then adequate financial support. Of course, political interference is always there in the higher educational system. Yesterday also we have been talking about, to get things done, it takes couple of months, couple of years also for the government policies are there. So this is one of the greatest problem what we are finding in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Maybe in other places also, I don't think it's similar. The All India Survey on Higher Education report states that about there are almost 24.5% of vacancies are there for teachers. Maybe this number is 2021 report, so it may increase. Maybe it might have gone up to 40% also. I'm no surprise. So the quality of education comes from the number of teachers available to us. The quality teacher is required, as chairman of just now said. A person recruited 20 years back is resisted to move forward. He is not going to change the curriculum, he is not going to change the pedagogy and all those things. So how do you make this particular point where most of the universities are running with guest faculty? So there is no commitment for the guest faculty, they just come, take the class and go. So how do we increase the research output and other things? So these are some of the problems we have to think when we make some policy decisions on that. And when we look at, there is a regional shift in higher education enrollment. Now if you see in the early 20 this one, East Asia and the Pacific this overcome or overtook North America and Western Europe now. If you see the India, there is about the 40.5 million enrollment in 2022, might have been increased now. So what we are trying to say, yesterday also some people have spoken already, by 2040 it may go to about 594 globally, and then India also the GER is going to increase. So the number of universities required may increase actually. So we may need more number of universities to take care of these students coming out. So we need quality faculty, we need quality infrastructure, we need collaborations and all those things, keeping in mind for the next 5 years or 10 years. How do we plan? Because the gross enrollment ratio is coming, but the quality should also be there. How many students are employable? How many students are skill oriented? The number is good. Even we can climb. India is having more number of STEM graduates, and India is having a median age of 29 years, and all those things, credentials are there. But when you talk about the output, the quality output, we are not number one or number two in the world. So we have to take care, how do we cope up for the quality of education? Now, the 10 national higher education system size, when you look into this, China, of course, India is about 40.5 million, as I said, then follows by several countries here. So, 39 national systems with over 1 million enrollments, and compared to 33 nations in 2016. So, there is going to be a change in the enrollment, and India has to brace for the change in the system. So we need to put more emphasis on universities, industries, and then skill development, startups, and other things. It should come. And then the gross enrollment ratio is also increasing, as I said. Now there is a definition like elite system, mass systems, universal system. I'm not going to take all those things now, but for the benefit of those students sitting here, this is the statistics. So I want to impress upon you that in the next 5 years or 10 years, India is going to ahead with the number of universities, gross enrollment ratio, and other things. So are we ready for that? That is the one point we had to make into account. And then if geography of knowledge production, if you see, when the number of publications in the worldwide, when you see, I have not shown here China and the USA because there are 1 and 2, but the number of publications, India is leading actually, the total number of publications. But when you talk about quality publications, we are going down, because when you compare this number of publications with the number of patents, then this there is alarming ratio actually. Significantly, the number of patents cannot be correlated with the number of publications what we had. So there is a point here is, are we publishing just papers just like that for promotion or for something like that, or some incentives to your salaries and other things, or there is a real quality publications are there? Somebody has Sir has spoken in the morning itself, that basic research is going on. We don't have applied research. When many industries come to Andhra Pradesh, or when I was working in Sri Venkateswara University, they say, please show me 1 or 2 departments where I can go and straight away take the technology transfer. The industry straight ask me a simple question: are you ready to transfer technology to industry? Then we say, no, we are not yet ready for that. So the point here is, mere number of publications are not sufficient. Quality of number of publications are required. Quality in terms of patents, market potential, societal component is also required. Then how do we transfer this technology to the industry? Why the industry comes to the academia? Unless there is some interest in the industry to collaborate with the universities, there should be something. We have to show that we can do this, we can deliver this, then only the industry will come. We're always talking about industry academia collaboration. Why they had to come to academic institutions unless you have some progress in that? Then this, as I said, this output, number of publications, geography of knowledge promotions, as I said, India is leading there. But we have to see in the next 5 years, 10 years, how the Q1 journals, the number of quality journals should be increased in this thing. And now when you see these collaborations, I put this slide because I show to highlight that there is international collaboration is increasing. When you compare to the last 5 years or so, when there is a significant number of international collaboration. But I was surprised to see that the publications are coming from international collaboration, national collaboration, but industry collaboration, it's not there. I want to check, and I want to ask you why we are not able to publish academia. With industry collaboration, we are not able to publish many papers. So where is the gap? So let us try to understand that and try to fill it up, say that the publication should also come from collaborating with industry there. Then only our technology transfer, our innovation, incubation centers, then the things will improve, and then we can go for 2047 Vikasit Bharat, whatever we are dreaming. The industry collaboration should come into picture. So we had to think this way, that way, and why academia is hesitating, why the industry is not coming, what are the gaps, and then we had to think of that. Then, as I said, this is the international collaborations and year-wise statistics. Okay, only institution collaboration and single authorship collaborations have been significantly decreased. People are moving, talking to people, talking collaborations. That's a good sign actually. And of course, the another important point is the sustainable development goals. When you are talking about the academia and other things, our SDG 3 followed by SDG 7 is only significant, but other publications are not that good actually. So the sustainable development point of view also, we should all think what to be done in collaboration with the industry. How do we do that? The sustainable development goals, we should get that, because NIRF ranking and other things, this all included now. This is of course another way of representing the data. Of course, I said the key improved regional and global standing is strengthening decision making, the quality assurance, accreditation and integration, research training, workforce, and quality of research training. And these things should be improved in the next 5 to 10 years. And we need to shake hands with the industry. And why I'm putting this particular slide again here in the research is because if you see the majority of the contribution comes from computer science, 21 point something, and then there is a big amount of component coming from medicine, 17.9%, and then biochemistry, engineering is 28.7, but nothing is having a collaboration with industry. There's only academia with international universities or whatever it is we are publishing, but we had to improve the industry collaboration in this particular thing. So this is what I said. The industry engagement is not that easy. So we had to think the global education system, rapid transformation. So how do we do that? So bridging skill gap is another very important one. Aligning with academic curriculum, changing the academic curriculum. Now in this, we have introduced even at graduate level the artificial intelligence and the quantum computing. From this academic year in Andhra Pradesh, we have included the two components in the undergraduate curriculum also. So then we have to scale up these things and foster innovation and other things. And then modes of engagement in the industry could be curriculum co-design. So there are few people on board of studies members, but the industry collaboration is not there. We are all requesting people to come to the university, start a course which is industry needed actually. You design the curriculum. You allow some people from your industry to come and teach our students, and then design a curriculum, but that's not happening. So we had to think what industry needs, those type of courses has to be started in the universities. So there is we request the industry people to come forward and spend some time at least to design the curriculum. And then see, there is one small example I'll tell you, if I think time is maybe another 2 3 minutes. There is a Sri City in Tirupati. There's a large number of clusters of industries are there in Sri City. When we ask them, sir, we don't need any graduate, we don't need any engineering student. You give me a 10th class pass student, I will make training for 6 months and I will take them employable. This is the point of perception from the industry. They don't want to invest on any type of science things. So they don't want some people give the training, whether it's a 10th class or intermediate student, that is sufficient. When we ask our engineering students, why don't you go and join Sri City? They say, sir, we are not interested in the routine jobs. Day to day, same job, we are not interested in that. I think the students may like that comment, say that we want some innovation. I'm not putting the screws and nuts for the same work for same day for 365 days. Why should I be an engineering graduate then? So that is a point of perception from the students. That is the point of perception from the industry. Then we had to bridge both of them and then say this, what is to be done in the next coming. So challenges are there. The IP pro type of thing, data sharing concerns are there, limited awareness, capacity building and all those things. So we have to think a way forward for establishing national, regional industry academia for continuous dialogue and other things. So I think we need to, maybe there is a panel discussion, so people will think and they will do thought-provoking discussions on these particular aspects. So some of the things what I thought was, because central universities and other national institutes have no problem with money funding, they will get, but the public universities and the institutions in the rural areas, as somebody said, our uh, chairmen are already mentioned, they don't have any access to industry. If you go to Tirupati and see, there are no industries at all. One or two industries will be there. How many internship they will give? How much space is there for the students to go and sit in the industry? So how do you avoid all those things? So that may be the points for discussion in the panel discussion. And then at cause of the Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, I request we are asking the industry to get registered for internships. So please help us. We are also trying AICT also to help us for providing internships. So the industry which are interested to can just register and provide internships. I think thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I request you to kindly stay back for a group photograph, also inviting distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, and inviting Dr. Vidya Yarabdekar, Dr. Rajesh Saxena, Dr. Rajesh Pankaj, and Left General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh to kindly join our dignitaries for a group photograph, please. So can we have it in the panel discussion, sir? We are running behind schedule. So we will have in the during the panel discussion, we'll have question and answers. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to convey our gratitude to our distinguished keynote address speaker and eminent speaker for the special address. And ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next session, which is a discussion that lies at the crossroads of education and enterprise. The theme, Co-creating the education landscape with industry engagement, highlights how meaningful collaborations between academia and industry is the key to shaping a workforce that is skilled, innovative, and also future ready. In an era defined by rapid technological changes and evolving job markets, this dialogue will explore how partnerships can align curricula with real world needs, foster experimental learning, and drive research that fuels both national growth and global competitiveness. And I'm honored to invite our distinguished moderator for this session, Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice Chancellor, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. A round of applause to welcome sir. Also have the privilege of inviting eminent speakers of the session, Dr. Ramakrishnan Raman, Vice Chancellor, Symbiosis International University. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Professor Dr. Sarunjit Singh, Vice Chancellor, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director Corporate Affairs, Jindal Stainless Limited. A very warm welcome. Inviting Mr. Hemant Sahal, Founder and CEO, DGI. Mr. Pradeep Kumar Rangi, Certified Fellow of IRM Level S and Chief Risk Officer, IIFL Home Loans. A warm welcome to you. And also inviting Professor Meenakshi Rawat, Associate Dean of Academic Affairs, IIT Roorkee. So, ladies and gentlemen, we once again warmly welcome our distinguished moderator and all our eminent speakers for panel discussion on co-creating the education landscape with industry engagement. The time duration for the panel discussion is exactly 55 minutes from now. I would request, sir, to kindly close the proceedings at 11:45. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and warm greetings to everyone, to my fellow panelists, and to the very educated audience comprising of academicians and industry experts and students. I think we had some very illuminating talks by two of the keynote speakers, Dr. Rao and Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, who have addressed many of the issues that we are going to revisit during this panel discussion and try and find solutions to a much debated industry academia collaboration. And as Dr. Saraswati has put it, industry academia partnership should be a better term towards co-creating an educational landscape with industry engagement. We are at the moment where industry and academia are no longer separate worlds. They are converging to shape innovation, talent, and societal progress. We have looked at the Western world, why industrial conglomerates flourished in an academic environment, establishing technology clusters, industry clusters, and academia contributing big time towards technology development, innovation, IPR, and also with this industry engagement, many of the Western universities have a substantial income which is generated out of industry academia engagement. For long, India, we have been debating, we have lamented that lack of engagement between academia and industry. And we have also seen a big divide between some of those universities and institutions which are located in metropolitan cities, tier 1 cities, vis-a-vis tier 2, tier 3, and rural engineering institutions and technological institutions, where such an engagement is lacking. There's a big gap. How do we address this? And more than anything else, how do we create that enduring, sustainable engagement between industry and academia towards making the substantial progress that India needs towards becoming a Vikasit Bharat by 2047? Many of the points have been raised and partly addressed during the two keynote speakers. But for me, we have an excellent panel, very balanced panel between academic experts, vice chancellors, senior professors, and of course, industry leaders who are part of this panel. So I hope that we have a very engaging and very thought-provoking discussion on some of the major issues that we need to address today, and at the end of which we come out with a consensus on to the way forward for moving ahead with industry academia engagement or industry academia partnership towards shaping India's future and making our own students and society a better place to live in. So before I start, I would request my fellow panelists to, in a brief 2-minute address, give their impression about the current status of industry academia partnership or collaboration, with special reference to their own areas of interest in their own universities or in their own industries. That should become a starting point for us to take the discussion forward. I request Professor Saranjit Singh to address this question first, and then Hemant. Then we move with Professor Raman and Dr. Mr. Vijay Sharma and Dr. Meenakshi.
Thank you, Professor Venkatesh, and very good morning to Chairman and all the esteemed members present here. Good morning to boys and girls. I can see a lot of students also participating. And day before yesterday in the evening, we were talking about, keeping students at the center of whatever we do. So good that many of you are here. Coming back to your, question, Professor Venkatesh, I do come from Eastern India, where I've been part and parcel of KIT deemed to be universities last 17 years. And in those 17 years of my journey with this university, my majority of my job description has been around industry, and have been moving around in industries last 16 years. So probably I have a fair bit of experience working with them, apart from my background in industry as well and academia. So in our university, we understood that coming from state like Odisha and Bhubaneswar, probably we are not in Hyderabad or Bangalore or Pune in that sense. So we have to bring in aggressively a lot of industry voice in our system. So what we did is we dedicated and created floors like an experience center for industries to come and set up within the university system. So there are many industries, companies, and we targeted certain areas. So fintech was one area. So two prominent companies I can name. One is K Fintech, which is from Hyderabad. Another is High Radius Corporation, which is again an Hyderabad-based fintech companies. So we made close to some 50,000 square feet dedicated space. We call it Experience Center. It is like a fintech lab. But there we generated opportunities for internship for 1 semester and beyond also, without disturbing, without disrupting the students from the our system moving to Bangalore or Hyderabad and other places. Later on, these experience centers went on to become like a proper production lines, where the companies also even created certain products. So a lot of emphasis was given on live cases, experiential learning, encouraging students even when they are pursuing their education in the final year to speak to the best of the best clients, Fortune 500 companies, and so on and so forth. So predominantly we worked on experience based, sir. This is my remarks.
Hemant, your thoughts?
Yeah. So, as a founder of Digi, we work with close to about 200 universities in very different capacities, as an individual contributor, as an employer, as a service provider. And as this is an opening remark, so I would summarize like the relationship I've seen in industry and academia. I'll summarize with, a beautiful quote from Khalil Gibran, where he says, between what is said but not meant and what is meant but never said, a lot of love is lost. And I think the relationship between industry and academia is a sort of a similar, where what is said but not meant, what is meant but not said, there's a lot of. So I think today I would summarize this relationship like a polite handshake that is happening, a lot of MOUs, guest lectures, and labs and others being set up. But I feel the time has come कि वो हाथ मिलने से आगे अब दिल मिलने का वक्त है, like, and there that's happening in a smaller way, like in smaller ways already. Need to sort of scale that in a big way, and I'll try to answer that in the subsequent questions that you would be having, sir.
So, Raman?
Thank you. So if you look at industry, academia, the gap, go 20 years back, this would have been an ideal topic. Today, it still remains an ideal topic. I do not know if 20 years from now, will it still be an ideal topic. So this gap between industry and academia has been there, and people have been debating about it. It's not something new. So that being the case, when you ask a student why he or she is joining an institution, they're joining an institution for learning. But slowly that's going off. When you're looking at engineering and MBA, they're telling we want to get a good job, and hence we are joining this institution, right? But the fundamental aspect is it's an overall development and learning. And how does learning happen? I'll quote that and then say how industry, academia, collaboration should happen and what we are doing. So if you look at how learning happens, Acharyat Padamad Datte, Padam Shishya Sumedeya, Padam Sa Brahmacharebhya, Padam Kala Kramenacha. This is how learning happens. Acharyat Padamad Datte. 1/4 learning happens from the teacher who's going to teach me. If I'm going to have industry partners as teachers, if they're going to come and teach, that bond becomes strong. People are doing it, telling we have visiting faculty. Regulations are telling get professor of practice. We are going towards that direction. That is fantastic. So that is Acharyat Padama Datte. That place, can I bring industry and ensure that the industry is going to be along with me, not campus to corporate, campus as corporate. It is becoming now, it should become much better. Second, when you talk about the second line, Acharyat Padamatte, Padam Shishya Somedeya. When I am going to learn myself, that is 1/4 learning. The efforts is from my own. When I am going to put efforts and learn all by myself, can I bring in industry related curriculum so that I can also learn from that? Can I have industry people putting some videos there? We have Swayam as a portal. There are so many other initiatives that the government is taking, as well as private institutions are taking by themselves, so that even that connects becomes stronger. Third is peer learning. Padam sa brahmacharebhya. When I'm going to have peer groups, from the peer groups I learn. Can I have MDPs, FDPs continuously running in the institutions? Can I have continuously people from the corporate on the campus where they are there 24/7 for my students to interact and learn? Then learning happens fine, the connect becomes stronger. Padam kala kramenacha. I think so far we were looking at only at the last portion, lifelong learning. So the student used to complete all three where there is no connect and suddenly gets into the corporate and say, hey, there is a disconnect. Now I'm starting to learn. Padam Kala Kramenacha. I start learning when the 1/4 learning happens at that place, and suddenly they say it is group work, there is no individual stuff which is needed, you'll have to learn what the industry needs. This was the gap. If we have to close all these gaps, it should be closed at all the 4 levels, which I told right now, which the Dharma Sutras tell, although there are so many learning theories. But I think this is fundamental. If you're going to get corporate connect at all these 4 levels, the connect becomes stronger, learning becomes richer, and the connect becomes automatic. So it's no more campus to corporate. Should be campus as corporate for the link to be strong and things to happen fine. I'll add more to it when I get the next chance.
Mr. Vijay Sharma, the industry's voice now.
Yeah, namaskar, good morning. I hear a lot about the gaps since morning. Very honestly, if you see the larger numbers, perhaps gaps in percentages and all those things would be visible. But I would like to share my personal experience, and I find the gaps for us are very limited. And I'm quite upbeat and motivated. Well, all of us know that why this collaboration is important. We heard a lot. In addition to industry academia, I believe that the government also should be an equal partner in this collaboration. Yes, there is always a sort of a conflict of the balance between the social responsibility of the corporate versus the business needs to be fulfilled by having this sort of a joint venture. We strongly believe that this partnership must exist, and we are doing our bit. I will give you some examples. Jindal Stainless being the leader, we have sort of taken the responsibility of overall ecosystem development, and we split into 2 parts. Pre-livelihood, here comes the students. Post-livelihood, here comes the employees and also entrepreneurs. And post-livelihood doesn't get limited to Naukri Dena. It also gets extended to supporting the startups in the ecosystem. We have created an initiative which is called Stainless Academy, focusing into 2 areas. One is academia, and of course, second is the skilling. In the last 4 years, the gap which we have been able to bridge along with the institutions and the academia, I personally feel that we have always found good people around us, including academia. We have been able to introduce courses in 100% of the polytechnics in 2 states, Haryana and Odisha, where our plants exist, and 4 polytechnics around our factories with the employment assurances. We have also been able to introduce courses in 8 IITs and IITs, and more than 1,000 students are getting benefited. My experience with state and center has been excellent, like it has been excellent with the academia. In just 4 to 5 months, quick time, we were able to have a MOU, and we were able to introduce the courses in the 75 polytechnics. I am very upbeat with the recent MOUs with GSV, Gati Shakti, and also MIT Pune. Courses are under development. While we are doing our bit, but I think a lot more has to be done. A lot more has to be done. We are coming up with a new greenfield project in Maharashtra, 40,000 crore investment. We are looking for the partners in Maharashtra where we can proactively build that ecosystem for the right employability students, and even the ecosystem where the right skills can be given, so that we have got the ready-made workers when our plant starts in 2 to 3 years. My experience has been great, but I have been given only 2 minutes, so rest for the balance time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, and many compliments to your group for taking this initiative forward. Now I request Dr. Meenakshi to share her thoughts, IIT Roorkee experience, and beyond.
Thank you, sir. So first of all, I would like to thank FICCI and the organization committee to invite me here and let me interact with all of you and the panelist members. I'm basically looking after the curriculum, admission, IT, and academic system of the IIT Roorkee right now. Before that, I was also part of Tata Hitachi and HPCL before joining IIT Roorkee, before my PhD. And I am part of various ministry programs wherein I get interaction with different universities, MMTTP, Madan Mohan Wali Teacher Training Program, I'm also part of ENICT from the METI, where we do the teach the teachers program. So the idea is that we engage with the different faculty members from different private universities, and they take this and they teach their students further. So coming to the topic, which is basically industry academia collaboration, we are trying to inculcate environment where we are introducing different courses where we are giving them skills, based different kind of softwares or hardware skills, and we identify that which students will go for industry and which of them are very good for the R&D work, research work, and then they go for particular core jobs, niche areas where they can contribute to research work. So I think this is a very important topic, and I can see many young people are here, and they are the future. I think it is good that they are part of discussion, and after this discussion, they can have their questions also, because eventually, like everyone is saying, getting a job is priority, but job satisfaction should also be there. We see many times students go to a job, even it is a very high paying job. Eventually, they leave and they try to go for the higher education again, in search for that innovation or self satisfaction. So I think some of the questions will come up during this discussion, and I hope that this is a very good, well balanced group. I think we should be able to answer some of those. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi. I think the four major points for discussion during this panel discussion has been reimagining curriculum and skill development, embedding industry immersion, creating innovative hubs and applied R&D ecosystems in institution, and more than anything else, institutionalizing governance frameworks which support industry academia partnerships and collaborations. Towards that end, a couple of questions to both the industry and academia members on the panel. We have already seen that the importance. Dr. Saspude has mentioned the importance of industry partnering with academia towards creating a very strong curriculum which makes students ready for employment at the end of their program, not necessarily only in technical education, in management education, and also in health sciences education and various other fields and humanities too. To that end, my question to Professor Saranjit would be, is there anything that we need to do for a sustainable industry academic collaboration towards a strong curriculum that will support employment, entrepreneurship, and making a societal and a global impact in terms of a sustainable curriculum with the partnership with the university?
Well, thank you, sir. I would like to, share one of my experience with regard to this particular question. We devised a term called confidant, which basically we said that it's like a kind of a co-develop and a co-teach model. So when you are signing, an industry or a corporate to develop and co-develop and co-teach, maybe either a module or a part of a course, or one full course, or maybe a cluster of course leading to a specialization. I'm sure most of the faculty members and most of the leaders who are available here will agree that this is more like a marriage. It's not an easy job, first of all, because the trust has to be built in. Both the task force has to sit together for a longer period of time to understand the gaps, to understand the pain points, and then you have to do the suitable changes and bring those value adds in the syllabus and curricula. And then the competency development in-house also has to be seen, and those sabbaticals of faculty in industry has to be worked out, and the knowledge ecology has to be enhanced so that it can be properly delivered to the students. So curriculum, yes, either BOS or academic councils and advisory boards, these are all instruments, but there has to be more deeper platforms and levels where the engagement has to happen. I have an experience working with Ericsson where we developed a course in an area called media tech. Now, there was never been a course in media tech till 2013. This is way back, 12 years back, I'm saying. So entire summer we sat with their subject matter experts and our people. Recently, we developed a co-branded program with KPIT Pune. So they have strategically shifted to only into vehicle, autonomous vehicle software. So the course is completely on autonomous vehicle software. and it is on certain areas where probably it has never been taught. So it's a difficult thing, but then if because company also needs industry ready talent. So if task force sit together and work out a solution, it is possible. But what I feel, so sir, I'll take one more minute, and let me thank the chairman, Professor Anil Saraswati sir, who has been sitting here. When he was the chairman of AICT, probably there are three important decisions which he has taken. One was Internshala, sir, I remember. So Sarvesh Agarwal, a very close friend. So I was in part and parcel those early days. So, Internshala has been doing so well, bringing a lot of internship opportunities to students. Second was DY Guru, which is again a fallout. One of my direct students from KIT who you endorsed and you gave the blessings. And today he's doing so well in automobile area. And there is one more which happened, just edu skills, where recently we also listed into Limca Book of Record by creating large number of internship. I think we need to have leaders like Chairman sir who need to endorse, understand this, and need to endorse and need to create, ways how it can becomes, implemented across universities. My suggestion will be, I think, this is a high time we need to have a crowdsourcing platform on an open, could be an open platform where all industries should actually give hive of projects in the form of either experience use cases or live cases on those crowdsourcing platforms in that format. And the students should also get born on those platforms and they should work out solutioning there. There has to be mentors also along with those in those platforms so that they can do the hand holding, and these students can develop critical skills, observational skills, and can work in groups to create solutioning. uh, this is happening somewhere way in the GitHub and so many platforms, which is more on the software side. But on the core engineering side, other areas also, I think there is a dire need to have a platform like that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Very, very thought-provoking. And now coming to the next question I have
Can
is
I can I add to that?
Yeah, please.
So curriculum. See, where the gap currently exists is this. The universities have a curriculum. Let us take, for example, mechanical engineering. I'm going to teach the student about internal combustion engine. And I say, look, I have taught them something on internal combustion engine and I am making them ready. But then comes the corporate saying, see, it's a cyber production physical system that I have. And I need your students to understand cyber production and cyber physical production, which is fully managed by IoTs and sensors. But the university takes a pride telling that can happen only if someone understands the internal combustion engine, how it works, and I have taught them the theory, I've taught them all the formulas, they know how. I mean, industry says that's all fine, but I want someone who's going to manage my supply chain and also my production line. And this is the gap which is there. Now, if this gap has to be closed, the industry should come and ensure that that cyber production system which is there for them in the manufacturing is available in the university. That costs a few crores. The university might not be able to go and create that lab. Let us take a classic example which we have done. One entire floor of our engineering institution has been given to Bajaj, where Bajaj has spent about 30 CR and has created the entire floor, which is the replica of their production line. All aspects of IoT, sensors are all put there. The students get trained here. Now, this was through the CSR grant of Bajaj. Now, if you're putting your CSR grant, you can't take the student because that again become ultra-vires. So what they do is that these students who get trained are getting into their supply chain where the production happens. So it's a win-win for both for the industry as well as the university. The entire curriculum which got designed is in line with what Bajaj wants, along with the fundamentals which we have. Now, this becomes a win-win. I think this is a classic case example which one I quoted. If this is not there, there will always be a gap. We always say that we have created engineers, they know all things about the mechanical engineering and internal combustion system, all that. And then go to the corporate, they say, that's all fine. Do you know how to manage my cyber physical production system, which is embedded with sensors, which you have not even seen? So this is the gap. So if this gap has to be closed, industry should not only design the curriculum, they should also handhold. And there is a directive by the government that there is a CSR spending. How smart you're going to spend, which will benefit you, is where the game is. The other end, the university should be proactive, where the industry should believe in the university that they will be able to deliver this. So adding to that, a set of faculty members got trained in it. Now we have champions inside who are also great in ensuring that they also train students. but that adds a kind of a risk factor. Once my faculty member gets trained in all that, the lucrative package that is there in the industry attracts them. So it's again difficult for me to ensure that they are there with me for long. So added advantage that we get, we say we do this as consulting for smaller institutions. So that consulting income becomes an income for them, because we have got a rule of 70-30. 70 goes to the person who's doing the consulting and 30 goes to the institution. So that gives them an avenue to go and make money as well, which is equivalent to the industry. So if you are able to go and think through, we'll be able to find great solutions to all the problems that we have. But it is from both. We can't keep blaming it's only the industry which is not doing. No, the institutions are doing. It is mutual. Once the industry is having the confidence on the institution, they don't mind putting in the money. The confidence is where is the problem. Once the confidence is there, the money comes in and the gap for sure can get closed. That's an example. Yeah, the trust and the confidence.
Yeah, excellent. This is a good way of a very productive industry academia collaboration. I think the industry has trusted your university, and you have trusted the industry with giving them the entire flow. I think we move on to another very important topic: contemporary, contentious, and it needs to be addressed at both at the industry level and at the academia level. We have seen over a period of time, especially recently, many higher education leaders are talking about the relevance of a complete degree program vis-a-vis micro-credentials, skilling, and stakeable credits. I want Dr. Meenakshi, would you like to take this question on what are your thoughts on industry, co-created micro-credentials and stackable credits in terms of both education in higher education institutions and also in upskilling and reskilling of industry personnel, which is becoming very relevant in the current frame of time.
Right. So, like recently, when the companies are coming, they are focusing on these skills, like, discussion has been here also. And sometimes they don't want to go into the theoretical concept a lot. So we have a center, continuing education center, which runs the certification programs, and we have collaboration with the Coursera, EduNext, etc. So there we create the short duration programs such as 6-month program, 3-month program, and they are targeting a particular aim of the industry. For example, we have 5G and IoT course. Even I teach there. I'm software defined radio expert in the communication domain. And we have AI, we have Python, Hadoop, these kind of skills which are required. Basically, we give the short-term courses. So they are on top of the proper degree program. Apart from that, we have now NEP 2020. I think it is a very well thought documentation which says that we have to extract the potential of the student at every level. So they have multiple entry, multiple exit, those kind of options are there. So suppose one student is not able to finish his degree due to some reason, then we have now exit certificate, right? So they have taken the courses, they have done the labs, but for some reason in the third year is not able to complete the degree. Then in that case, we give him a certification. So he get the certificate from IIT Roorkee, and they are able to get the employment in the industry. Similarly, sometimes some student, they come to the PG level and they do the research, but it is implementation level. So if I categorize between UG, PG and PhD, UG is doing learning everything, and they are learning a particular skill towards the end of the program in the 4th year. PG is mixture of research and skill. They have only 2 years, so we try to focus that they learn. For example, I work in the microwave communication field, so advanced design system, some simulation they use so that company can pick up. FPG programming they can pick up, and they do a small project in that. But in PG, what happens, sometimes students come and they are not able to do very well in the first semester because it is only course based. So now we give them multiple options that they can convert to either research based. So they are not very good in writing this copy pen kind of examination, but they are focused and they can do research. So they can switch to MS research after first semester. If they feel they are not able to sit at one place and do the research, we say, okay, you go back to the courses, you do the courses for all 4 semesters, and you learn the skills. Because you don't have the temperament, like you can sit one place and you can do new things, it's okay, because industry needs that also. So we have created multiple input and multiple exit options in our curriculum, so that we are able to cater to the industry. And then we are having the projects, and the core people who go to the niche area, they focus on those kind of areas. And then we have some long term projects with the DRDO, ISRO, and I'm working with the GeoVipro, etc. also, giving my own example here. But this is how we are skilling at different level for the industry at IIT Roorkee.
Thank you. Very insightful. Hemant, would you comment on micro credentials and stakeable credits? You're working in IT industry. Is it relevant?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we have to two things. I feel just also going a little at a little more macro level. I feel one of the things that has to be really aligned inside the institutions, which will solve, is that a lot of times the wins that happen at the industry academia level do not percolate down to the faculty. So the wins are celebrated by the either industry partnership teams or the placement offices. Faculties don't feel a part of those larger wins, and that's why that collaborations don't really go big. I feel like it will be very important to see how faculty members, which are one of the most important stakeholder and the largest number of, like, in terms of how are they actually directly aligning themselves to the industry win, like, or the partnership wins, which is very, very important, which is just beyond them managing a guest lecture or like, so that's, I think, very important. And if that alignment can be done better, then we will see a lot more successful partnerships. But quickly on the micro credentialing part, like, I think I will break it down into three simple things. One, how can institutions build stronger, better ways to make that happen faster? Because today the cycle, and we were talking about it in our the panel discussion, is, see, companies work, if not in months, in quarters. Institutions work in academic years, and that's like a big gap, right? The companies are moving in quickly in 3 quarters, so they want something to be introduced by the time that goes through the school office to then the academic senate and to the next level. By the time it comes, the things have changed. So one, in the micro credentialing to happen successfully, I think that alignment of the rhythm is very, very important. It is happening at some institutions, and thankfully private universities move faster that way, and compared to the government institution. That's one. But at the same time, because we do a lot of work with IIT Madras, I think the speed at which we have seen IIT Madras moving is remarkable in terms of making quick decisions. And that's why, if you see from an industry perspective, so many successful companies have come out from the campus, like Ather, which is one of the largest EVs in India today. The CTO co-founder is a dear friend. I know the days when he struggled in his research, and how it has come. So from micro credentialing, I think the first part is the rhythm alignment, which is very, very important in terms of the timing, how that's happened. And second, in my opinion, I strongly feel, how can faculty be more deeply aligned with industry partnerships, and they feel a part to what's happening, and the wins are not just at the placement office level or the industry partnership office level, would really contribute a lot to better partnerships.
Thank you, Hemant. I think some of the thoughts that we could look at in, how do we embed micro credentials into our academic programs? I think at MIT Manipal, both at Bangalore and at Manipal, we have seen that we have micro credentials which are part of the core, and we are also co-certified by the industry and the university, and they're also part of the electives openly available to all branches. I think it's working well. Many industries are coming up with industry-specific micro-credentials. I think as we go forward, the employment market or the entrepreneurial market will directly depend upon the skill sets that the student had when he passes out. And therefore, these micro-credentials with certification from industry is going to make them better equipped to deal with real-life situation. So I think we could take a lesson from here. We have decided at Manipal that for every undergraduate program, we would have at least 4 micro-credentials, which are industry certified or co-certified by partner universities. And for postgraduate program, minimum 2 of them, which will be part of the core or which will be electives available to all branches of engineering. Yes, sir.
We have created a unique ID for all students called as APAR IDs. How many of these students know about it? Some know, some do not know. But those who don't have, please have that APAR ID, which is a unique ID just like Aadhaar. But this is automated permanent academic account registry ID, which is a lifelong ID, and all your learnings can be deposited in the account of academic bank of credits. So APAR ID is linked with ABC account where the learning is deposited. Micro credentials from your own university, from Microsoft, from any other company which has come up in the Swayam Plus portal of the IIT Madras. Swayam is the normal academic programs. Swayam Plus is the add-on courses, which are employment generation type of courses. Those credits can be imported into your academic credit. Manipal University is allowing that to be part of the curriculum. Some university may not allow, but still it gets deposited as an authentic data which is available there, and you can share it with any employer or for any other purposes for higher studies, etc. And that is treated as authentic, what is known as data integrity oriented data, which is going to be shared with the industry. So that's why make use of it. Those who don't have APAR, they must have APAR. And this APAR is not just for students. Those faculty who are sitting, they must also have it so that they can also keep learning, their lifelong learning. After you get into the job, for reskilling, upskilling also, whatever you learn, you can deposit for better jobs, for better opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think we have another 15 minutes to go.
One just quick
Yeah,
point
please,
I wanted
Hemant,
to.
please.
I think because universities are dealing with thousands of students, especially we're talking about KIIT, Symbiosis, Mahe, and even IIT Roorkee, like thousands of students. And I think what becomes a challenge, because while the intent is there, is to managing this, because so many students will make so many choices, credit equivalents to be set up. How do you bring in parity? And that's where I think bringing in the right processes and technologies plays a role. And I've seen that at Mahe very well in terms of how do you make the offering of these courses and visibility to students seamless and easy. Induction, then the academic integrity part when it comes to equivalence and all of that, if that can be digitized, it makes the doing these things at scale far easier.
Very good point, Hemant. Very good point. I think that's the need for digital transformation or technology integration into everything that we do at universities. Becomes very critical. Since we have another 15 minutes to go, I would request my panelists to be brief on a couple of questions that I'm going to ask you. The role of industry in innovation centers, incubation facilities in universities. How do you think that we can make it better, and what are the ways in which the industry can collaborate? First, Mr. Vijay Sharma, then I would request.
Yeah, I would like to
Professor
take a
Ramakrishnan.
small step back. Normally, when we talk about the collaboration, I think top of the mind is improvement in the employability opportunities. I would like to go beyond that. I have my own experience that whenever any faculty visits a factory, a lot of opportunities which they can translate into a collaborative approach. Because normally what happens is when I have a pain, or maybe if I want to legitimize one of the stories through a third party credentials, then normally I go to the institution. But if this immersion happens, there can be huge opportunities where not only the faculty, uh, even the students can be part of that. It could be related to operations management, supply chain, whatever you said, micro credentials. So I think we need to go beyond looking into only the employability part. And I welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi, one of the oldest IITs. How are you looking at, industry supporting the incubation, innovation activities in the university, especially towards student-driven entrepreneurial journey?
Right. So right now we have 3 incubators in IIT Roorkee, TIDES, TIH, and RT. Recently we have opened. So with the interaction with other panelists also, and with this incubation center, I think the main lacuna which I find is discussion between the industry and academia. Industry is saying, come to the industry, visit us, and we will tell you. Academics are saying, you come here, we'll give you a floor, and you find out what is useful for you. So I think main lacuna which I find is that we are not talking, enough. So that is there. IIT Roorkee, like Sir has said, that it is one of the oldest institutions. So we are lucky enough to have many alumni from IIT Roorkee. So we get, sufficient support in the form of alumni support and CSR grants also. And more than that, we get the problem statements from the industry. Many of our, from Geo, Mr. Pradeep Bhatnagar, he has approached, and he said he wanted to make a sustainable solution. He approached by himself. He interacted with different, departments, and he found out different problem statements. So that is another lacuna actually. The language which academics speak, the industry is not breaking into those formats. So if we could do that, if we can approach and we can tell industry that this is our output and it is ready for you to consume, then they are happy. And academics says, you tell us in technical terms what do you want, and I will do that much. That gap from the innovation to product, that is still we are trying to fill up. And incubators give a very good support. They have workshops where they give the different steps also. But one of the things again I can point out is that we are academicians, we are not salespeople. So once you make the product, we are not able to position it properly. So the incubation support and our alumni support, they are very very important in that. They mentor us that this is your output and this is how you can put it in the market, and now it will be reaching the proper party. So I think that is the thing we should start a dialogue, and we should educate the educators, the teachers, that how to position yourself in the market. And we should have a particular avenue where we can keep interacting continuously and updating both the parties.
Thank you. Very nicely put. Two more, three or more important questions.
Can I
Yeah,
make one quick response to this? So, to the August audience again, and interestingly to the students, I would like to make you recall to understand. See, there is a very interesting proposition, which was again, I think, under the leadership of the present chairman, then the chairman of AICT, was been done MBA IEV. Sir, if you remember, so innovation, entrepreneurship, and venture development. This was been mandated by AICT. The curriculum has been completely been designed by them, and it has been with a very small numbers has been allowed to approved in certain institutions where you have technology business incubation cells, which I think most of the institution has. So what it brings in is you see a lot of courses and a lot of learnings where we excite and entice students to develop critical mindset for problem solving skills, for contextual intelligence, for developing their critical inquiry, and even to learn how to communicate and articulate and connect the dots and give business solutioning. So I think in the present context and how we have been now transitioning today, this has been a master stroke, and I think the students should try to opt it. Institutions like us, what we can do is we can create kind of maybe a co-work space kind of stuff where the students in groups can come in and work on those problems. Faculty members can come as mentors, and also industry people can actually handhold them to solve those problems. And this can be very nicely done. We have been experimenting it. And why I'm saying this is an interesting time, you see, last 1.5 years, the complete 3 decades of our glory being in IT services is diminishing, is going to vanish in next 3-4 years of time. Now we have been talking more about GCCs and how the GCCs have growth in last 3 years. Last year it has been almost 40% growth. Bringing GCC back to India is not an easy job today. But then, all said and done, what is this GCC is all about? It's all about innovation, upstream activities, developing more critical skills and design thinking skills. We need to develop students in that sphere of activity, and we try to even try to do a vertical integration within our system. So universities can copy GCC model, use our own students and the talent and the faculty, and with the help of few industry people can bring out solutioning for our own digitization and our activities for the university. And if we can bring in those platforms, I mean, we have people like Saraswati sir who will endorse it, who will make the platform scale up, and will go in a bigger way help the community as such. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think a couple of points that you made are very relevant, especially in a multidisciplinary university where you have healthcare, you have technology, management, and humanities together. I think Dr. Sastapur clearly mentioned about the impact of hackathons. And I think such things just not be one-off event. Similar things can be set up in the university level where there is integration between health sciences, technology, management, and you find business solutions and support system. Like you correctly said, creating a platform for people can co-work together, find solutions from the industry and find a question from the industry and find a solution to that. I think this is working well, but then there is a big gap between established universities staying in metropolitan cities, in tier 1 cities, However, what are we doing about those tier 2, tier 3, or the rural engineering institutions? Is there a framework that we can develop? Though there are numerous efforts from AICTE to create such platforms, and also Government of India now, Government of India's initiative about providing internships to everybody on a paid basis is taking time. But then, how do we take industries to those peripheral institutions? Will a hub and spoke model work? I want to ask our industry leader, and also I would like to ask Professor Raman about will a hub and spoke model in terms of creating this kind of an ecosystem work to bridge this inequality?
Yeah, you are right, because most of the major industries, specifically in B2B environment, they are in not even in the tier threes. They are in jungles practically when they start. Uh, I believe that hub and spoke can work. And again, another example, we have just introduced a 155 hours course in ITI closer to our factory, which again, now it is a city now. So such, and this is getting governed by the state capital. So the hub is Bhubaneswar and the spoke is Jajpur. So this is a pilot sort of thing, and we are upbeat that we will be in a position to replicate it quite often. And in fact, one more thing, what we're trying to do with the again Odisha government is to create a sort of a COE wherein we try to bring the curriculum or the academia closer to the people in the business. Holistic approach, right from the metal fabrication to soft skills to entrepreneurship skills. So there also we are trying to move towards villages rather. So yes, we would be very happy to partner.
So Raman, your thoughts?
Yeah, so the responsibility lies both
Let's
on the
be
industry
over 2
as
minutes.
well as the university. So the example which I quoted, we go to the tier 2, tier 3 cities. We identify those students from the tier 2, tier 3 cities who are pursuing their diploma or engineering. We completely sponsor them while they are at Symbiosis. We give them a 4-month program in the same labs which Bajaj has created as a part of their CSR. This is a part of our CSR. And we ensure that all these students get placed. Example of what the university does. Now, around 4 batches have already graduated. It's all 4 months, 6 months kind of programs that we run. We don't run the entire 4. So the students are taken care, their boarding, lodging. They also are given the right exposure which our engineering students get in those labs, and they are job ready. So that's a kind of a responsibility on us to ensure that this is given. Now the same thing is done by the industry as well, where they support the university telling we'll be able to give one more batch when you start. I think it's that way it works fine. It is both on the university and the industry, but the willingness of such universities which have established in metro cities to have that responsibility to give that opportunity to those students who are not in the metros as well, then it can be possibly achieved. The hub and spoke as an example as you shared.
Yeah, thank you. I think the model has been adopted by NRF, especially in terms of developing research capabilities in universities in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Pick one of the major university or established university supporting the other universities which are nearby in their own region. I think this should work. I think similar thing can be done about industry academia collaboration, upskilling, reskilling, giving opportunities for rural engineering institutions towards enabling their students to get the requisite training. I think we are far too long, concentrated on industry academia collaboration for technical education and management. Two major multidisciplinary universities on either side of me, including our own university. How do we think that we need to bring this industry academia collaboration into health sciences, into pharmacy, into humanities? How do we bring them in, or is this already happening? I want quick responses from Professor Saranjeet and Dr. Raman.
Yeah, at Symbiosis, we have the Serum Institute, which has created the Serum Lab, which is the innovation lab, putting a lot of resources again. When it comes to specifically research in healthcare, the time period that they have to wait is long. That's the biggest challenge. Only a few corporates are ready to do that. And if they are ready to put it up and the university is able to handhold the young researchers who are working that area, that will happen. And this is just an example. I'll give it to Saranjit Singh.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Professor
sir.
Saranjeet.
I think I feel last 10 years, if you look back, is all about a convergence of all the fields. we just cannot look into health sciences, medical sciences, dental sciences, pharmacy, nursing, paramedicals, and allied health sciences separately in a silo. Now you talk about, I can cite one example. If you go to Vizag, Andhra Pradesh, the medtech zone, what Dr. Sharma has done there. I mean, 100+ startups in medtech area. So I mean, if you see the companies, it's more on looking into the middleware and the firmware side, where hardware, software, mechatronics, data all come in play. So you just cannot say that in a health sciences, let's say there is a medical college and a hospital, and it can develop its own COEs or labs which will work in silos. There has to be people around data. There has to be people who will look into those biomedical instrumentation in the middleware and the firmware side, how to improve upon that, capturing those indigenized Indian data, working on platforms and giving health solutions on that, which also include areas where we do community medicines and community health sciences also. There are many such labs. Yesterday in afternoon, I just took a break from here. I rushed to Gurgaon only to look into one of the state of art lab facility which has been created, and there are more than 400 labs of that company across India, and they are completely into very high end diagnostics. And these diagnostics are involving areas like gene sequencing, molecular biology, bioinformatics, and so on and so forth. So yeah, institutions like us, what you very said, sir, rightly, which has got more than 200 250 plus programs, interdisciplinary multidisciplinary approach of creating those centers of innovations and research is very important. I think health is an area where, of course, it's cost incentive, but I think even if you look into the indicators from the contribution of health as far as the research is concerned, I was doing a little background research. I figured out your own group of institution has got only by picking up the indexed publication by the universities, the contribution of the index publication in your university from health related areas is close to 32%. For universities like us, we are still at 18%. So there is a gap. What I mean to say, we were doing this classical study to understand where we have to pump in the labs and infrastructure, so that we create those facilities where the research and those activities can come in, sir.
Thank you, sir. Very good question. Just a point to add here that the government of India is also funding big time. We had a DST funded at Manipal, Medical Device Development Hub, which is catering to all the institutions and universities from Goa right down to Trivandrum. That means the entire coastline, western coastline, south of Goa, there is an opportunity available for these innovators from those universities and institutions to come and develop their product in the Manipal DST Biomedical Device Development Hub. Well funded, 24 crores investment, 12 from DST, 12 from Mahe. I think it's working well. We almost close to 50 industries already who have come and registered that they would like to look at, evaluate some of the products that are coming up and take them to the market. And the good ecosystem that's available in Mahe is that from TRL3 level right down to clinical trials can be done in one ecosystem. So it is about a hub and spoke model. I think for a country like ours, more and more such hub and spoke model should be developed. Professor Saxena, you had a word to say, sir. Yeah.
Well, I just thought that I'll share one of the initiatives that was taken long time back in FICCI, Higher Education Committee, back in 2012, which was exactly what you are just now referring to, Dr. Venkatesh, and others were talking about it. It was in terms of the hub and spoke model. Now, at that point of time in 2012, Higher Education Committee, along with the Capital Goods Committee of the FICCI, set up the National Knowledge Functional Hub, NKFH, it was called as that, where a lead institution and a lead company in the region were to be identified. And then accordingly, the entire projects were to really come in. The engineering colleges of the region, or for that matter, let us say even the management schools of that region, would come together and then sorry. So at that point of time, they would come together, get skilled, get an understanding of what are the kind of projects, with the projects that the industry was giving over there. And the institution faculty would also get trained in this whole process itself. Well, that whole initiative continued almost until 2019. It couldn't really take off to such a large level at which it was anticipated, the scale at which it was anticipated, largely because of the fact that at that point of time, not many industries were willing to commit, and particularly from the SME side, which is where we were really looking at. And Mr. Vijay Sharma, you understand, looking at the SME sector also. So we couldn't really get that kind of work. But the major companies, whether this was Thermax in Pune or it was L&T, and L&T's all units across India were really putting some of the projects there. So some of the institutions did come in. From the north, it was the Thapar Institute. From the west, it was NMIMS that was piloting the entire project. And from the south, there were some of the other institutions that were there. But now is the time when it can again get revived. And now and that's what I was just sharing with Rajesh. And I think Dr. Venkatesh, you are the co-chair, along with the chair is not over here right now, but I think it is time for us to think in terms of what is it that we can further add on to it and make it really worthwhile, which could really be at a national level, along with, let us say, some of the committees in other industry committees in FICCI, and maybe we work alongside with some of the key multidisciplinary universities and the major industries itself, major industries.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think I'll have one last question before we open it up to the audience, and I'm sure Professor Sahasrabudhe and Dr. Rao would also be able to take part in the question and answer session. Hemant, this is for you. In increasingly tech-driven world, how do you see technology promoting and sustaining industry-academia partnerships?
Yeah. Okay. So I think the best technologies are the ones which are invisible. They magically get in your lives without you evidently feeling them every day. And at institutions also, I think the technology has to get to that level. And as one of the tech entrepreneurs, I'm saying we are not yet there. So there is a lot of long way for us to also go. Three things I feel. One, can we create I would say digital environments where industry and academia are interacting more regularly, not for specific purposes, but regularly in general, ideas being exchanged, collaborations happening. I think that kind of an environment is not there today. So one is, I think tech can really help create those environments where people can freely engage and and a lot of magic happens in such environments. That's number one. Number two, like I said, I think institutions are very complex beings. They are way more complex than enterprises sometimes, right? So tech can help manage a lot of that complexity so that the intent that the leadership of institutions have can be converted into actual action on the ground, because oftentimes the complexities are the ones that slows. For example, you mentioned about micro credentials. How do you implement that in a simple, faster way, so that introducing a course, students making those choices, it getting into the curriculum, getting it into the grade sheets, even all of that becomes. So I think that's the second opportunity for technology to help institutions in this. How do you facilitate a lot of these complex things that mentioned? For example, sir just mentioned about the courses being introduced. How can tech help do that whole curriculum acceptance, reviewing, documentation faster, as against it running from inbox to inbox? So that's the second opportunity I feel, and I'm just throwing these challenges at me as well when I speak. And the third is, I feel there has to be lot more success stories being shared in a simpler way at the institutional level. A lot of good work happens, like what that the students of that institution itself don't know some of these things that are happening. And tech, again, with tech, like we know everything today, like, what's happening in Bollywood to what's happening everybody gets to know so quickly. How can we again leverage technology to disseminate information in a seamless, faster way? Because then motivation, inspiration is easier when it comes from your local environments as against looking at and I think that these are the three areas where I see tech can do better.
Thank you, Hemant.
I will just
quick
take,
1 minute,
yeah,
sir,
30
and
seconds.
then we'll
30
open it up to
seconds.
the audience.
I
Yeah.
think this is an area where really industry needs help from institutions and academia. We have been giving training to that roadside fabricators. आप लोग देखते होंगे कि आजकल स्टेनलेस स्टील के गेट ग्रिल का थोड़ा फैशन भी हो गया है, सो लिटिल बिट ऑफ क्रेडिट विल कम टू अस. We have trained 55,000. This looks to be good number, matter of pride, but I am not happy. I would not like to go by percentage increase. I would like to multiply. So there could be lots of such AR, VR training platforms where, because we have limitation in the human resources. So I think this could be a great collaboration where we can have it like a nuclear fission.
Thank you very much. Our MC says that we have no time for questions, but I would invite to all the audience that all the panelists, including Dr. Sasrabuddhe and Dr. Rao, are available for us during the tea break for you to interact and ask any questions. With this, I draw a conclusion to this panel discussion. Very fascinating, very insightful, very progressive, with newer ideas to take forward from here. And I thank my fellow panelists for their opinion, for their experiences, shared experiences. And thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we close the panel, inviting our distinguished panelists for a group photograph in the front and inviting all our participants and guests to join us for a cup of tea and coffee served in the exhibition area. The tea break is till 10 minutes past 12. We will commence the next session, that is a special address, sharp at 12:15. We request everyone to be seated by 12:10 so that we can go ahead in time and you all get enough time to enjoy your tea, coffee, and your lunch. Thank you. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our next session. So we now move to the next important segment, the special address by a distinguished academic leader who has been at the forefront of advancing higher education policy reform and institutional collaboration across India. We are honored to welcome Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, who is a visionary educationist with an illustrious career spanning over 3 decades. Dr. Mittal has played a pivotal role in promoting quality assurance, internationalization of Indian universities, and gender equity in education. Under her leadership, the AIU has become a dynamic platform for policy dialogue, innovation, and partnership, bridging academia, industry, and government in pursuit of academic excellence and global engagement. Her contributions towards implementing the National Education Policy, NEP 2020, enhancing research culture, and strengthening institutional governance have made her one of the most respected voices in India's higher education ecosystem. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal for the special address. I would also request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to kindly do the honors of presenting a green certificate and honoring Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to welcome ma'am. And I would once again like to stress upon the fact that the Green Certificate is a FICCI initiative wherein a thicket of trees are being planted in the name of the dignitary for ecotourism presently at Songmo, Sikkim. And may I now invite you, ma'am, to kindly address the August House.
Thank you very much for a very, very generous introduction. And thanks to FICCI for inviting me here and for organizing this conference on a very, very relevant theme. I'm supposed to speak on the topic role of higher education in promoting sustainability. Now, this is a topic which is very dear to my heart, and we know that we are at the crossroads today. We are facing environmental degradation. We are facing social inequality. We are facing social uncertainty. We are facing so many issues are there today in the world, in the global world, that we have to think of sustainability and how the higher education institutions can promote sustainability. How can they sort of complement even the realization of sustainable development goals? We, in Association of Indian Universities, which is a 100-year-old organization and where we are working on academics research, we spent one full year, around 3 years back, on realizing SDGs through HEIs. So how we can realize SDGs through HEIs, not only the SDG 4, which is quality higher education, but all the 17 SDGs, and we had remarkable recommendations. The full report is on the AIU website also. You can see that report. But what I am going to talk about today is what is the present scenario and how higher education can help in taking care of it, or maybe removing the disparities which we have in various forms. So what are the disparities? What are we seeing in the world today? So something like, say, when we talk of wars and conflicts happening around the world, we know about Russia-Ukraine war. It is going on for a long, long time. We know of Israel-Hezbollah conflict, which is tensions between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. We know about Myanmar civil war, which is a conflict between the military government and various ethnic and pro-democracy groups. We know about the Mali war, which is a conflict between the Malian government and the extremist groups. We know about the Haitian conflict. We know of the major wars like war in the civil, we call it Yemeni civil war. We know of the Gaza war, Nigerian civil conflict, Syrian civil war, Sudanese civil war, Somali civil war, Congo, ongoing conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, then recent escalation, which is Iran-Israel conflict, US-Iran conflict, Indo-Pakistan conflict. So all these wars are increasing and increasing. I mean, when we talk of sustainability, we talk of peace, we talk of climate change, but actual in the world, exactly opposite is happening. The wars are increasing and increasing. So why can't our higher education institutions teach peace? These people who are engaged in war, they were once upon a time studying in some university, some school, some college. So how can we develop the mindset of the students so that when they grow up, they enter into whether military or politics or any other profession, so the war is not in their minds, peace is in their mind. So can we do this? Similarly, when we talk of, say, climate change, which has been impacting the planet in various ways over the recent past. So like when we say the rising temperature, the global average temperature has risen about 1.1 degrees centigrade since 1850. And in the past decade, it has been the warmest. The highest global warming has happened in the past decade. 2024, like 2024, was the warmest year on record, with a global average near surface temperature of 1.54 degrees centigrade above the pre-industrial baseline. Similarly, we have a lot of weather events in Delhi also. You can see so much of rainfall is happening. We see jungle wars, we see earthquakes, we see heat waves, we see a lot of tsunamis, heavy rainfalls. Ocean is absorbing more than 90% of the excess heat. So much of impact on the ecosystem and the human health is there. Again, can we do something about this through the higher education systems? Then when you see of social inequalities today, so what are the social inequalities which we are facing today? First of all is economic inequality. So wealth distribution. So India's top 1% own 22.6% of the national income and 40% of the national wealth, while the bottom 50% hold a mere 6% of the wealth. So that is the type of economic disparity which we are facing today. If you talk of income disparity, top 10% of the population earns 13 times more than the bottom 10% of the population, and with the richest 1%, means the highest, richest 1% holding a significant portion of the national income. So that is the economic inequality. Similarly, there is a social discrimination, whether it is caste system or gender inequality. The panel which is going to happen now, that will be talking about gender inequality. We have disparity in terms of access to opportunities, whether it is education, healthcare. So now the question is, all these disparities are not helping us in getting a sustainable future or a sustainable world. So how the higher education institutions can help in building a sustainable world? That is a question. And I told you that we spent 1 full year on this. And many recommendations came for the higher education institutions, for the regulatory authorities, for the government, that how we can create a sustainable world. So first and foremost, the higher education institutions can create awareness about sustainability. Many higher education institutions you will go to, and if you speak to the students, many of them don't even know what are UN sustainable goals, what are the 17 goals, why they are important. So it is very important that awareness about these sustainable goals and sustainability is created in the higher education institutions. And second is that the higher education institutions should themselves be sort of a sustainable campus. So practicing sustainability is the biggest advocacy for sustainability. So how to practice sustainability on the campuses, that is very, very important. And then we do talk of, say, solar heaters or solar energy or whatever, I mean, reducing the electricity. How there are many ways in which we can be creating a sustainable campus. Third is the curriculum. In the curriculum, can we have sustainability as one of the aspects, not as a separate subject, but integrated in the curriculum? So sustainability has to be integrated in the curriculum so that the students study about sustainability, how to do it, and how to, first of all, awareness about sustainability and what are the benefits of sustainability and why it is required. That is very, very important. Then research in sustainability. Can we give, say, extra funding for research in sustainability? And many organizations are giving funding for research in sustainability, but can we encourage the universities and colleges and the faculty members and researchers to work more on sustainability? So research is very, very important. Then one more aspect which we thought was that many schemes are launched by the government to, say, realize the sustainable goals, UN sustainable goals. But then, is there any impact analysis done of any of these schemes? So can universities and colleges help in doing the impact analysis of these schemes of the government so that we know which scheme is working, which scheme is not working? So that is also very, very important when we talk of sustainability. And then again, a very important concept of community engagement. Now, community engagement is something which is very important and again very dear to my heart. So what is now happening is higher education institutions are living in ivory towers. They are sort of living in isolation. The life within the four walls of the institution and the life outside the four walls of the institutions are entirely different. And there is no connect between the people inside and people outside. Rather, the people outside are not even seen with a lot of appreciation by the higher education institution, and they see they are lesser mortals and we are big people. So how to create a connect between the university and the society, that is very important. Like I say that initially when the first university was established in the world, and incidentally that was in India, at that time also the one of the major purposes and responsibilities of the university was that the area or the community around the university should develop because of the university. So that development of the community was also one of the mainstays of the university. But today there is a complete disconnect between the university and the society. So when I was the vice chancellor of a rural women university in Haryana, the first center which we established was Center for Society, University, Interface and Research. And what did we do in that center? We did 3-4 types of things. For example, we did add-on courses like, say, microfinancing, integrated resource management, folk medicine. So these were the courses which were done on a 50-50 basis, means 50% in the classroom and 50% in the community. So our girls used to go to the villages, they used to form self-help groups, they used to educate the women of the villages on how to say open a bank account, how to have an ATM card, how to do the say self-financing loans, how can it be taken. So I saw that slowly village women, they had a sense of pride when they used to say use the ATM card. They said, I can take out my own money. Once they out of the money, the small loans which they were raising through microfinancing, they opened many shops just for financial stability of the women. So in today's time also, you will be surprised that in one shop we had put the board Bala Perchune Store. Bala was the name of the woman who was doing it. So we said Bala Perchune Store, and she started weeping. We said, why are you weeping? She said, मेरे नाम से भी दुकान हो सकती है. She thought कि दुकान सिर्फ आदमियों के नाम से हो सकती है, मेरे नाम से भी दुकान हो सकती है. So that sense of empowerment we saw on her face, that having a shop on her name, that itself was very great. When they used to proudly go to the bank and use ATM card and take out the money, that was a pride moment for them. Similarly, folk medicine. We had a Ayurveda college. So in folk medicine, we used to send our students to the village women and men, elderly men, to ask them that what is the medicine which they use for treating not only humans but also cattle, and then document it, standardize it, and bring it out as a document. So that is the knowledge which is going waste. And when we go to them, they feel very elated. Because most of the time when the students go to these villages, they project as if we have come to teach you something. But when you say that we have come to learn from you, again, that is a feeling of empowerment. So like, for example, one village woman told that, well, in Hindi, I will say, because she told in Hindi, कि हमारी भैंस में, बफेलो, हमारी भैंस में जब ये लक्षण दिखाई देते हैं तो हम ये वाला बेल है, कोई बेल, उसको भैंस की पूंछ के साथ बांध देते हैं और भैंस ठीक हो जाती है. Now she doesn't know कि उसको क्या बीमारी थी, means what was the disease with which the buffalo was inflicted, what was contained in that jari booty, and what was the process by which she got cured. But she got cured. But once we have that knowledge, we standardize it, we document it, that is something which can be used for the future generations. They can be using it. So folk medicine was course. Similarly, we made very small technologies for the villagers. Small technology means not a rocket science, but very small technology. For example, we made one upla making machine. Upla, you know, many of you must be knowing, upla is a cow dung cake which is used for, say, chulha oven, earthen oven in Indian household. And even in Haryana, there are a lot of hookahs. So hookahs, people smoke hookahs. So there also upla is used. But now making upla is a very messy thing, because you have dirty your hands and all. So ours was a women university, and the women used to say, Madam, जिस घर में उपले बनाने पड़ेंगे ना, वहाँ तो मैं शादी नहीं करूँगी. So that was the type of they used to detest upla making. So we made a upla making machine. It was not a rocket science. There was a hooper in which you put uplas and grass and all. So just squeeze the water out and put it through a running belt of, say, again that was lit by uplas only. And out come the uplas, which is in this sort of a small soap cakes, small uplas. They were so happy to see it, not because it was a rocket science, because they felt university thinks about us, university thinks about our problems. So that was something, that feeling is very important, that we give them that, yes, we think about you. If you have a problem, tell us. We made a washing machine, which, because electricity is always a problem in the rural household, so we made an electricity washing machine which used to run by cycling rather than by electricity. Means the motion was converted from electricity to that rotation by cycling. So ultimately we named it as fitness cum washing machine, and it became more popular with the younger folks. So these small things we made for the household. I mean, even the solar street lights. The solar street, they had the fund for the solar street light, but they didn't know which ministry to approach, how to use the subsidies which are provided by the government. But the universities can help them out. Similarly, we adopted the villages. We did the medical camps for them, legal aid camps for them, so that the village women know about their rights. So many things which the university can do with the universities. And then the biggest compliment of my life was when a village woman came to a conference organized in the university in collaboration with UNESCO, and she came on the stage. Her name was Santosh, I still remember, and she came with a big hungat on her veil, big hungat, and the biggest compliment which I feel is, she says, "ये वो university है जिसने यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर वालों की नहीं, यूनिवर्सिटी के बाहर वालों की भी जिंदगी बदल दी." So that is something which is very, very important. And I feel when we talk of sustainable campuses, we should be talking about community engagement, we should be thinking of societal development, we should be thinking of overall in the university creating that culture of sustainability in awareness, in practice, in curriculum, in research, so that everybody knows about sustainability. They should not be, I mean, sustainability is not a standalone subject. It is something which is integrated in the university in all forms: practice, teaching, research, everything. And I feel if we do this, if all the higher education institutions, and in India we have something like 42 million students who are studying in higher education institutions, and every student, if he or she goes back and tells his friends or the family, so 42 into 4 will be so many, I mean almost the entire population of India, who will be knowing about the sustainability, the importance of sustainability, and how to practice sustainability. So in my opinion, higher education has a very, very critical role to play in sustainability. In fact, we cannot think of promoting sustainability without the higher education institutions. So thank you very much. Thanks for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mittal, for your inspiring and insightful address. Your words beautifully underscore the importance of collaboration, inclusion, and innovation in shaping a vibrant, future-ready higher education system, one that truly embodies the spirit of bridging borders and building futures. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a discussion of great global importance, the role of higher education in promoting sustainability. As the world faces pressing environmental, social, and economic challenges, universities and institutions of higher learning stand at the forefront of change, nurturing not just the skilled professionals, but responsible global citizens committed to building a greener, fairer, and a more sustainable future. And for this panel discussion on the role of higher education in promoting sustainability, I have the privilege of inviting our distinguished moderator, Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Executive Director, Africa, Middle East, and South Asia, QS. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. I also invite our eminent speakers, Professor Dr. Anil Kashyap, Professor Emeritus and former Chancellor, NICMAR University. Warm welcome, sir. I invite Dr. Atish Chattopadhyay, Director, IMT Ghaziabad. Warm welcome. I invite Ms. Bhavani Rao, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She's from Amrita Vidya Vishwapeetham. Professor Liang Youyang, Dean, Office of Global Affairs, China Medical University, Taiwan. And may I now hand over the proceedings to our distinguished moderator, Dr. Ashwin Fernandez. And I would request you, sir, to kindly close the proceedings sharp by 1:45. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so very much. A very good afternoon to everyone. A very good afternoon. Good afternoon. Great. We just want to test that everybody's alert. I know it's time for lunch, almost 12:45. But the food for thought which Dr. Pankaj Mittal has given us on the impact which her former university was doing in rural India actually will fuel the conversation through this panel today. And when I got the brief for this panel, I was really so happy to actually moderate this, because it said the role of higher education in promoting sustainability. And I wanted this conversation to go just beyond SDGs and sustainability into moving into measurable impact, because we just don't want you all, and I know with the SDGs from the United Nations, we all like to check boxes. We like to say, we done this policy, check, SDG 1, we did this policy, check SDG 2. But we want to see the impact of ESG, environment, social, and governance, on the community primarily. And the stories like which Dr. Pankaj Mittal has said are the stories we want pan-India. And how can we balance that? And I was there for the first panel where Dr. Venkatesh was moderating. We were talking of innovation and involving the industry. And the biggest challenge is, how can we balance growth and profitability versus sustainability? Is there a way to actually balance it? And how can we create those leaders from universities which will also bring that change about? So what I'd like to do is get thoughts from my panelists, and I think we've already done introductions, so I will not go through introductions anymore. But first is, are our Indian institutions actually thinking beyond SDGs? How many of the institutions here today have a net zero plan? Can we have a show of hands from the panel as well? Great. So we have almost, and what about in the room? So this is the thought we need to start building, is beyond just SDGs, the actual impact of it. And for that purpose, what I would like to do is, as ma'am has just spoken just now, I would like ma'am to just also deliberate a little bit on what AIU can do, the Association of Indian Universities, the largest association of universities, to actually bring that thought of how we can build such institutions pan-India. So ma'am, maybe a quick minute or two, you can deliberate on what AIU's role could be.
So thank you, Ashwin. As you all know that AIU is a large university association. We have 1,100 universities with us, and we do hold regular conferences of vice chancellors and registrars and say deans and directors, where we keep on talking of various subjects. So around 3 years back, we did a conference in which we spoke of how to create sustainable campuses, and that is the report I was talking about. So what I feel is that AIU, since it has a very big convening power, we can be creating awareness first amongst the vice chancellors, who can then create the awareness within their universities. We can talk about the curriculum changes which can be there to support sustainability. We can be talking about research. We can be talking about circular campuses. Recently, we were having a discussion with International Council on circularity, where we were thinking that they brought out a coffee table book which said, I am circular, means I am circular. I believe in circular economy. So can we say that there can be a this concept can be introduced to the university, that I am a circular campus. So if the campuses can be circular campuses, sustainability will come on its own. And in India, circularity is much more better than in the foreign countries. So we can lead a way, we can show to the world that how we are circular, how do we have, say, he was talking about net zero campuses or zero waste campuses. We don't waste anything. And net zero campuses also, we are talking to many universities that how we can create net zero campuses, and how there can be rating of net zero campuses within the country or even abroad, that we can say we can create a competition for net zero campuses. So we are again talking to certain agencies for creating net zero campuses.
But Dr. Pankaj, a valid point you mentioned on, actually having this competition. But do you think then it becomes a race towards getting that award, that competition, that ranking, rather than having the actual impact on ground?
See, I always say that ranking or whatever marks or ranking anybody wants to get should be a byproduct of what they are actually doing. They should not run for ranking or competitions. They should be actually creating net zero campuses. They should be actually creating a zero efficient or say zero waste campuses. And then the ranking will be a byproduct. So that is a key to implementation. So don't run after ranking, run after quality, and let ranking be a byproduct. So if that happens, the implementation will be there.
Interesting thought. So, with that, I would like to go to Dr. Bhavani Rao. Now, in our pre-briefing, Dr. Bhavani mentioned about growth, and I did mention about profitability. And for universities to start thinking of impact and start thinking and not looking at the rankings or metrics, how can universities balance this? And I think Amrita, in this case, has done it beautifully pan India by impacting the rural part of India. How could and what could the universities in the room learn from you all while still keeping true to their values? And also, every university is looking to get more students, right? So maybe you can share some shed some light on this.
Maybe I can go a little off script. Okay, so at least it'll challenge some of the thoughts and maybe give you new food for thought. Most important is, why are we doing something? You're right, we shouldn't be doing it for rankings. Then we are only checking off boxes. So it should be a fundamental change within us on what our purpose is. And I think that is the key to actually make this difference. And I think that we embody very beautifully at Amrita University. Luckily, we have a visionary who is our chancellor, and she's given some very beautiful instructions. So what is education for? And she's given us 5 basic principles. And I'll show you how these things tie in very beautifully towards sustainability in its truest form. So she says that 5 is, 1 is, of course, you need to have education for your skills, right? So what you need, your bread and butter, the technical, the core skills that you have, whether it's in technology, whether it's in social sciences, medicine, name it, you have to have the basic knowledge. And then she says this education also should be for mental health, mental well-being, the overall development of a human being. Just like you raise a plant in a nursery, every student is this beautiful soul that is being cultivated at a university. So all-rounded development of that particular individual. And the third thing is that we are not there just because of ourselves. We are there because of the sacrifices of things that we have, because of our parents, because of our ancestors, because of the earth that we live in, the environment. And so we do owe this debt, this commitment, this giving back that we have to do to everything that has got us to where we are. So we understand that we're standing on the shoulders of some giant, not completely self-made, and we have to give back. And to give back, you have to have an attitude of gratitude. So only a person who is grateful is happy. It's almost like you cannot disengage the two. Somebody who's happy automatically has gratitude within them. And the fifth one is that you understand your place in the larger scheme of things. You live in this gigantic world, whether you're a country, whether you're a person, and you are a part of this. And to understand your place and your role is the key to human existence and human evolution. And these are the 5 goals. And our education system is actually integrated with these 5 goals. So if you're talking about research, we have compassion-driven research. It ties very beautifully into giving. It ties very beautifully into gratitude. It ties also very beautifully into the skills that you want to have. Like ma'am was saying, all this wonderful industry action-related research, it ties very beautifully into those things. Compassion-driven research, education for life, education for living. We have a very strong mental well-being component integrated into our course curriculum. Our education is based on frameworks that improve a person's wanting to learn. You have AI now, it's completely revolutionizing how we're going to do education. Why should anybody learn? If our education system should foster that thirst for knowledge. And so that's another thing. So these are the kind of things we integrate along with programs like Live-in Labs, like what ma'am was saying, is that every student at Amrita is mandated to spend time in the villages, and hopefully that awakens the compassion and empathy within you. And with that, you are able to, one, do wonderful work like building wonderful rural technology interventions. But at the same time, what happens is that there is a transformation within us. And true sustainability is not just on the outside. It's not even in just the net zero, what you do on the outside, is how much you consume. To me, the most critical SDG I was saying is actually SDG 12, which is sustainable consumption and production. How much do you consume? There's nothing like infinite growth. You have to know what you're pulling back on. So integrity becomes a very important part of what we are at Amrita. The faculty has to have integrity. How much we consume, how we consume becomes important.
Yeah.
Should I stop?
I'm going to stop you there because I'm going to go to the students who are behind there. And I think some of them are from, okay. And if I would give you all a choice to actually go to rural India and do something, or take a boardroom internship and work for a Fortune 500 CEO, what would you select? On sustainability, you know?
It's a rural, you put your hands up.
Yeah.
Rural India, come on.
She's trying to champion for rural India. Anybody boardroom? Anybody rural India? From this young students out there? How many will go to Fortune 500? Can I have a show of hands? And how many will go for rural? Okay, that's a small number. And that's why I'll go to our B school colleague, Dr. Professor Atish. And this is the kind of mindset. And what Amrita has been talking about is that change where already Amma is driving that as the leader of the university. But most of the B schools in India, when we talk about sustainability, are talking of infinite growth, profitability, how we could do more. And the leaders we're churning out today might not have sustainability beyond SDGs impact as the mindset. What do you have to say, Professor Atish, about this?
So we are talking about SDGs and net zero. Let me, I will talk about 3-4 schools which I have led. Okay. And the SDGs came in 2015. Before that, there were those Millennium Goals, correct? 2000. And this whole concept of ESG started is built on the 1960s when the SRI, or the social responsible investment thing, came up. Okay, I will just give you, because the students are also there. And then Kofi Annan in 2004, who was the then Director General of United Nations, he invited 50 top CEOs of financial institutions to actually see whether this ESG piece makes sense or not. And then they came up with a report. Who cares wins? Means those companies who actually were more conscious about the environment, social, and the governance issues were actually doing better. And then the question came in 2005 that whether, companies can actually look at these issues to make their investment decisions, that financial institutions, whether they can invest looking at these issues. So they got Freshfield, which is the top law firm, to look at whether this can be actually integrated while taking the financial decisions or the investment decisions. And that is known as the Freshfield report, which came in 2005. And they said, yes, it's possible. And these two reports together, became the principles for responsible investment, which came up. And that really formed the foundation of all these ESG piece, and then all these practices which you are blaming the management institutions. Okay, because of the profit piece. But let us, this whole net zero piece, which means, and Professor Mittal actually talked about very well, that net zero is what? Actually, it is about leaving the place the way you inherited. And that is there in our basic fundamental scriptures. If you look at it, the way we pray every day is Surja Chandra Mashau Dhata Jatha Purvam Kalpayat Divancha Prithivin Chantariksha Matosha, which means the way the Creator conceptualized this entire universe, the Antariksh, the earth, the whole system, if we have to keep it the way it was conceptualized by the Creator, which means the core of sustainability lies in keeping the place the way you inherited. That is fundamental about net zero. Okay. And the whole issue of giving back, which is about contribution. Now, if you look at it, the way we are geared, we do consumption and contribution parallelly. So we inhale oxygen, which is consumption, and we exhale carbon dioxide, which is contribution. So we have to understand that if we do only one, if you only consume, don't contribute, we are dead. If you only contribute and don't consume, then also we are dead. So consumption and contribution has to go parallel. Okay. And even though this 2015, the SDGs came up, and you are aware of the institution, and I'm not there right now, but I was there. SPGMR started an initiative, and you asked this question to the students that whether they will go for a summer internship in a rural area or not. So we replaced the corporate internship during summers with social internship. Okay, 6 weeks of social internships. You have to go all across the country, work with villagers, in the villages with the NGOs. And it pays because, it is one of the institutions which places students at the highest, package, which is there. Ultimately, they have to get the first Mercedes very fast. Okay. And it is also among the top 5 in the country and FT ranked. So it makes sense, which was done way back, even before 2015. That's the way we can, and that is a way to what Madam said, to get involved with the community. We, at IMT Ghaziabad, for example, we have an initiative called I Am the Change. Okay, and she was talking about a similar initiative, which means essentially what we have done is that the students have to work in groups with the communities. 2 things happen. When you work with the communities in places where they have not seen before, is very important in terms of learning. They're exposed to people who are not like them, unlike themselves. And when they work with the communities, they enjoy, they have the feeling of making a contribution, the joy of contribution. So 2 things, impacts feeling, and now, which also impacts being. If your feeling is impacted, being is impacted, and then there's a joy of contribution. Now the question is, if these 2 happens, I'm just saying, whatever initiative you take, if there's an experience where there's a joy of contribution, if the students are exposed to people who are unlike themselves and they can work with communities, that is how we need to structure ourselves. That is the key piece, essentially.
So joy of feeling and joy of contribution very much aligns what Dr. Bhavani was mentioning, and also what Dr. Pankaj mentioned. But it shouldn't be seen as an ad hoc sideline activity. And you didn't have your hand up when net zero plan. Any
Our
reason?
carbon credit protocol report is there on the net.
Okay.
Okay, you can just now search. You will see that the report is there. So I mean, anybody will see. IMT Ghaziabad will say that.
So you have a net zero plan.
There is already there.
Okay, good. So you already fully
carbon credit rating of our the campus is there. You can just now search.
Brilliant. Now, with that, I think there's some difficult questions on sustainability, and I think I had already preempted the panel that I'm going to pose those difficult questions as well. Now, from you all, you already have the carbon emissions report and so on. But let's go to Professor Anil Kashyap, who's been in the built environment, and I think we've seen different ratings of buildings, LEED certification, and so on. And while we're creating leaders who are compassionate, who are who are also has the habit of gratitude and giving, when we look at the construction area, and I think all of us need buildings, right? We all need to operate out of so many places. And you have a 5,000 bed hospital in Ghaziabad. How many beds is that? 2,500, right? That's all about construction. And we can't, and we look at growth, we have to have construction. How can built environment play a vital role? Leadership separate, how can built environment and universities which are leading that, how can they play a role towards ESG, not sustainability?
Thank you, Ashwin, and picking up this very important aspect of built environment. And I'm delighted to be on the panel here talking about it, because built environment is one of the sector which is, you can say about 40+% of the carbon emissions come from built environment. And as a building, as a construction and infrastructure sector, this is so becomes important to tackle as an education right from the grassroots level, and this is the key for mitigating some of these things early on when our young professionals are coming out of the system. So NICMAR is one of those university where I have just finished my tenure as Chancellor of NICMAR University, Pune, and we have been embedding the sustainability into the built environment curriculum, the construction curriculum, in such a way that the thread is interwoven right from the initial day one of the induction and till they graduate. That kind of approach is very well taken into the curriculum, and the students are sensitized, so they become professional with more responsibility. Our vision, if we read our vision of the university on the website, so where we call that to create responsible built environment professionals. So that responsible word says so much about the mission and the kind of responsibility of even the built environment sector or the institution, and even that responsibility passed on to the professionals as well. So we are saying in our vision, that is what it all says about that. When we talk about campuses, in the university campus, both of the campuses in Hyderabad and Pune, they are platinum green rated campuses, which also give us indirectly a motivation and enthusiasm to maintain the resources, as well as what kind of resources and water, electricity, waste and all, and how they are being dealt on the campus, and students get real life project in those areas, and they get used to embedding build sustainability when they go into the profession. Just a little bit back in when I was in England, University of the West of England is one of the leading university where these green gown awards happen, Ashwin, every year. And these green gown awards are meant for institution. They are administered by one of the association. They were launched in, I think, 2014 or so, where university actively promote sustainability through their campus, through cycling, biking, the sensors light, net zero, and the top university get this green gown award, and in various categories, and which gives a motivation. It is different than ranking and rating. People chase ranking and rating, but award is actually people have to, people participate into that voluntarily, and also showcase that, and that becomes a status of contribution towards environment, and even selling that as their best practices. So I think built environment, if I say, and the university, they can do so much to embed sustainability into their curriculum, their professionals, and even showcasing them by way of best practices.
So, Professor Anil, 100% of your courses are aligned with ESG?
See, there is an exercise, Ashwin, normally we do. We have got the curriculum, and then we identify which element of curriculum is talking about sustainability, and then that matrix is populated. And when you see that matrix with the lots of boxes, when you see lots of ticks into that gives us confidence that yes, sustainability is talked about that, and is implemented in a context which that curriculum is developed.
But when we look at real world situations here, your graduates go out in the market, they go into a company which seeks profit, right? Is that a reality check for them that they say, hey, my university taught me all about ESG sustainability, and I'm come to a company in construction which is looking at margin profit over the impact? Quick response to that, please.
Yeah, I think no. I would say that this is not the case. Students and professionals are so now upfront in saying some of the practices to the companies, and I think this is getting more and more. And we hear from our own children as well in the house, where we get shut or shouted when we don't come out from our rooms without turning off the electricity, the fan or the light bulb. So students are very well aware aware, and I have number of examples where they are very vocal about sustainability in the management meetings as well.
Does everybody on the panel agree on that? Does the workplace, when students go out, we teach them all about sustainability, ESG, being compassionate, because I think everybody does. When they go into the workplace, is there a reality check for them? Yes, no?
I'll give you one example. My car in the campus was being washed by my driver outside using the hose of water. And being a chancellor of a university, it was pretty okay for my driver to wash my car with a hose water. And a student wrote an email to me saying that that's not done. Please ask your driver to conserve water.
Okay, but we are talking the workplace here. When they go out in the actual environment where they're working. Quickly, because before I go to Professor Liangyo, because
workplace, what happens is this, that
we'll ask the students as well.
It is like whether that is become part of the being or not. So I can give you the example when there was this cloudburst in Kedarnath and there was flooding, and there were a lot of these students working with the various corporates. They actually volunteered to go there, and the companies also supported. I'm not naming the companies, but the students went there and the companies supported, and that actually was a plus for them in their appraisal. So I think this whole idea that we need to go there, if we have inculcated that in our teaching learning, that in itself is a good thing.
And do we think all universities or higher education institutes in India, Dr. Mittal, are doing this? I mean, what's your honest answer to it?
He is very good. I mean, art of asking questions. We have to learn from Ashwin, and that is very important nowadays in terms of AI. We should know what to question. So you're right that we teach a lot of value education to the students, and in the university, in the curriculum, teachers, everybody teaches values to the students. But sometimes when they come to the work environment, if the same ecosystem does not prevail in the work environment, if everybody talks about the profits and getting more and more salaries, obviously the student also changes. So all those value systems which he learned in the institution, they are kept on the side, and he moves along with the work environment whichever is present there. So if it has to succeed, the total ecosystem, the entire ecosystem, whether it is educational ecosystem, working ecosystem, the societal ecosystem, at home ecosystem, all has to change. And for that, again, higher education or education is very important, because the entire ecosystem, the parents should also think alike, the employees or employers both should think alike, the society should think in the same manner. So unless that happens, only teaching in the institutions doesn't help. Like, for example, the other day I was saying, if you go to a restaurant and you order so many things, and so many things are left on the table, and we just get up and walk away, and the hotel people say whatever comes on the table has to go in the dustbin. So I was saying, can we make it mandatory for the hotel people that whatever you have ordered, you have to pack it and take it away. We will not put it in the dustbin. So the onus of waste goes on you, not on the hotel. So such small things. Even he was traveling with me in the aircraft. I was saying, in the aircraft, whatever comes, I mean, even if it is a packed bun, if you leave it on the table, they will throw it. So what I do is, I carry that bun and give it to that, in the washroom, some females are there, and they're very happy to take it. So that wastage should not be at any level, and it should be ingrained in you that wastage is very, very bad, and you should not feel ashamed of getting something packed. Give it to anybody, at least somebody will use it. Don't put it in the dustbin. So that has to be ingrained in the self, and that ecosystem has to be such that we are not ashamed of, say, rather we feel pride in wasting. Acha, theek hai, pada hai, chalo, jane do, doesn't matter. That type of a thinking should not be there. So
your answer is no, then, in that case, to my question.
Answer is that some people who have ingrained it, they really bother about it. The people who have not, they should be made to do it by creating an ecosystem of that type.
So we have to have universities and colleges, 55,000 colleges, part of this ecosystem. Now, Professor Liangyo is looking at this and saying, hey, we in Taiwan are doing things much more different and advanced, right? Small island nation. What can we learn from you? What is your advice to our panel here and the institutions here? And before I give Professor Liangyo to answer, I want some opinion from you students here. What could these leaders here in the room do differently to actually impact, like what Dr. Mittal said, food wastage? Very simple, not just built environment, or the water hose kind of wastage, but beyond that. Professor Langyo.
Hi, Eswin, thank you very much. From China American University, Taiwan. Basically, we do have our university educate all the medical talents, and also we have 7,500 bed healthcare system. Our healthcare system basically is the number one in generating revenue in Taiwan. So how could we be the number one? Of course, we treat patient well, and we also doing this sustainability quite well. So we incorporate this kind of sustainability, actually 17 WHO SDG into our long-term development plan. And we are not only checking that it's in our long-term development plan, we actually do it. So since 2020, we do have a new 16-hectare campus. And in this new 16-hectare campus, we need to build up the new building. So on the roof of each new building, we actually install the solar panel. And so each time we will see how much electricity will be generated by the solar panel, and all these buildings received green building recognition. And in addition, it's also low carbon labels building. So it also received the diamond and gold low carbon label building. And not only that, these are all received intelligent building symbol. So by doing this every day, we could see how much the electricity generated by this solar panel, how much money we have saved. And we also introduce a system we call social return on investment. I don't know if you ever learned this or not. SROI. The social return on investment, that means $1 invest, how much money you get it back from the social, environmental, and economic value. So in 2021, we first introduced to look at our investment. We get the 2.22, the value, SROI. I think that's pretty good. But in 2024, actually we make improvement. We get the value is 3.76. That means each dollar we invest, we get a lot of return here. So we treat patient well, we get a great revenue. We also save a lot of money by install this kind of solar panel and reusing, saving the energy, and not only on our campus, but also in our hospitals building. So by doing all this, we could say we implement this well, but I think we still have a lot of room to improve ourselves. Thank you very much.
Is CMU a public university?
No, CMU, China American University, is a private university. A private university need to survive. So we need to manage it well. So that's why we invest $1. We need to get a lot of return on each dollar. So we will watch every movement, what we invest, what we can get in return. Yeah.
So profitability is not important for the university in this case.
It's also important too, but we need to get it. But in addition to this, we could still do a lot of contribution on the sustainability.
And Taiwan or Taichung, where you're from, does it have a lot of rural population around it?
Yes, I think there's still a lot of rural population over there.
And does the university support the rural area around, and how does it support it? Because I think we would like to learn on this panel what we could do in India, in rural India, to support.
Yeah, actually, you said the rural area. Since not everyone is living in the city, and our main medical center is located in the city area, so that's the reason why we will have some more branch in the rural area to take care of the patient in the rural area. Yeah.
And again, one more counter question to you before I come back here is what would be your advice to Indian institutions on collaborating with Taiwan and with CMU to increase that impact you're doing in India? Or you think India is much more advanced in the sustainability area?
That's a big and tough question. Yeah, I don't know if anyone here could answer that.
That question is for you.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think the collaboration between Taiwan and India, I think actually that's in a hospital. Actually, we also introduce a lot of AI into to taking care of the patient. And by doing that, we could save a lot of money and also save a lot of energy in there. So that's one part we introduced, that all our new hospital we build, we will call AI hospital. So probably in the AI area, digital health area, actually China Medical University is leading in this area. So in the future, probably we could collaborate with the India university or hospital in this area and provide a better service to the patient. Yeah.
Brilliant. So I'm going to pause here and go to any student here in the room who wants to either pose a question to the panel or have a thought. What could higher education university institutions or universities do differently to have an impact on ESG, environment, social, or governance? Any student who's bold enough to take this. And can we have the mic? You're a student? I want to pose this because at the end of the day, the universities are for you young people. So you all should have a voice in this. Please, if you could have the mic.
Hello to the panel. I am Arshnoor Kaur from SGT University. So currently a fourth year student, and my question, not more the question, but a chance of asking to the entire panel. Like Pankaj ma'am mentioned that we are like saving the money and saving the food. She gives the food to the other people, like a hostess standing, or maybe in the persons in the lift, or like. So my question is, like in the university level, can we establish certain programs like food for living, so that whatever food the university serves in mess or in other people or in other personalities also, we can use that saved food and actually install programs like food for living, and we should distribute in rural areas and slum areas and societies, because schools are already leading these programs, but when we come to university levels, it's being less graded. So let's start at university levels, where in the nearby areas of our own universities and less poor areas, we should deliver food to different places.
That's a very interesting thought.
So I'll tell you one thing which I saw in Symbiosis. My son studied there. So in the mess, what they have done is the waste, that basket, it is on a weighing machine. So on the top, it is written that you have wasted this much kg of food today. So that weight is there. That then every time it keeps on coming that you have wasted 5 kg, 10 kg, 20 kg. So it hits the mind.
Right.
So using the waste food, first of all, don't create waste food.
Right.
So if it hits the mind, okay, I'm wasting, and then do something so that the food is not wasted. But then many universities are using it for, say, creating what do you call manure through the waste food.
Okay.
So many universities are doing many things, but my foremost thing is we should not waste it, because and then we should make the students realize that, like, sometimes, you know what, one day it was said like this, that one person went to a student sitting in the mess and said, whom you will thank for this food you are having on your plate. So the child thinks, and then he says, maximum my parents, because they paid for the food. And then who else? They say, I don't think my parents paid for it, and the person who has prepared the food, these are the only two people whom I want to thank.
Yeah.
But then who had grown the things, who had transported, what about the spices, what about the amount of water which has gone into it? So many, at least for one chapati which you eat, at least 100,
Various
200
sources
people
are
are
there.
involved, starting
Yes.
from the sourcing till the end of the food. So that realization should come to the students, that one small wastage on my part is wasting the labor of so many people. So
Yes,
that
ma'am.
type of realization, if it comes to food wastage, I think the universities can start that.
Yes, ma'am. Plus,
And-
as Bhavani ma'am mentioned, the thinking of gratitude. Students are lacking nowadays because of this AI environment and all. So it should start, because universities are giving us knowledge, but the integrity, gratitude, such sessions should also be built along with
Yes.
that to students.
So like we used to have a bhojan mantra. Now most of the universities are not doing it.
Yes.
That before we start eating, we thank the God that you have made us, this food is available to us, so bhojan mantra. So that itself introduces gratefulness.
Yes,
That I am grateful for the food which I get, so I should not waste it. I cannot be wasting something for which I am grateful. So such type of, I think, value education has to be there to the students.
Yes.
And that can be imparted by the teachers. They have to be the role models, by the institution builders, vice chancellors. So it can be done. It's not that it cannot be done. It can be done.
And
Brilliant,
so one
brilliant
last,
questions. Okay.
one last, I have to answer. As Young sir mentioned that they have hospitals in cities because that's helping to even rural people as well. So even SGT University is installed at such a place that it serves as a source for 5 rural places because we have SGT Hospital with 820 beds, and that's also a serving hand for all the 5 rural areas. So I think we are also working on a sector of as well as management and also for the gratitude
You're
sector.
a good brand ambassador for SGT.
Thank you so much.
So
Thank
I
you.
want another student view before I come back to Professor Anil. Somebody from behind the back benches. Anybody? The one who wants to go to an MNC for an internship. Please, no questions. Okay. On that point, I have one
When you say,
intervention.
I will give you an internship in QS once we ask a question.
Fine. But we have no rural offering. Now, on the food wastage part, it's very simple thought, right? Very, very simple. And Professor Liang, you mentioned about AI, and you also mentioned about AI. How could, and is Hemant here from DG? Okay, all right. Because the use of technology in institutions to reduce these food wastage would be amazing. So, Professor Anil.
Yes, I'll just add to that. I think this is good food for thought for the leaders as well. I remember when I was in England, there was an app developed by some young entrepreneurs from Copenhagen. Was in 2015. It is called Too Good to Go. So that app actually is signed up by businesses when the restaurants and all, at the closing time, when the leftover food is there, that food is packed and kept and put onto the app. And anybody, even who can even afford, not even go to the people who can't afford, can click on that app and reserve that, pick that packet, and it is free of cost. It is not about the leftover food. Leftover food, we can have different measures like weighing scale, which ma'am had just mentioned, and some other motivational thing. But there is a lot of food I see, even I'm thinking about my own hostel, a lot of food which is leftover is wasted again. So for that, I think AI again is a good way, or even these apps. Too Good to Go. I remembered very quickly when she asked that question. I think something of those sort can be implemented at the university level, where things can be then passed on to whosoever needs it and wants to consume that.
Thank you very much. Now, on the point of values-based education, spirituality, the student having the belonging and the gratitude, does every educator in this room agree on that? Professor Dr. Venkatesh, can we get a mic for... And I wanted to have a more audience participation. Oh, questions to the panels, please. You can question the B school here. You can question the spiritual based university, and I'll come to you as well, sir.
Just make a few comments. I think it's a panel is going great. This is about, you asked me about value education. I think it's at higher education, you can only reinforce value education. You can't really deliver value education in higher education institution other than reinforcing what has happened in the school education or at the family level. But newer thoughts can be introduced in higher education, like correctly mentioned by all of you, that about sustainability, sustainable practices, and more than anything else, volunteerism. I mean, if you can create a large student body about volunteering for a social cause, I think that makes the biggest impact. And the earlier question you asked, what happens when these same students move into a corporate world or go in for employment? I think they carry these values. Today's students are very open, very thoughtful. In fact, many corporates come back to university to learn about volunteerism. I can give an example of my itself. Many of the corporates have got their HR people come with volunteerism as an activity of the employees, come back and see what do the students do in the campuses. I think these are very refreshing changes that are happening. I think more we speak about it, more reinforcement happens and more internalization happens. If this internalization happens, then these practices don't go away. They remain within you and perhaps wake up somewhere and you create a life value system for yourself. I think there is a big responsibility of continuous reinforcement about sustainability, about volunteerism, about societal service that you need to do, and an impact that you create, not necessarily in a metaphoric physical world, but in a real life situation. I go with Dr. Bhavani Rao when she's talked about many of these values. I think many institutions are steeped in these values, and it is about reinforcing them and internalizing them in our students so that they go back and practice whatever, at least a few of these things. There are no absolutes. You mentioned whether 100% universities are practicing this. I would very boldly say perhaps not, but many are practicing it.
And again, a question I would like to hear from the audience as well. I've seen a few hands up, and maybe to my panel as well here. And this is a bit of a controversial question. Is ESG and sustainability a foreign concept compared to what India has been living on the value-based education? We already know it for so long, right? But we are now, because ESG has become such a big hype in the West and the East, we're saying, oh, we have to join that. Anybody would like to take the question on the panel before I go to the audience?
It's a Western concept. Okay. For us, spirituality was always about being a contributor and non-self-centeredness, to put it in a very simple word. Okay. And we were talking about this food wastage. If you look at my profile, I was an entrepreneur with a chain of bake shops in Kolkata. Okay. And I exited also. The point is, we had perishables, which means those things will get wasted if it is not consumed by the end of the day. So we had a reverse logistics to pick up from all those stores. Okay. And there were 100+ stores. Okay. And then put it across to missionaries of charity. So it was always there. So in India, if you look at it, we are averse to wastage. We use the newspapers for creating those, what we call those, the wrapping papers. We had the rack pickers, and they were actually there. We had a culture of not wasting. Okay, if you look at it.
So what went wrong then?
See, now all these things we have come. Okay, and now we are reporting it, because you say, what is your ESG score, carbon footprint score, even to get your ranking. FT ranking has that. Okay, so that's a different story. But as I said, we always worshipped nature: air, water, earth, sky, fire. Okay, this was worship of nature. We were always talking about the river as something which is very, very pure. Air as something. Everybody is a god to us. Vayu is a devta, Pavan is a devta. Okay, everybody is a devta. Agni is a devta. So we were always taking care of the nature. Now, as I said, now from 2004 onwards and 60s onwards, because first it is like this, what is the whole issue of carbon trading? You first, kill the parent, then you donate to the orphanage to take care of the baby. Okay, so that's a Western concept. It is unfortunate that India has really not talked about it, and we have not created a ranking framework for ourselves, which could have been a global benchmark, which we have not done. We should be doing this going forward.
Do you think we need to do something on that? And a framework for ESG made in India for India?
In my opinion, it is old wine in new bottle. We are giving just new fancy names to these concepts, which was already practiced for a long time. As Atish says, we have been practicing it. We just know how to document it, how to measure it, how to show to the world that we are doing it. But it is a integrate part of every household. In my house also, we don't waste. Even the clothes which go waste, we keep on using them for different purposes at different times. So wastage is not in the ecosystem of India. So these are all new names. So with the new names, new measures are there, and then the West thinks that these are the new concepts which we are introducing to countries like India. But India actually has a lot to teach them. And if we also start using those new names, we'll see that we are much ahead of the Western concepts.
So modernization has had its toll on Bharat in this case. Yes. So this is great. I think the panel has set some stage. I'd like to take some questions, but not more than a minute, please, whoever is speaking. The gentleman there had if you can just tell us who you are. A minute, please, sir.
My name is Giri Sethi. I'm from the hospitality industry. She asked for the questions to the institute. to save food. I say to the all students as well as to the others. Uh, Most of these people, students, they waste food in the cafeteria. Most of us, when you go to the hotels, breakfast buffet, banquets, wedding sessions, weddings, we waste food a lot. Don't we, Food is safe food, save environment. That is very important. We have to learn. Now we are talking about, everyone is talking about the ESG and sustainability. How the forcing on the institutions. I have a different view on that. Different view in the sense, the make students a employer, not the employee. Teach them to become an entrepreneur, not look for a job. We have India has a lot of resources. So how to use the, for example, the fly ash, the bricks, how to use the sustainability, how to use the resources. That is very important. For example, the hotels, they have the lighting system. The sensors are there. The moment you go, the day and light sensors works. Similarly, at home, something we have to develop. Innovation for sustainability is very important. They should learn how to make the soap, how to make the detergent, how to make the small the cow dung. You mentioned the this thing. Now on Amazon, people are earning on that. It's a big. No one expected the cow dung can be exported. So per cake, it is 15 or 20 rupees. So these things we have to teach to the students, become entrepreneur.
Very,
Don't
very
look for it.
valid point. I think Rajesh has walked out. I think we need to reduce the buffet for next year's FICCI summit to avoid food wastage. Thank you, sir. I want some gender balance in this. So, yes, please. Yes, but we'll get you the mic as well, just to be easier.
Hi, this is Garima Singh from Lucknow Public College of Professional Studies. Firstly, I would like to say, Mr. Fernandez, you are just awesome. As in, I could see like the way you have kept the audience engaged. None of us are drowsing. Okay, one. I have a question here. Like we are discussing about sustainable development and how we should move on with life. I just love what Pankaj ma'am just said and what Bhavani ma'am just said. But there's one thing that we are not discussing. Yesterday, an entire day went by on AI, right, sir? Today we are sitting here. We have a screen. We have phones, and we have this. What about e-waste? I would. This is a question that why aren't we discussing about e-waste, which is increasing day by day? And if you look over here, we are surrounded by e-waste. These lights, they won't work for more than 10 years. The screen, every year we are getting a new technology, right? Every month people change phones. Like iPhone 17 Pro Max just came, and we all know what happened in Dubai. What about the e-waste, ma'am? I mean, if people can work on this, because how can this, because the generation sitting is Gen Z Alpha, I guess. No, sorry. Yeah, Gen Z Alpha. They really don't know about the e-waste, that how much we are contributing and how much we are polluting the environment, no matter what we do about the agriculture, everything. E-waste will spoil it all.
Very
That's all.
valid point. I think
Thank
for
you.
that, I want to go to Professor Liang Yu, because Taiwan does a
Yeah.
lot of work
Yes,
in
yes.
technology.
I was not coming to that, but like e-cars.
How do you all manage it, Professor Liang Yu?
I think that's everybody's question. How do we manage this? Can you use a cell phone less than now you are using? If you can, for me, I do not purchase iPhone every year, so my iPhone would be iPhone 12. I think this is a couple years ago.
Same here, sir.
I will use
Even
it.
I'm using iPhone 12 Pro Max because this thing comes in my mind. I'm also contributing to e-waste.
Yeah.
So how can I minimize? But not only just one Garima can do that. We have so many people around who just don't even think about it. Right, sir?
Yeah, probably everyone we all need to think about it, because nowadays when I go out without my iPhone, probably I cannot do anything because I lose all my contact. I probably already forgot what kind of appointment I have made. But so that's the reason why I need to carry my iPhone with me. But now, if you ask me how do I could save and reduce this kind of waste, I think that's a very good question. Probably I could go back and think about for a couple of days to think about this.
And for that, I think we need to, of course, have leaders who go out in the business world and go to Apple as well. So maybe you need to see how the B schools contribute to that, because the thinking has to change. Do you want to respond to that?
Just one second.
Both of y'all. And then we'll take some more. We'll take 1-2 more questions, please. Very quickly, ma'am.
Very quickly. So about this e-waste, when I was talking about circular economy, so these circular people go to the Apple companies also, and they say that now every company has started manufacturing phones which have inbuilt battery. Earlier, battery was separate. If the battery goes off, you can change the battery and use the same phone. Now the batteries are inbuilt. You cannot change the battery at all. So that is contributing to e-waste. So we have to sensitize the companies that make products in such a manner that it is not use and throw. You should be able to use it again and again. Of course, disposal of e-waste is a separate topic which has to be discussed separately. But creating e-waste is increasing because of this concept of use and throw. So why can't we make phones in which the batteries are replaceable? We are not making it anymore. No phone battery is replaceable. Earlier, I have used the phones in which we used to replace the batteries. So we have to sensitize the companies also to create products in such a manner that e-waste is not there. We are talking about electric cars, and we are saying that, okay, it will reduce the pollution. But what will happen when we dispose of the lithium batteries? That will be a bigger problem. So are we thinking about it? So how to do this? Of course, it's a very big question, but we have to sensitize the companies that when they are building up all these new technologies, they should be aware of e-waste which will be created and try to minimize the production of e-waste itself. Then the question of disposal will be
There is a much
smaller.
bigger responsibility. So I'm going to, because I want to have a little bit more, I'll take a thought if we have time. On this side of the room, please, if you have any thoughts, please. Quickly.
Yeah, so +1 with her. Ashwin, you are doing a great job. My question to Atish Dada and to Pankaj ma'am about the Indian concept of wastage of food. So there's a concept largely prevailing, not just in tier 1 cities, in rural India as well, about the basi food. You know, we cannot have something which is like made today has to be consumed today. It's a kind of a disrespect or ego hurt, male, female, whatever. Like, you know, I cannot have it. So my question to a lot of people whom I have come across to them is, like, why is the refrigerator kept? Is it a showpiece or something? But yes, it is still there. So are we doing something on that basi food concept?
Good. They will answer this question offline. Any other questions that side? Please, Dr. Rajan. 30 seconds.
Just a data point.
Sure.
I just want to leave it over here. The e-waste, which has today become a very major cause of concern from a pollution point of view today, is almost about 2.6 million tons annually that we are producing worldwide. Wow. And globally, we are going to be reaching, if we don't do anything, and which is where the universities, management schools, and industry have to work together to create solutions which are viable. By 2030, this is going to be almost about 80 million tons. Imagine what's going to be the world like. And many of these products are not degradable, what we are really wasting. That's a kind of a challenge that each one of us in this auditorium has to respond to. Apart from looking at some of those other kind of challenges, whether this is in the area of, let's say, community engagement, or it is in the area of looking at the whole issue of even creating literacy at the community level of what is really the right thing to be doing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajan. I think I have to close because already the moderator has said we are end of time, but we'll continue the discussion. I would suggest 2 takeaways from here today. Let's create 2 working groups. One working group on what universities could do to support e-waste and to be able to transform the thinking of the industries like Apple. I think we can engage with Apple in India. So maybe Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Dr. Rajan can lead this small working group, and whoever wants to join this working group can do that. The second working group on the mindset of food wastage, of how do we change the basi food and whatever we've spoken about. I think Dr. Bhavani Rao, because they do a lot of work as well in rural areas. And I don't know, I'm not going to volunteer anybody else from you all, but please, if we could have a short working group to create a document on what are those 10 things universities should do, some practical things. And then we could present that to FICCI, and for the next summit, we can actually have a little bit more detail, or not even before the next summit, actually. We can call a meeting much sooner before that to discuss that. So it's my suggestion. I've taken the liberty to do that without asking Rajesh. But great panel. I think we have to conclude because I'm still having eye stares from our MC there. Thank you very, very much. This is really great. I think 1 hour went by so quickly. Appreciate all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed,
The
sir.
green. Okay. Oh, yes. The one from the UK. Oh, congratulations to you.
Thank you. And
Yes.
may I request all our panelists to kindly come forward and come together for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, we now invite all of you to join us for lunch. And for all our students who are here with us, you may collect your food boxes from gate number 7 or gate number 1 from wherever you entered, and then join us back at 2:30 for the next session in the same place for the panel discussion sessions. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We request everyone to kindly be seated. And once again, reminding everybody for the mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. We hope all the students got their food boxes. Once again, requesting everyone to be seated as soon as possible. We are waiting the arrival of our keynote address speaker to join us. As soon as he's here in the hall, we will begin the proceedings of the post-lunch session. Let me take you through the agenda for the rest of the day. We have 2 keynote addresses. First by Professor Abhay Karandikar, who is Secretary with the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, followed by the keynote address by Ms. Padma Jaiswal, who is also Secretary but with Government of Union Territory of Puducherry. And then we have a panel discussion on research and innovation, the fulcrum of academic transformation, followed by the final panel, Reshaping the University Through the Student Lens, which is a panel discussion especially for the students who would be on the stage sharing their perspectives. So in this session, we will have students from CSC MTech, second year, Central University of Haryana. Again, second year from Manipal Institute of Communications, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Then we have a BTech second year student from Banastali Vidyapeeth, and also from Symbiosis International Deemed University. We have these 4 students who will be sharing their perspectives, their thoughts from the stage with everybody present here. And we all are looking forward to that session especially. And we hope especially the students could spare some time to visit the exhibition that is being organized by different universities, especially the international ones who are present here with us, are offering some very good opportunities for higher studies for all our students from the country. Today, with the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, has arrived at the venue, is joining us any moment now. Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a very special part of the proceedings, the keynote addresses, where the visionary leaders will share their insights on shaping the future of knowledge, research, and policy in higher education. And it is our great privilege to welcome Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, a distinguished academician, researcher, An institution builder, Professor Karandikar has made outstanding contributions to science, technology, and innovation policy in India. As the former director of IIT Kanpur and the founding member of several national technology missions, he has been instrumental in promoting research excellence, indigenous innovation, and academia industry collaboration. Under his leadership, the Department of Science and Technology continues to play a transformative role in strengthening India's research and innovation ecosystem, empowering the higher education institutions to become the hubs of knowledge creation and global collaboration. So please put your hands together to welcome on stage Professor Abhay Karandikar. And may I request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to kindly come up, Dr. Vidya to kindly come up to do the honors of honoring Professor Abhay Karandikar with a green certificate. We invite Dr. Vidya Yarvdekar, Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee, to kindly come up and do the honors of presenting a green certificate to our dignitary for the keynote address. We would like to apprise you, sir, the green certificate is a FICCI initiative where a thicket of trees will be planted in your name in Songmo, Sikkim for ecotourism. May I now request you, sir, to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm indeed delighted to be here. And I'll just, in the next half an hour or so, I'll just outline what are actually some of the transformative steps that the government has taken recently in transforming the research and innovation ecosystem. And then, of course, I will urge that what role the universities can play in our overall vision of making our country a developed economy, a Viksit Bharat. So, if you look at our journey of R&D ecosystem in the last 10-12 years or so, we, in terms of certain quantitative parameters, we seem to be doing well. In terms of global innovation index, we have risen from what used to be 81st in 2014 to 38th this year. And this global innovation index is based upon 65 parameters. And some of the parameters includes various aspects of innovations like technologies developed, patents, publications, and so on. In terms of publications in science and engineering, in indexed journals, we have risen from 7th rank in the world to 3rd rank. And these are all indexed journals. We are also 3rd in terms of PhDs in science and engineering. And we are rapidly growing in terms of filing intellectual property rights, either in the form of patents or trademarks of designs and so on. As all of you know, the success story of our startups. We now are recognized as the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. As per the DPIIT registered number, we have about 170,000 startups currently. And it is not just a number, but if you look at the number of unicorns, that is the number of startups whose valuation is more than $1 billion US. has also increased significantly from what used to be about 10 or 11 to now more than 100, about 118. So this shows that it is not just the number of startups alone, the number of valuable startups whose valuation is even more than $1 billion is a significant number. Some 15 years or 20 years ago, we did not have an ecosystem of venture capitalists and so on. And I know that 25 years ago in IIT Bombay, when we had initiated, the Kanwal Rekhi School of Information Technology incubator in Crescent. At that point of time, we used to say that we don't have an ecosystem, what is there in the Silicon Valley in the form of either angel investors or VC investors. And we have today about 5,000 angel investors. There are about 1,400 venture capital firms and more than 1,000 private equity firms. And it was, our ministry, the Department of Science and Technology, which was instrumental in setting up incubators, technology business incubators across academic institutions in the country. Even today, we are supporting about 150 incubators across the country in various academic institutions. But today we have beyond academic institutions also incubators and accelerators, and there are about 1,200 incubators and accelerators. So our innovation ecosystem is growing quite rapidly, and this is actually both because of the enabling policies that the government has laid out, and also because of the entrepreneurial spirit of our younger generations. Now, I will just tell you that in order to give a sort of a definite boost to this entire R&D ecosystem, what some of the decisive steps the government has been taking, and I will focus on some of the recent initiatives that we have launched and some of the upcoming initiatives that are going to come. Now, when our Honorable Prime Ministers gave the clarion call of Viksit Bharat at 2047, at that point of time, we had laid out certain actions which are institutional and certain actions which are sectoral. So I will touch upon both aspects. Some of the institutional and strategic initiatives the government has taken, and some of the large R&D missions and programs the government has taken in few sectors. This is not certainly an exhaustive list, but this is an indicative list in which at least our ministry, that is the Ministry of Science and Technology, is directly involved. The first of them, in terms of the institution, was the setting up of the Anusandhan National Research Foundation. In National Education Policy 2020, it was envisioned that we need a comprehensive approach to transform the quality and quantity of research in India. Unfortunately, the research and innovation is concentrated only in few universities in the country. India has about 1,100 universities, and the last year's report of the Ministry of Education's NIRF ranking, it classified that out of 1,100 universities, and just based upon the number of research papers published, only 18 of them, 18, can be classified as the most productive, and 45 of them can be classified as medium productive, and unfortunately 600 of them out of 1,100 are classified as not performing any research. So I think this is a matter of great concern, and this problem was really addressed in the new education policy, the National Education Policy 2020. Another unfortunate part of this in this entire ecosystem is that while the research in innovation is concentrated in few universities, 95% of our students go to universities and colleges which are not the tier 1 universities, and therefore there is this imbalance which needs to be addressed. And therefore, the Anusandhan National Research Foundation was set up through an act of parliament in 2023. It got notified in 2024. As the Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, it was my privilege to operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Foundation last year. This year we have a full new Chief Executive Officer, CEO, who has joined, and the ANRF is now ready to sort of take off in its full form. Now, some of the strategic initiatives that we are launching in the ANRF, the first one, that is the hub and spoke framework for uplifting the scientific ecosystem of universities and colleges, actually addresses this problem of how we can make more and more universities research intensive and productive. And in this case, what we are thinking is that we have certain top tier institutions as the hub, and the remaining, we treat them as a spokes partner of these hub institutions in order to upscale their research ecosystem in a mentorship mode, in a hub and spoke framework. So as a pilot, we selected about 7 networks, and out of these 7 networks, we have funded 49 state universities. But of course, that is not enough. We are going to expand, and I'm sure in the coming months, ANRF will launch several programs, and we would like to fund about 200 to 300 state universities in the coming years. The second one is a sectoral focus, solution focused, outcome oriented, mission mode programs in certain key sectors of economy which are really very important for the country. So we have launched one such mission in developing the research and development in electric vehicles. But in the upcoming missions, we'll have in advanced materials, photonics, medical devices and technology, AI in science and engineering, and so on. The third one is setting up the Center of Excellence, and this is with the objective of improving the global ranking of certain institutions. At least, the top 100 institutions of the country should come, in the topmost institutions of the world. And then, in terms of the capacity building, like PM Early Career Grant, advanced research grants, PM professorships, etc. I have to mention here in terms of the capacity building, actually it is a matter of great concern given the size and scale of our country. The number of full-time equivalent R&D personnel is one of the lowest in the world. It is about 262 per million of population in our country, while even smaller countries like South Korea, the full-time equivalent R&D personnel is in the range of 3,000 to 4,000. So this means, that again, as I said, in terms of number of PhDs in science and engineering, we are, third in the world. But remember that our population and our size and scale is much, much larger in order to enhance our full-time equivalent R&D personnel. And we have put this goal that by the 2030, we should increase the full-time equivalent R&D personnel to 500. And by 2047, definitely we need to have in the range of 2,000 to 2,500 full-time equivalent R&D personnel. And of course, that is linked with improving the overall research and innovation ecosystem in the country. Now I will talk about certain sectoral initiatives that we have taken. I have only talked about one institutional action. In terms of sectoral initiatives, we have identified certain key sectors and research areas where the government is making significant investment. So one is the National Quantum Mission. As a part of the National Quantum Mission, we have set up 4 thematic hubs in quantum computing, in quantum communications, in quantum sensing, and in quantum materials and devices. While we have set up 4 hubs, 43 institutions are connected with it, and about 250 researchers are participating in this. Of course, the idea is to develop, the globally competitive technologies. I believe that we have a pretty good R&D ecosystem in quantum sensing and quantum communications, and of course we are also experimenting with quantum computing and quantum algorithms. So this is a very large mission, about close to about $1 billion US. So this is a significant investment that the government is doing in the terms of quantum technologies. In cyber physical system, whether it is Internet of Things or robotics or artificial intelligence or unmanned aerial vehicles or the digital agricultures or advanced manufacturing, this is another mission that the government of India has launched, and particularly it has been focusing on developing some of the key technologies and applications in the overall cyber physical system. The third one is the artificial intelligence, the AI mission. We already have now a AI compute infrastructure of more than 10,000 GPUs, and we want to enhance it to 30,000 and 50,000 in the coming months. This is run by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, our sister ministry in India AI mission. But from the Department of Science and Technology also, we have funded a very large program of developing the foundational LLM for the Indian languages, which also recently got support from the India AI mission. This is done by a consortium of universities and startups. So this is, I hope, that in the next year when India hosts the India AI Summit, we will be able to demonstrate significant developments in our own LLM model for the Indian languages. In biomanufacturing, which is our sister department in the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Department of Biotechnology, it came out recently with a Bio E3 policy, whose objective is to establish the biofoundries and biomanufacturing hub. The entire focus is on biomanufacturing. In fact, in the bioeconomy of India has grown very, very significantly. In fact, from nowhere in the 5 years back, it is today 150 billion US dollars economy, and we expect that with the recent thrust on the bioeconomy and Bio E3 policy, we will soon be a $300 billion economy, positioning it as a global leader in the bioeconomy. And there are certain focus areas, whether it is bio-based chemicals, biotherapeutics, lab-grown foods, biodegradable plastics, and so on. In health and medical technologies, several ministries are working together, whether it is Indian Council of Medical Research or the Department of Health Research, Department of Biotechnology, and also the Ministry of Ayush, for developing the frontier technologies. Both the ICMR and DBT have supported programs on gene therapy and robotics surgery. ICMR is also have launched a MedTech Mitra program for supporting the startups on medical technology. And as I mentioned, even the ANRF has launched a program, a mission mode program on medical devices and technology for supporting research. And of course, in ANRF programs, academic institutions and universities can also participate either themselves or in partnership with the industry and the startups. The government is, of course, focusing on a holistic approach to developing health and medical technology. So the integrating the Ayush and the modern healthcare system is also one of the very, very important focus areas. And finally, I think in preventive healthcare systems, again, several initiatives, research initiatives have been launched by the Department of Health Research. In order to democratize the access to knowledge, we launched the One Nation, One Subscription, where we are now enabling the nationwide access to the top international research journals for almost 2 crore students, faculty, researchers, and scientists. Currently, of course, the program is restricted to central and state public funded higher education institutions, and in the next phase we will be expanding it to even the private universities and institutions also. We believe that this program has not only democratized the access to the knowledge, but also has enabled several researchers who were earlier, in many of these state public universities, which did not have access to the research journals and publications, now have access to them. Lastly, I will talk about a major institutional initiative that was approved by the Union Cabinet on this July 1st for setting up a research, development, and innovation fund of about rupees 1 lakh crore. This is 1 trillion Indian rupees for all those my friends from abroad. If they don't know the lakh, it is 1 trillion Indian rupees, which is approximately about 10 billion US dollars. This is a completely sovereign fund. This is not for academic institutions and universities, but this is for encouraging the private sector to scale up R&D in some sunrise domains. So this fund will directly invest in the deep tech, in cutting edge R&D, but either in the industries or corporates or in the deep tech startups. We believe that private sector or industry has generally shied away from investing in cutting edge R&D, primarily because such R&D requires a longer gestation periods. The returns are uncertain, and therefore we are not getting investments in deep tech startups. For example, let's say areas such as quantum or let's say gene therapy or drug discovery. These kind of programs require longer gestation period. They indeed require a patient capital, which, as I mentioned, in our startup ecosystem, despite having about thousands of venture capital and close to 5,000 angel investors, the investment in the deep tech startup has been limited. Last year, for example, we had about 80 billion US dollars investment come in the form of venture capital, but only about 4 to 5 billion US dollars was estimated to be really, in the cutting edge technology areas. The remaining one was mostly in the startups which are either doing internet applications or e-commerce and so on. So to address this, the government has set up this fund to support private sector R&D. This fund will transform the projects at TRL level 4 and above. So as you can see here, that Anusandhan National Research Foundation will support the core R&D from TRL 1 to TRL 3, but this fund will then enable the technologies to scale up from TRL 4 to the productization level. Often it has been said that while we have the funding from agencies such as Department of Science and Technology or Department of Biotechnology to support the basic R&D, and we definitely get the funds when we are at the TRL 8 or 9, because then the risks are almost minimal. But there is a valley of death from TRL 4 to TRL 6, where often the risks involved are very high, and we need the patient capital. And to exactly address this problem, this fund has been set up. The Department of Science and Technology, our ministry, is the nodal agency. We are in the process of now operationalizing this fund. Perhaps in the next month we will announce this fund, and that will address the problem. That will address the problem of the deep tech the deep tech R&D, developing the deep tech R&D ecosystem. So as I mentioned, this fund will also facilitate setting up the deep tech fund of fund. Since you are all from the higher education sector, so in this overall ecosystem of research and innovation, where I mentioned that while the government is taking certain institutional and strategic initiatives, and also it has launched some mission mode programs for funding certain sectors. It is actually extremely important for the universities to make use of this opportunity for the research excellence. And there are certain key elements that are required. First is, of course, to develop the collaboration amongst ourselves, that is the national collaborations. And we need this collaborations because the universities can be really the fulcrum for transforming the entire scientific landscape of the country, for developing the indigenous solutions to some of the problems that our country or society is facing. We need joint initiatives which can share not only just the intellectual capabilities, but also the research infrastructure and labs, and jointly apply for the grants. And then, of course, these national collaborations can go across the boundaries and forge international collaborations to access the world-class research facilities and expertise. We also need a mindset of co-creation of IP generations, publications, and finally, the translational research. And it is extremely important when we set the vision for becoming a developed economy, to not only do the basic and fundamental research, but also take the research from lab to market, and therefore emphasize on the translational research skill and entrepreneurship development, giving an opportunity to convert our research into new ventures. And for that, as I mentioned, that the government has taken this initiative of setting up a research development and innovation fund, which can be leveraged to commercialize the R&D from the lab to the market if you spin it off as a startup. So we believe that the universities can position themselves as a catalyst for the India's R&D growth. However, we need to align the research priorities with the Government of India missions, and that will, of course, enable the funding programs. That will, of course, enable the funding as well. We need to promote the translational research. If you want to develop an entire ecosystem of developing either indigenous technologies or becoming a self-reliant country, then we need to promote the translational research and faculty entrepreneurship with a clear commercialization pathways. Foster the strong PhD programs and postdoctoral engagement. And I would, of course, urge all the universities to enable the faculty to innovate, take their technologies from the lab to the market, or license the technologies and start the ventures. Overall, we view that universities can become the key drivers for the India taking the leadership role in the global R&D. So overall, I think the India's path to global S&T leadership, from the government's point of view, we are implementing institutional and sectoral reforms. I just gave a small overview of this. We have a vision of building a world-class S&T ecosystem, and we want to achieve this through strategic investment, strong collaborations, and the globally competitive research framework. We would definitely like to have policies which will empower the talent and innovation, in terms of strengthening not only the human capital, but also the R&D infrastructure, accelerating disruptive technologies. I already mentioned that we have a national focus on AI, quantum. I did not talk about semiconductors, but there is an India semiconductor mission. There is a national green hydrogen mission, and so on. Overall, we would like to leverage the technology development and innovation ecosystem for building a sustainable future for all of us. And that sustainable futures, whether it addresses the problem of fragility in terms of climate change, or resource constraints in terms of food, water scarcity, or in terms of developing a transforming lifestyle in terms of advanced healthcare systems, and an overall improved quality of life. So India's vision for a developed economy, or a Viksit Bharat, is to emerge as a future-ready, self-reliant global leader, and that would be driven by the science, technology, and innovation. And universities and the research institutions, academic institutions, are going to be really at the center of this in driving this agenda further, not just in terms of the research publications, patents, or technologies developed, but also in terms of a large young human capital, which is really going to carry forward the agenda of Viksit Bharat at 2047. So thank you very much for things. I'll be happy to take few questions if there are. Yes.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, what are the potential benefits and drawbacks of National Education Policy 2020 in terms of curriculum upgradation and research, enrichment of technical education to meet industry needs, and to foster a sense of global citizenship for a sustainable world?
So the National Education Policy actually provides a framework. So there are no drawbacks to this. It gives a roadmap and a framework. It is up to all of this community to sort of take that vision forward and implement, what has been the intent of the National Education Policy.
Thank you very much indeed. Sir, we are really running behind schedule. We have one more keynote address and a panel discussion to follow. We would like to thank Professor Karandikar for that visionary address. Let's put our hands together to thank him, and reminding us how science and education together can drive the national progress and position India as a global innovation leader. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are also delighted to welcome Ms. Padma Jaiswal, Secretary Government of Union Territory of Puducherry, who is an accomplished civil servant with deep commitment to education, governance, and social development. Ms. Jaiswal has been a strong advocate for inclusive education, institutional reform, and capacity building, particularly in strengthening higher education systems in the Union Territory. Her administrative leadership and focus on equity, innovation, and public-private collaboration have been instrumental in improving access and quality across educational institutions. We welcome you, ma'am, and I request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to kindly welcome and honor Ms. Padma Jaiswal by presenting her with a green certificate. Ma'am, this green certificate is a FICCI initiative wherein in your name a thicket of trees will be planted for ecotourism in Songmo, Sikkim. Thank you, and I now request Ms. Padma Jaiswal for the special address. Let's once again put our hands together to welcome ma'am.
So good afternoon to every one of you, and I thank the organizers for giving me the stage so as to I can share my views and perspectives and my experiences which I have gained in the front line and at the cutting edge level by working as a secretary to the government in government of Puducherry. Before that, I was in government of Goa. So actually, I have been instrumental in quite a lot of these things while the implementation of new education policy was there. And Puducherry, as we all know, is a southern situated union territory which has got network of educational institutions and also the research institutions in the form of Puducherry University, Technical University. So out of all the kind of developments of artificial intelligence which is taking place there, I will share my experiences and also the feedback which I have gained out of all these cutting edge experiences. Now, while we were implementing the new education policy, it has been seen by us that government is encouraging the implementation of artificial intelligence in all the spheres. Now, the universities have been entrusted with the task to redefine the curriculum, redefine the situation and programs, and redefine the skills which the government will impart to its teachers in the form of pedagogical skills and also the kind of all the other kind of critical thinking to its students. So therefore, a transformative transformation is taking place while we are redefining, while the universities are redefining their curriculum, their teachers' pedagogical styles, and the students who are there in the classroom. The classrooms are also being redefined in terms of various kind of tools, various kind of AI models, so that the students are going to update ourselves and also going to gain the skills and we are going to make them future ready. Now the thing was that that so much of information is all around us. Now there is no more dearth of any information, and if a student want to gain any knowledge, they can, of course, the mobile is very accessible, and they can always get hold of a mobile or any kind of gazettes, information technology gazette, and they can get the information. So therefore the method of teaching is now been shifted from the rote learning method to that of critical thinking and analysis. Now the students have been given in the curriculum more and more project based assignments and more the kind of verbal communications, rather than giving them the problem solving exercise of maybe solving the math problem or to write an essay, which can be done very easily with the other kind of these AI tools which are accessible very readily to us. Now when we are thinking about Viksit Bharat goals of 2047, which we have to attain with the help of artificial intelligence, one report of OECD had just said that the sectors which are going to be disrupted by AI is firstly these technological sector, medical field, this sciences, and the second sector which is going to be disrupted by the artificial intelligence is the education. So it is very much imperative on us that we have to make our students, our education system which is future, which will prepare the youth to make it future ready, so that they can become more employable. We have to impart such kind of skills to them, and university, as they control the network of the institutions and colleges in their arena, in their geography, play a very critical role, and it is imperative on them that they utilize the AI tools, AI models, and what kind of latest technologies of machine learning, algorithms, and robotics in order to come out with the planning of curriculum, schedules, teacher training skills, and all these other associated aspects which is related to the education sector. Now, skill development is a very important part which is playing a very key role. Now, when we conduct the boot camps in which there is an interaction between the corporate sector and also the students and the universities, the feedback that we receive out of it is that maybe the students are not learning the same skills as the corporate sector wants them to employ. They are not making them employable. So there is a gap between academia and all the other kind of the theory that the student are being taught in the school. So in order to deal with this, the AI methods and tools are very important. That it is a high time that the university in its research and innovation and in its creative ventures should make it a part that they should install the AI models and training into its mechanism. Now, the second thing is that because of this kind of, we have totally become a global village. Now, recently, India had hosted G20 summit. And in the G20 summit, we had entered into a collaboration with these 20 member countries and also other associate countries, in which in many fields, and education was one of the very important fields when the country was, when we were holding the G20 summit. So all these countries are now trying to see India as a prospective consumer and consumption economy, and also the prospective developing and developed economy, which is moving at a very faster pace. So they are all wanting to invest in India in educational sector, and we have to be ready so as to we can receive those kind of investments into our place and field. So likewise, now as Mr. Karandikar has already briefed in his message and his address about the various kinds of policies, initiatives which the government has taken in order to liberalize, in order to encourage and innovate the education sector. But still he was saying he has developed a doubt and a concern that still whatever the economy that we are opening, we are not able to leverage that in terms of accepting and absorbing those kind of opportunities which are coming into our way. So therefore the universities, it is the responsibility of the universities so as to chalk out the curriculum, so as to chalk out the teaching mechanism, and so as to sort out the kind of pedagogical style, so that we can unleash and we can try to absorb these kind of opportunities which the government is bringing into our way, and we can make our students future ready. Now I will talk now about the university research and innovations. Now since like the place from which I come, the Puducherry, it is a southern part of India. Now there the engineering research and innovation and application of technology, the IT parks, the hubs, they are very much prevalent and they are really prospering in that area. So now the research and innovation, more and more they are leveraging the models and techniques of AI. So now initially what they were doing is they were utilizing machine learning, but now slowly and gradually they are using algorithm, they are using the large language models, they are using the genetic AI into the research and innovation space. So now what this has done is this has brought about certain transformative and changes in our research and innovation and creativity. Also at the same time, AI has revolutionized how we do the research. Now initially when we were confining, when we try to come out with an idea, come out with an hypothesis, or we try to test the hypothesis by using the AI models, what it does, it makes it multidisciplinary. So if I'm going to adapt, if I'm going to search about some climate change, it will also give some kind of other social impacts and some other spillover impacts in various humanities, arts, and other social sciences fields. So the application of AI has really blurred the boundaries, and it has made us very much multidisciplinary in nature. So it is very important that now we should not work in the isolated compartmentalized departments, but we have to open our communication and talk to various other stakeholders of society if we have to progress. Now initially what we were doing is, while we were collecting the data for our research and we were making some models, we were restricting ourselves to the particular kind of technical domains. But now that we have seen, while we will be implementing those models, we have to see the behavior and nature of those kind of people, the targeted group. So because the teaching mechanism in AI has become very personalized, there are different kind of students in the classroom, and each person will want a very kind of personalized kind of attention. Some people will find it more comfortable to absorb theory, some people will find it comfortable in the images, in the pictorial context, in the video context. So AI is very democratic. It has empowered all groups of society, as I should call it. So therefore it is an imperative upon the universities to chart out the curriculum by using the AI. Otherwise we will be left behind in this race of education to equip our students and our children and making them future ready. So now the last thing that I would just like to focus and mention here is that since India is the part of so many other groups and association. India is the chairman of the Solar Group Alliance. India is also, making so much of strides towards innovation in the bioethanol, and in the objectives of climate change. It has now been, setting up so much of industries in semiconductors, in the GPUs. So these all things has garnered the international attention, and moreover, universities are also entering into the collaboration with the other foreign universities, and which are making them cross exchange of knowledge and information amongst each other. Now we are no more, operating in a very siloed, compartmentalized way. We are totally, there is a free flow of exchange and knowledge taking place in the university campus, in our educational arena. And so therefore we have to become very open to these natural language processing models, these AI models, these new innovations and rapid innovations which is happening at the very rapid space. But there are certain kind of, guardrails which we have to put, and we have to put certain kinds of regulation and compliances in place while we are implementing AI in terms of data that it is using, the source of this data from which these AI models are based. Are these AI models based on fairness? Are they are accountable, they are explainable, and we have to see to it that the vendor who is providing all these kind of research models of the AI, it is very robust, it enjoys a good credibility, and it is explaining all the data which from where it has sourced, it has respected the privacy. So all these things have to be looked into while we are employing the AI models. The education system is totally disrupted in this particular present arena, and if we follow the previous ways and means, technology, and the mechanisms of implementing, of doing our education system, it will be, we will not be able to go much further. And moreover, as Mr. Karandikar already said, that we have to leverage our demographic dividend, we have to upskill, and we have to upskill our future population, and we have to upskill our future generation. So AI is a way forward in research, in innovation, in all kind of medical and engineering streams, as well as in social sciences, and we are doing it with the help of this AI. So now further one point which I would like to mention here is that AI is a kind of a black box. AI is a kind of black box. If I give my research completely to the AI, and if I don't keep myself, or a researcher does not keep himself or herself in the loop, so it will not give, it is subject to hallucinations, it is subject to data poisoning, it will not give very good results. So therefore we have to keep these kinds of demerits of AI while we are implementing it in the education system, in our creativity, in outcomes of the learning outcomes, while we are deciding upon a particular testing of hypotheses. So all these things have to be kept into picture. It is totally a black box, and human has to kept in the picture, and at certain stages of time we have to keep it subject to auditing, subject to compliances, subject to rules and compliance, complying by the rules and regulations. So all these things it has to be very responsible and explainable for the things that we do. So this was my inputs, and this was my the evaluations which I have learned, the feedback which I have gained from the cutting edge level. The thing is that we are receiving lot of investments in all the fields, but the thing is that we have to get the future ready. The education is one of the sector which is attracting lot of investments from abroad in many arena, in bioethanol, which will multiply the farmers' income to so many extent. It is making employability. It is really rapidly revolutionizing the agriculture sector and so many other sectors. But provided we update ourselves with the modern tools and technologies of genetic AI, of large language models, at the same time be very mindful of the disadvantages and the demerits that it has to offer. So I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the time as a keynote speaker, for sharing my views with the audience here, and the audience for their patient listening. And also the discussion and deliberations are still going forward, and there is a panel discussion. So we all look forward to having some very gainful insights and perspectives from all the speakers that we have in the room. So thank you so much, and best wishes to every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for your inspiring address and for highlighting how governance and education can come together to create institutions that are both progressive and people-centric. Thank you, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now straight away move into our panel discussion, a conversation that lies at the very core of academic excellence and national progress on the theme Research and Innovation, the fulcrum of academic transformation. This session underlines how knowledge creation and discovery form the backbone of a vibrant higher education system, driving competitiveness, creativity, and collaboration in a rapidly evolving world. And I have the privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished moderator, Mr. Suchindra Kumar, partner and leader, Education PwC India. A warm welcome. Inviting our eminent speakers, Professor Mark Lee, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor and Professor of Artificial Intelligence, University of Birmingham. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Professor Muthupandian Ashok Kumar, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, International University of Melbourne. Inviting Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, Director General and CEO, NAMTech, an Education and Skills Initiative of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Inviting Professor Chia Yu Ye, Dean, Office of the International Cross-Strait Affairs, National Jinan University, Taiwan. I invite Dr. N. Manoharan, Director Projects and International Affairs, Hindustan Group of Institutions. Ms. Aditi Nanda, Director Ecosystem and Industry, Intel Corporation. And Mr. Denis Matveev, former Russian cosmonaut. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome all our dignitaries on the stage. And I would request, sir, if you would kindly conclude by 10 minutes past 4 the session. Thank you, sir. And I would hand over to our chair and requesting our moderator to kindly conclude the session latest by 10 minutes past 4. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to all the co-panelists. I think this is an excellent group of people, and coming up after the address by the DST Secretary, I think the DST Secretary has said a very right introduction to this panel. You know, we're doing well as academicians, 1,100 odd universities, almost 42 million odd students in the higher education system. However, in terms of research, while the headline numbers in terms of papers have gone up, researchers and PhDs have gone up, where we as universities, as a country, and as economy lack a little is in terms of making sure that research is helping the country, the economy, and the industry. And it is creating the right set of skill sets for the people who are getting into the job market. So that's what we would want to discuss with our panelists here. And I think as universities, you know, my first question would be to Professor Mark Lee from Birmingham University, you know, to get perspective of how some of the larger global universities have cracked this code. You know, how do you do transnational education, transnational research? You have centers across the world. What have you seen working there, which is probably lacking in India?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, and just to say what a pleasure it is to be here today. Can I just say a few words about the University of Birmingham? This year is our 125-year anniversary. We're very proud to have a partnership with India for so long. Our first students at the University of Birmingham were in 1909, and at the moment we have over 1,500 Indian students currently studying on our campuses, and 681 members of faculty. In addition, we have 40 ongoing joint research projects with Indian partners. And these span from artificial intelligence, which is my field, to history, to medicine, to basic science, to engineering. I wanted to give you a flavor of some of the research we do. And I was trying to pull out some themes. And so the first is building networks of scale. So we have a global surgery network led by Professor Dion Morton, which is organized around large multi-center collaborations designed to answer questions about surgery aimed at cancers from right across the world. The India hub is based in Christian Medicine College, Ludhiana, and this coordinates research with 101 hospitals right across India. This group is recognized as the largest scientific network in the world. And it demonstrates that actually you can achieve so much more with collaboration, with large partnerships, with access to huge amounts of data, to knowledge from right across the world. My second theme is generating impact from research, and especially through impact through interdisciplinary applications. So this year we have signed an MOU with the government of Haryana to create a Haryana UK Centre of Excellence on Sustainable Crop Post-Harvest Management and Cold Chain. This is led by Professor Toby Peters, and the centre will provide training and demonstration facilities to support sustainable refrigeration and cold chain solutions. What does this mean in practical terms? This means actually providing sustainable refrigeration, meaning less food shortages, more profits for farmers, tackling the global food shortage, and making a real impact right across the world. Finally, my third theme is to make education a route into research and industry-relevant problem solving. So with IIT Madras, we've developed a set of programs. The first one was Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, which launched 3 years ago. We have a second, Sustainable Energy Systems, a number of new programs in the pipeline. And all of these are meant to develop the next generation of scholars, but also to help us understand how we work closely with an IIT. So we teach together, we co-supervise research projects with the students together, and we are building research partnerships as we teach. And so sometimes we see teaching and research as separate things. Actually, I think they're the same thing, that actually we are talking to our students and we are learning to work together as scientists. So what are the lessons learned? The first lesson is to start from clearly defined problems. So things like surgery, things like post-harvest food refrigeration are practical problems which changed our very lives. Programs framed around these problems create a shared agenda for the universities, for hospitals, for businesses, for state government, to work together on real solutions for important problems. Secondly, use scale to improve evidence quality. And so building large research collaborations where you have lots of data, where you have many partners, where you have lots of expertise in different areas, builds on the science, builds on your ability to produce results very quickly, because you're making sustainable research collaborations which build into large and impactful research collaborations. Finally, treat education and research as a single pathway. Our scientists, our students are our future scientists and professors, and the sooner we engage them with research, the better. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I think those are very important points. I would now move to Dr. Manoharan, just to understand the India perspective. We've heard Mark talking about how some of the top tier global universities do it. Would be good to understand your perspective and your challenges in terms of scaling up research at Indian Institute.
Good evening to all of you. And nationally, the universities, we are flooded with the faculty and the students. And it is the duty of any university to serve to the students and the faculty. And nationally, we have been doing research with the industries. And we start doing from fundamental research to applied research to future research. And normally, we just do it fundamental research to the assistant professors of the university. For the associate professors, we give an applied research, and for the professors, we give a future research. And now we have to connect to the industries to validate the research of the academia. So that is what we are just bridging the gap between the academia and the industry. Now AICTE has given a way out to recruit assistant professor of practice, associate professor of practice, and the professor of practice. And with the involvement of both academia and the industry personnel, we can able to do a lot of research on the cutting edge. And it is also imperative that we have to validate whatever we do research in the national perspective, we have to validate with the international community. So in our university, as we have a collaboration with 100 plus industries and 100 plus international MOUs, and we are validating whatever we do the research with the international universities. And the DST, as the Secretary said, they have given a way out to give an international funding for the university researchers in India. And it is up to us, the faculty, to motivate and then get into the burning problems of the industry. So what we normally do most of the time in the preliminary stuff, that we do a fundamental theoretical research. And definitely it needs to be equipped with an applied research. Applied research is nothing but we have to connect with the industries and we have to learn their burning problems and we have to try to solve their burning problems and try to do some applied research onto it. And definitely like space research and the underwater research that we are doing it, and this will be a futuristic. And definitely there are unexplored areas both at the space research as well as in the underwater. So I think now people are talking about blue economy. Definitely this is going to rule the world in the near future. And space research, we all know that. And the rocket science, which the people are talking from the morning, that it is hard. It is not hard. It is like any other research. And we are doing a nano satellite in our university, and being a 60-year legacy as an aerospace industry at Hindustan Group of Institutions, and we are doing a lot of research on the aerospace. This is not, the rocket science is as simple as that, like any other research. And we are doing, of course, the material science, semiconductor, and quantum, and all that. Recently, we had been with the international universities at Vietnam and Indonesia. Vietnam is talking about AI with quantum. So where we are. So we have to think beyond, and in all our research, we have to imbibe both AI as well as quantum technologies, and we have to give a platform to the students and the faculty. We have to train them in such a way that we have to be on par, first nationally, then of course internationally. And it is not a hard job, that we have to connect with the industries and we have to validate whatever we do it in the university platform. Then definitely we have to validate with the international community. Then it will be a meaningful research, and whatever we do, it should be transformed into a product where India is lagging behind. And India is also, as Secretary said, we have to invest more on the industry. And if the industries are making a platform for the product, like the clean rooms and whatever that the developed countries are doing, and definitely we can also do research can be transformed into a products than the publications and the patents. Thank you.
So that's an interesting point about, how do you take the research into something which could be utilized by the industry for the betterment of the society. I would now want to move to Dr. Ashok Kumar from the University of Melbourne. Australia's really moved quickly on global rankings as well as research outcomes. You've done a lot of transnational partnerships in research, and there's quite a bit of technology transfers. Just taking that point forward, what are some of the good practices that you have been following, what you have seen happening in terms of international research, technology transfers, and creating a good research ecosystem?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Also, thank the FICCI organization for us to give this opportunity to talk to you or share our views in terms of research and transnational research. I'm from the University of Melbourne. The University of Melbourne is one of the oldest universities in Australia. About 160 years ago, it was established. Currently, it is ranked number 19 based on the QS ranking globally. Coming to this point in terms of how to grow or transform research into industry processes or applications. I think I'm just going to take a few examples from the University of Melbourne and also from my own experience in terms of interacting with the industries and what are the pain points. The first thing that comes to my mind in terms of developing something in terms of fundamental research and then translating that into an industry is it is a very, very, very slow process. It's not going to happen in 6 months' time or 3 months' time. It might take anywhere between 3 years to 5 years. From that perspective, the first thing that we need to think about is the trust. You know, you are going to work with a partner for the next 3 to 5 years. If you don't build the trust, then basically it breaks up. So there are two things that I can think about. There are, for this kind of process, translational research, you need to think about the primary stakeholders and secondary stakeholders. The primary stakeholders are the academics and the immediate industry partner. So the academics do the research, and then they find something, and then they talk to the industry partner. And then there are secondary stakeholders who will have more control over what you do. For example, within the organizations, you'll have a legal team, a business development team, and they will try to interfere with all the processes which will make things slower. So what I'm trying to say here is first thing that you have to worry about is the long term it takes and how sustainable your program or your engagement with that industry is critical. So I'm coming back to in terms of how we can make this success is you need to think about enabling mechanisms. You know, to do fundamental research, relatively it is easy to get some funding. You know, you apply for a research grant and you get it. But that's the lab-based research, and if you want to transform that into an industrial process, there are lots of different stages. As we heard from the secretary to the DST, there are various TRL levels. You cannot simply take something and then sell it the next day. And that transformational enabling mechanism is important for us to do some translational research. So what the Australian government is doing is, like we have DST here, we have Australian Research Council, and they have created various pathways. One of the things that they do is, we call that linkage project. So what the linkage project does is, if you find an industry partner, and if they are happy to put 30% cash, then the government is happy to put 60% cash, and that 30% cash the industry put is tax deductible. So they provide that kind of incentives. The linkage is more of a small industry scale or one-on-one relationship. They also have created another program called Industry Transformation Research Hubs, where you can go for a consortium of academic institutions and industries, and you work towards a problem to solve, not just for a single industry, but a group of industries. And so, as I said, I have lots of experience, and some of the pain points that we face when you do that kind of long-term engagement is an industry has constant movement. You may be engaging, when you write your proposal, you'll be engaging with a certain person. In a year's time, that person may not be there, then the priority changes, and then you have to start all over again and so on. So there are lots of kind of hurdles that you have to move over to be successful. So the other thing that I'd like to mention here is within the university itself, we do have some mechanisms to support. For example, you do a fundamental research that has some application to an industry, but the industry needs to see whether this is scalable or not. So you need to do some sort of pilot scale program. Some of the universities, like in Melbourne, we get what we call proof of concept funds. So that funds basically allows you to demonstrate in a small scale or pilot scale. Then the industry is happy to put some money in there and take it forward. And that's mainly for academia industry collaboration leading into translational research. But in terms of international collaboration, we don't have that mechanism available as of now. So for example, between Australia and India, we have Australia-India Strategic Research Funds, but that's only for fundamental research.
So what I would like to request to the FICCI, governance is that if you can create something like industry transformation research hub for international engagement, that would be really good opportunities for us to internationally work on major problems that will kind of help a number of different industries. The other program that we are successful is within India engagement. We have joint PhD programs with a number of institutions. We call that Melbourne India Postgraduate Academy. And that basically gives staff and student mobility to increase international collaboration on basic research, not on the applied research. So what we need to look into is, I'll just kind of stop here, for in particular international engagement in industry academia collaboration, we need to have that kind of enabling mechanism that just I have identified or shared with you. And I think FICCI is in a good position to negotiate with the government, liaise with the government to create those kind of opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ashok. Moving to Dennis now, Russia traditionally has been very strong in research and taking that research into productization and across all the cutting edge sectors. How do you see that happening? What is it that India could learn from the entire institute, university, industry ecosystem in Russia? What is it that we could do differently?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here. And to answer this question, I would like to say a few words about the Russian scientific program and what we do in space in terms of space exploration. So Russian Federation is implementing its national scientific program as one of the partners or one of the countries that are a part of the ISS project. And you can divide it into the fundamental science, which include different areas such as biology and biotechnologies, the Earth's surface exploration, the exploration and studying of our atmosphere, the planet atmosphere, and also the cosmic ray physics. This fundamental scientific would allow you to use the future technologies. For example, if we're talking about the semiconductor technology, based on the new materials like gallium arsenide, this would allow you to use a new solar arrays, for example. And also Russia is working with the fields of new technologies that would allow you to fly to different celestial bodies. And all the nations worldwide right now understand that it's not possible, and sometimes it's not necessary to stay on a low Earth orbit. We need to move further. That's why we need new technologies, for example, for establishing a lunar basis or basis on a different celestial bodies. Also, we cannot use the chemical engines very efficiently as we do it now. So we've reached the limits, and that's why we would need some nuclear technologies in space that would allow you to track a big amount of mass to different to distant orbits and to different celestial bodies. And of course, it's not only the national scientific program, it's also about international cooperation. And we've got a number of scientific experiments on ISS that we do with our partners. And this overall would allow humanity, I hope in the nearest future, to reach something new, something distant, and not to stay on the low Earth orbit. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. One of the things as PwC, when we work with both industry and as universities. There's a dichotomy. We keep hearing from the industry that they have a lot of problems to solve, for their own good, and they don't have a good person or a good institute to go and do that research or problem solving. Universities, on the other hand, keep telling that the industry doesn't trust them or the industry doesn't work with them. How do you really solve this problem is probably at the core of creating this research ecosystem. The other big problem, also the way we see it, is the fact that whatever's happening in research in a university doesn't get used by the industry. They are literally at loggerheads, and that's where I would want to move to you, Professor Chiayu, for understanding. So Taiwan's done a great job in terms of research, working very closely with the industry, and also making sure that the learners are getting the right skills, updated skills as the industry needs them. What's a secret sauce?
Hello, everyone. I'm from Taiwan, and it's a great pleasure to share the experience in Taiwan with you. And I think I'd like to start my story about the most successful industry in Taiwan. The founder of TSMC, Maurice Chen, he was an international student. And he was a student in Harvard, MIT, and Stanford University. And after he graduated, he worked in Texas Instruments. And at the time, our government kind of recruit him for our semiconductor industry. Since then, we highly invest a lot of national fundings for science and technology. So I think that's a very good start for Taiwan and to start a STEM education as well, and to develop the advanced technology and especially collaborate with industry. So, so as you can see, we develop a very strong science and research and worldwide. Like in my school, I'm in a small national university. We only have 6,600 students. However, we have 7 top 2% scientists in our school. That means our national funding is very fruitful for the national research research. And actually, like a national, we have the National Science and Technology Council. We have the $5 billion budget annually. So you can see as the scale, we highly invest on the research as well. And for the our Ministry of Education, our funding is about 3% GDP every year from the government to invest on the education, especially I just mentioned from the STEM education, and not to mention the parents' investment on the education of the students. So because we are, with Chinese culture, and we highly focus on the education. So that is the development for the human resources from the government side, as well the family sides. And also, as I know, since we recruit Maurice Chen from overseas company, and it's already 50 years, and with all the collaboration between the university level as well as the laboratory level, and we have some researcher who work in the university, and some of their classmates or laboratory relationship networks, they work with the company. Therefore, they always have a very strong networking to collaborate with each other between the company and the university as well. And from the government side, recently we also like to encourage more international exchange experience like a TEEP, Taiwan Education Experience Program, or IIPP, called the International Internship Program. We like to recruit the international student or scholars to collaborate with our research institutes. And also we have the Ministry of Education collaborate with the National Development Council, and we developed like an intense program. It's called International Industry Talent Education Program, and that is funded by the industry as well as the education MOE, Education Council. Ministry and government for economic development. We encourage, for my case, I have a automobile electronic company from Taiwan, and they try to expand their factory in India. So it's called MVEC, and they develop automobile electronics and like to recruit some Indian students to Taiwan and to join the research education with us, and also have the job training in the company. And so many opportunity that is for our government to engage from the industry with the education. And of course, if you want to have them join the international company, of course, the language issues is also very encouraged to study the Taiwanese, the Mandarin language, and to communicate with the company. So I think that's our historical experience as well as the current experience. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Chia. When we talk about skills, we have some interesting innovations which are happening, and we're proud, pleased to have Arun here, who's setting up something in partnership with research-oriented universities globally, getting some of the best research and trying to create a skill set for people who can work further with the industry. How are you trying to do that? And what's the model that you're following, Arun? If you could just share with us.
I have a few slides, 5 slides. Quickly, I'll just take you through that. Yeah.
And in fact, Arun, it would be great if you could just focus on, how you're getting research and skilling together.
Yeah. Quickly, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to share the NAMTEC experience. This is a 3-year-old institute we are setting up in Ahmedabad, sponsored by ArcelorMittal Nippon's team. Quickly, we all speak about Vikasit Bharat 2047, India being a developed country. But we have another goal, that is Net Zero Bharat in 2070. So while we speak about growing rapidly, we also need to speak about how do we grow sustainably. And one of the key sectors which is important both for the rapid growth and also sustainable growth is manufacturing. NAMTEC is an institute for manufacturing innovation. The focus is on entirely manufacturing, engineering, and technology. Today, India is a $4.2 trillion economy. We say in 2047 we'll be a $30 trillion economy. The share of manufacturing needs to move from 15 to 25%. Similarly, manufacturing is one of the most sector which emits a lot of greenhouse gases, and therefore manufacturing needs to get its house in order if India is to achieve its 2070 goals. Today we emit around 3 gigaton of carbon equivalent. If we continue the way we do and want to grow fast, we would reach around 11.8 instead of net zero. If a lot of work needs to be done in the manufacturing sector, focus is how do we digitalize it and make it globally competitive? How do we bring in decarbonization in various sectors which are the dominant ones in emitting greenhouse gases? How do we also bring out cross-cutting enablers? And all this requires large-scale research and innovation. None of these solutions exist. We need to do a lot of research and innovation to reach where we want to. NAMTEC is set up for this purpose. It is being established as a manufacturing institution, Institute for Manufacturing Innovation, as I mentioned, by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. The idea is how do we drive digitization and decarbonization in manufacturing sector through two ways. One is how do you develop talent? Biggest bottleneck for doing any of this is the fact that we don't have talent. We go to colleges to hire people. We find most of the good engineers are already picked up by the Googles and Amazons of the world. Nobody wants to work in the core engineering sectors. So how do you build talent? How do you make people come to manufacturing? How do you make manufacturing attractive? Second is on the supply side, of course, how do we make tech companies adopt these technologies? So these are the two core problem statements that AMTEC works with. Currently, we work out of IIT Gandhinagar, and we have a large mission. We say that we will impact 3 million learners for the next 10 years through both campus-based and outreach initiatives. We have 5 schools. Each school has an anchor academic partner. The School of Manufacturing Technology, Technical University of Munich. The School of Manufacturing Design AI is with MIT. The School of Manufacturing, School of Sustainability, we're still looking for an international academic partner. The School of Robotics is with Carnegie Mellon. We are doing both pilots with MIT and Carnegie Mellon. And the School of Technical Education, it works with a different learner segment. It works with the ITIs and it works with the polytechnics. And there we work with Institute of Technical Education, Singapore. We also have 2 horizontal centers, one for advanced computing AI and the other one for management studies. And we're also working closely with the industry to set up centers of excellence. The automotive center is being set up with a leading auto company in this country. The biggest, if you see at the below, you'll see a host of industry partners who support. NAMTEC is like a platform which ArcelorMittal is setting up where industry partners could come and contribute. Each school offers various programs. These are programs in which you can see smart manufacturing, semicon, sustainability, robotics. These are the areas of work. Technical education works, as I said, with the technicians, and we also do a lot of outreach. We work with the IT ecosystem. So far, we have done a very small number. We have done around 400 people and around 4,000 people in the outreach. As I said, we are a 2-year-old institution. The biggest differentiator in NAMTEC is the experiential pedagogy. Theory is taught in the context of a real-world experience. We start with application system study. A student comes to campus, he or she is introduced to the entire application. We have an exploded car on campus. We have smart factories on campus. We also have robotic installations on campus. Once the person gets interested in manufacturing, then we take them through what we call as component mastery. So entirely problem-based learning. Eventually, he or she has to design and make. That's the capstone project. So this experiential pedagogy is something so critical, and we believe is the key differentiator for an institution like ours. Our campus is well resourced to support all this. Almost all the equipment you see is industry grade, and a lot of investments goes in creating such a campus. The same thing we adopt in the outreach. We work with the IT ecosystem. We are in Gujarat, so we work with the adjoining district. We have a hub and spoke model. Close to 15 ITIs we work with. We have invested in the ITIs. We also created what's called as mobile infrastructure. We have 4 buses, which are automation buses, which go in on the cluster, trying to teach people about the new technologies. So far, as I said, 1,800 students, and you can see most of the students are now being placed in good companies, more than 40 to 50% salary premium. And this model has now is a model which has informed the new scheme which the government has launched this Saturday. It's called the PM Setu scheme. As I said, experiential learning pedagogy, it builds the foundation skills for research and innovation. As he said, we work with MIT closely, and MIT's mind and hand emphasizes the whole thing, and many of our programs are informed by that. It develops critical skills, problem solving, curiosity. It helps us with real world context, student maximizing mindset, accelerates learning, He reframes failure as a learning opportunity and a lot of interdisciplinary approach. The program, the way it is delivered, classroom is flipped. Pre-reads are given to students. The class begins with pre-assessment followed by hands-on learning. Students build prototypes, conduct field studies, case studies give a real-world experience, and the campus sustainability projects are projects in which students do real things. Big challenges, there's a high investment required to create this industry-grade infrastructure. Faculty is very difficult to find, but so therefore we do a lot of faculty development ourselves. Assessment is a challenge, so faculty have to build assessment. And of course, a lot of skill facilitation required by the faculty. We believe without research, of course, knowledge gets outdated. Without innovation, research remains locked in journals. And without experiential learning, it remains totally disconnected from students. We also have identified certain themes which we are working on. Like we said, TRL 5 and above, translational research. We are under 5 flagship themes and the institute is working on it. We are also adopting a platform approach. This year, 22nd May, we had created this, we set up this MET. MET is Manufacturing Engineering Technology Platform, in which Ashwini Vaishnaw, Honorable Minister, presided. We signed the MOU with MIT. We are close to 30 CXOs on this, and we are around 10 IITs as part of this. So we are creating this entire platform for Industry 4.0, 5.0 sustainable technologies. Our campus is slowly coming up. It's a 150-acre campus. By the end of 2 years, we will be moving to the main campus. We put our application for a deemed to university in the distinct category. So this is a new category which the government has opened up, and hopefully we get it by next year. And then, of course, all our programs would get come into the university format. Thank you.
Thanks, Arun. Aditi, you bring in a very different perspective in this panel. You're from the industry, probably the recipient and also the supporter of a lot of this research going forward. What do you think? How can the industry support research in universities, and how can they drive innovation partnerships to make sure research is actually translated?
Sure. Thanks, Sachin. Thanks for that question. And folks, good evening. Very happy to be here. Thank you, FICCI, for having us here. And this is one panel, esteemed panel, and I feel very undereducated on this with all the professors and doctors sitting next to me. But it's been a very interesting hour, half an hour, 45 minutes. Lots of different thoughts. So interesting stuff. We've heard, Mark, what you said about having solutions coming in from the academia piece, going into industry from, say, agriculture perspective or medicine, like you mentioned. So if you look at technology, whether it's the first transistor or it's 3G, 4G, all of these interesting technologies have come out of an academia and industry collaboration. So I really look at it as something that is synergetic, and we at Intel are making leaps and bounds and creating a lot of good programs that build this into the system. So what we do, and I do want to talk about something that has been we've put in place, a program that we've put in place earlier this year. So we have something called the Unnati campaign, which has different parts to it. One aspect of that is setting up labs in higher education colleges for giving access to compute and having curriculum that goes along with it in the space of AI, HPC, which gives hands-on experience to the students. One of the things, the programs as part of that is, of course, the IDR, Intel Digital Readiness Program. And as part of that, this year in Jan, we set up something with GTU, with the government of Gujarat, across different colleges of GTU and GCCI, where we've got 1,500 students part of the AI curriculum. They are being taught AI in manufacturing, and we also brought in the industry to come and give real use cases. So across 80 plus cities in Gujarat, real use cases from the industry came in, And the proof of the pudding actually is recently we had a young student who was in a final year of BTech who came and talked about a solution that she's created, which is a digital twin for a 3D printing machine, which helps detect defects in real time. So she's created this having gone through the curriculum that Intel provided, AI and manufacturing, with partnership with the government of Gujarat, and now she's able to come in and talk about her solution, present the solution, and it's helping a real university, real industry. It's a problem that came in from an existing enterprise. So those are the kind of things, and I don't want to kind of belabor the point that we are working on partnership along with academia in different forms in higher ed, but this is just one of the examples that exist, and you can see not just the solution that is going to help the industry, but also a change in the student themselves, right? You see the confidence in that young girl, you see how she's very capable and knows her stuff now, is very confident about AI and manufacturing. And the gentleman was just talking about how manufacturing is one of the backbones of economy, and you have to look at growing that. So these are the kind of programs that we would like to put in place, where you have very specific curricula that is taken to students. They get flavor of real use cases from the industry and create solutions that help everybody. So like I said, synergetic approach that helps, and Intel is of course at the forefront of this.
Thank you, Aditi. Now, I was told by the announcer to finish by 4:10, but I would love to take 5 more minutes. The DST secretary mentioned there are only around 70 odd universities out of 1100 who are moderate or high in terms of knowledge creation. And I think this is the problem that we as a country and this distinguished audience needs to solve for. So I just would want to go back to each one of you for 30 seconds with one actionable for all these university representatives sitting here. What is it that they could do differently or do better to create a better research ecosystem at the institute level? So we can just start from that end, Mark.
I think there's two things. One is state governments actually helping universities in terms of funding, opportunities, in infrastructure, in strategy. Often, all of the research collaborations we do are by chance that you actually bump into an academic with the same research. Actually putting people together would be really helpful. The second thing is recognizing in the institution actually impactful research is actually an important thing.
Yeah, I think we need to encourage more research, and research that helps or solves real use cases. So an academia industry collaboration and folks like FICCI coming in and bringing that, bridging that gap, that's really great. And of course, you guys at PwC as well.
Okay, from my opinions, I think to align the mutual interest from the research and the industry are the most important things, because I mentioned our intense program. Our company, they like to recruit a student from India. However, there's no incentive for the professor in our university. Therefore, my case has been failed. So if they have a more mutual interest, and I think that will encourage more international collaboration and industrial collaboration. Thank you.
I think I'm going to make some controversial comment here. The classification is based on number of publications. Is that the right way to go? For example, if you do industry-related research, I don't think you can publish some of those results because of IP and other things. So I think the methodology that they are following to classify this, in my opinion, is wrong.
And in any university, we are bound to serve to the students whatever the research we do, whether it is a funding research or it is a consultancy or aligning with the industry or whatever, the universities are bound to give a service to the students. So whatever the projects that we take it up with the faculty, let us also have students into it, and let us also change the curriculum with the involvement of the industry people as well as with the international community. And the universities are having autonomous in nature, so that let us try to modify or just change the curriculum once in 6 months, once in a semester, or at least once in a year, and see that we are on par, all our curriculums are globally competitive. And the hub and spoke model, even Government of India has invested a lot of money, particularly in the space research as well as atomic energy and defense. And let us also work with them in a hub and spoke model. Let us try to push more students to these 50 plus laboratories of this defense or atomic or space research or whatever. And let us also push our students to the latest cutting edge technology. And the India particularly is aiming for Gaganyaan mission by putting human in space. And it is also there for a Samudrayan mission with a 6-kilometer underwater mission. Let us also try to work with the Government of India on the latest technologies. And let us also push our students in the semiconductor, quantum and solar and windmill or hydrogen or whatever. And nowadays the industries, I have been hearing from the morning, can we just push our students to the industries? And industries are busy with their objective. So can we have industries into our universities in the form of a center of excellences? They are ready to come. This is also another model that universities can adopt. Thank you.
I would say the collaboration between disciplines or intersection of the disciplines, and I think, and we've got some examples that the most interesting discoveries appear on the edge of this intersection.
Yeah, 2 points. One is all this can happen only through deep collaboration, and whoever takes the lead, whether industry takes the lead, academia takes the lead, or government incentivizes the two partners to move ahead. But we need to drive this collaboration and the governance around it. And the second is what I just spoke of. Let's make the whole pedagogy interesting. Let's make it experiential, so that we create a generation of engineers who are likely to solve the problems we're going to face. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's been a great session, and hopefully the audience will take some actionables out of it. In the interest of time, we will not be taking any questions, but all the panelists are going to be around, so you could have a one-on-one discussion with them if required. Thanks a lot for the patient hearing, and thanks a lot to all the panelists and FICCI for getting these thoughts together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I request all our panelists to kindly come forward together for a group photograph. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have come to a session that brings the focus to the very heart of every university, its students. The theme, Reshaping the University Through the Student Lens, invites us to reimagine higher education from the perspective of those it serves, exploring how student voice, aspiration, and experiences can shape campuses that are more inclusive, engaging, and future ready. So we are ready to go ahead with the concluding session of our Higher Education Summit, Reshaping the University Through the Student Lens. And I would like to invite our distinguished moderator for the session, Mr. Chaitanya Chitta. He is Vice President and Regional Head, India and South Asia, Sintana Education. Let's put our hands together to welcome our distinguished moderator, Mr. Chitta. I invite our speakers, Ms. Shruti Pai, who is a second-year student of Manipal Institute of Communication, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. May we have on stage Ms. Shruti Pai. Inviting Mr. Gautam Puri, he's a student of Symbiosis International Deemed University. And finally, Ms. Anna B., who is a BTech second-year student of Banasthali Vidyapith. I would request our moderator to kindly conclude the proceedings. 5 minutes for 5. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Hello, good evening. So I think I want to start with thanking all of you who stayed back. I think this is an important and a distinct session. I'm glad, firstly, that the FICCI team put this panel together. And I have, as the MC said, this is a panel not with faculty, professors, administrators, but three amazing students. So I'm so glad you joined, today. I want to focus on, more to listen from, all of you, and hopefully also take. I see some students also, so I would love to take some questions and thoughts from some of the students as well. So to kick off, I have a few questions for all of you, and then I will talk about some of the specific themes, if I can. So let me first start with one question. What is one thing that is happening at your universities, your institutions, that you feel really good about, that others can actually take inspiration? You want to start with Shruti?
So, first of all, thank you so much, sir, for giving a voice for students like us to discuss about these issues, because I feel, education only works best with, because it is made for the students. So, talking about my university, which is Manipal Academy of Higher Education, we are one of the most sustainable driven and, innovation driven universities. We have also been ranked as the greenest university in India rankings in 2024. So I feel sustainability is something that we really focus on. So to give an example, like I have been writing my exams not on pen paper, but I've been writing on e-pads, and that system, like changing from a pen paper to like e-pad, a very sustainable paperless e-policy was something that I felt was like very good about, because as when an institution, when a campus follow sustainability and we're living through it, that quite sets an example for students like us to carry forward like projects in sustainability. Like even for example, like having so whenever we have these discussions at Mahe or like any conferences, there are always like glass bottles of instead of the paper cups, so we completely avoid plastic as well. So that is something where Mahe excels in, like sustainability. And yeah, so that is where like I would take pride in taking like my institution forward. So I think like other universities, and they can take this what do we say, like key insight, and have their institution like sustainable as well.
Great, great answer. I'll go to you now, Gautam. Same question.
Thank you so much for having us, sir. My name is Gautam, and I'm a fifth-year learner at Symbiosis Law School, Noida. I think one particular aspect that Symbiosis excels in, and I've been to both the campuses here in Noida and Pune, is it couples internationalization along with the kind of discipline one requires once they step into the fraternity, the outside world, as we say. Because most of the times I see universities focus on doing projects and doing learning, which is more cramming focus, or which is more theory focused, and not many focus on the skills and the traits that are required for people to excel in their life, which are life skills, we can say, so to say. That is something I think Symbiosis truly excels in. And they couple this with internationalization, the fact that we have such a large international student population on our campuses, and we have such huge collaborations with universities abroad. That's the highlight, I think.
Great.
Namaste, everyone. Hello to the distinguished dignitaries, all the respected academicians, innovators, leaders, and my fellow panelists. I am Anna, a student of BTech second year at Vanasthali Vidyapeeth, world's largest fully residential university for women. And it feels an honor to bring the voice and vision of Vanasthali Vidyapeeth here at this prestigious forum at the 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit 2025. So the one thing that sir asked is one thing that my university has that other universities can adapt or take upon is our unique Panchmukhi Shiksha philosophy, which focuses on holistic development of its students, having five major elements. First, physical aspect. We have coaching in almost more than 29 sports: yoga, rope malkham, and horse riding. Having the practical aspect with skill based and practical experimental learning, ranging the training in several courses like the costume designing, web designing, robotics, the drone technology, and 100 such courses. Along with that, aesthetic education, which brings about a change in a student aesthetically, ranging from various courses in music, all kinds of Indian classical dance forms. Along with that, all kinds of vocal and instrumental music, and along with that, excellent intellectual advancement with our rigorous academic program and research programs, and the moral education. All of this lies under the universe of moral education, which is not taught by books or curriculum, but by the teachers who teach us, by the wardens who we live with, and the campus culture. And this one thing is really special about my university, which I'm really proud of and I'm also a part of.
Great. So hold on to the mic. I'll move to the next question. The flip side of this. What is one thing that you think your university can do better? Based on the general consensus of student community.
So, for this, I would like to say I would love to have more Vanasthalis. I would love to have more Vanasthalis because I would like to get out of this restriction of having just one campus. Rather, I would like to I would like to contribute to the development of each state. So, this is just one.
Sure, but within the current campus, do you see some opportunities based on, but I think if you think it's perfect, that's great answer too, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Gautam.
Yes, it's a very interesting question because this is something we constantly look out for in when we are having meetings with the quality improvement cell and other student bodies. I think the advantage Symbiosis has here is that we have campuses across the country. We have in West India, in South India, in North, we have Noida. I think we can engage all these campuses amongst each other more, have more faculty exchanges, student exchanges amongst these campuses, because the kind of experience we have at Symbiosis Law School, Noida, being close to Delhi, you cannot have that kind of experience in, say, Hyderabad or Nagpur, because it's
You also
Delhi.
have a campus in Dubai now, so.
We now have a campus in Dubai as well. So, and yes, of course, that's a great city too. So, engaging the campuses together, I think will bind the university together and will also give a more holistic experience to the students and the faculty members.
Great.
Sir, so I believe my university has like most of the access, but from a student perspective, like when I say like a student voice, I feel we as students often have the like basically to perform academically, the pressure is more, so that kind of overshadows our stress, burnout, anxiety. So although Mahe has great peer mentoring services, emotional like support, like mental health services, but I feel somewhere students, they feel often hesitate to like reach out, or due to stigma, let's say fear. So if like 24/7 helplines could be implemented, or even just simple methods like they could write helpline numbers on the ID cards, or like peer mentors on the hostel blocks, since I stay in hostels, so it'll be easier for them to reach out, because like universities, they just don't want like we want students obviously to success, like to excel in their careers, but we also want to look their struggles into consideration. I think that is, and that comes like so if we take their struggles into consideration, that is where we as a university will excel inclusively. So yeah.
Great answers. I want to change sort of the theme a little bit. What are some of the most favorite tools? Either new ones or old ones. I just want to understand. I think for the audience, what are your favorite digital technology tools that you are using as part of your learning? start with you.
For me, it has always been ChatGPT because, like, obviously, it's a AI tool, and I feel it's like a, what do we say? It's like a necessary evil, you know. So basically, we use the ChatGPT to aid our understanding, but then I feel, you know, somewhere that thinking capacity is lacking. But I feel this, like this tool, personally for me, I've been using a lot. Even just, you know, even when we're not understanding any photo, we just put the photo in the image, upload it, give it a simple prompt, and we have that under our fingertips. So I feel it has made learning very very easy. With we have tools like ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini coming into picture, but I feel somewhere that, you know, the understanding of critical thinking, analytical thinking is being lost. But I feel it's like a great AI tool just to help aid us, but like not, you know,
Are you using
overshadow
the
it.
free version or the paid version?
I'm using the free version. Yes.
You?
You see, anyone who is being trained to be a lawyer after the 2010s has to be fluent in terms of technology, because no one would love to. I'm sure all of us have seen those huge same colored books, same binding books in lawyers' offices. So those were the books in which the case laws are written. I'm sure no one wants to read all of them when you have to deal with the case. I have not read one. So to avoid that, we need to be digitally fluent in terms of using the softwares that we use for researching SCC, Manupatra, and whatnot. Nowadays, I think the most useful tool we found is to integrate AI into these softwares that we already have. So we can. So we used to have Boolean searches that you need to put and or in capital letters to search for cases. I think AI has made things much better. Once they have been integrated in it. Perplexity, I think, is much easier and much more reliable for lawyers because we've had bad experiences with ChatGPT. No offense to them, but yes, AI integration into these softwares has been instrumental, at least in the past 2-3 years that I've seen.
Right. Anna?
Sir, I think my laptop, my laptop has been a very useful tool for me, and moreover, we can say Claude AI that helps me debug my codes that I write.
I think I got all three, large language models covered by each of you. That's good. So let me follow up quickly on the sense, both, on your own individual thoughts as well as what generally the student community that you are part of feels at your university in terms of the AI usage. Is it encouraged? In terms of, do you see that there is openness around it? What's also the sense of the students in terms of, are they really excited about it, or are they scared about it? Are there any reservations? So share some of the thoughts on that front.
Okay, so talking about AI, then definitely our institution provides best of the state of art infrastructure in terms of artificial intelligence. Very humbly quoting that very before itself we had very finest center for artificial intelligence, and one such example I would like to quote, wherein student participation was so much into AI, into technology, into coding. One such I was a part of the internal Smart India Hackathon, which was recently organized by the Center for Artificial Intelligence at our campus. And definitely, students are encouraged to use technologies and bring about a change in development of our country or nation building.
Okay. So essentially positive in the right direction. Good. Gautam?
Yes, I think because we study different kinds of courses and different kinds of we have different kind of experiences dealing with AI, and how even the fraternity or the industry looks at it. In my fraternity, the legal fraternity, AI still remains. I won't go ahead to call it a taboo subject, but it still remains something which most people look down upon. I would say sadly so. Um, I th- I think even Shruti said that it is a necessary evil. I would say it's a friend that we don't know enough about. We should get to know more about AI, and we do try and do that in the university campus as well. We've introduced a few courses on AI. For example, when I joined the university, we only used to study legal databases when I was in my first and second year. Now my juniors in first and second year are also studying AI. So that's become more conspicuous nowadays. It's more visible. But I think somewhere still in the academic arena, it remains something that remains a taboo. they still don't want to use AI as much. But I think that will be a catastrophic mistake. We should try and understand AI more and train students how to use it better. Why should we have the students make their entire projects out of AI? In fact, we can train them to use the AI as a research assistant to further improve the quality of the research. That would be, I think, a much better approach.
Great. A friend that we don't know enough, and also a friend that keeps evolving, right? I mean, yeah, it's changing so quickly. So Shruti, do you have any
So
additional different
like you
thoughts?
said, similarly, it's the friend that keeps evolving. So we see AI is the next big thing. It is the future. So so we say AI literacy is a must. It should be universal, and it should not be just limited to just computer science or engineering students. It should be for us as well. For like media communication or from humanities, arts, social sciences background. So we understand AI's ethical, social, cultural dimensions. We understand AI as a whole because as you said, we are moving towards the next big thing, and the future is AI. And to give an example humbly of my institution, so closer to home, KMC Manipal introduced its first AI healthcare department in a medical college. So that's why how they are combining medicine and technology to prepare future doctors. So that is something how we can use AI productively in future. So I think that is something that I would like to believe in. So yeah.
Great. So I think let's now switch to a few themes, right? I think fantastic answers, by the way. I want to start again with you, Shruti, in terms of student governance, active participation in the university affairs.
Right.
So my that's the theme. I want to spend maybe a couple of minutes with you.
Yes.
Of course, students are the ultimate beneficiaries, and the NEP also terms students as co-creators,
Right.
right? So in that context, what's your sense? I mean, do you the intent is there, but in terms of where we are, do you see you have that role? What's the influence that you as a student or student bodies are doing in terms of influencing sort of the innovation or the policy direction? So what happens at your university?
I think my university is, always student led, and student based innovation is always appreciated. But I feel more student representation is necessary. In let's say there should be like student quotas on academic committees. We should have a say. Like like the decisions are taken by students, but I feel somewhere the final say gets between the authorities. So if we have more student representation embedded and student agencies coming up, that is when we can change. Oh, the systems, the rules are the policies, structures, they are made with the students and not for them. So it will be like a good change if the policy infrastructure they are made with the keeping in regard the understanding key insights of the students. And coming in about the even the feedback system, like there should be like transparent feedback roles, so that they'll understand where like what students understanding is, where they are lacking, and then they can design such systems so that students voice gets heard. So we as students, we get to say, okay, let's say this is not working, or this is where we are towards heading out, these are the suggestions. So we should have that transparent feedback system where we are knowing if we are giving any feedback, those changes are being made timely. And so that because universities will then only excel with students feedback as well. So yeah.
Great. I see sir sitting there. So I think my question is, if you put yourself in sir's shoes as a VC, what will you do differently? I'm putting you on spot, but
Yeah, because VCs are sitting right here, and it would not be like in my position to say something like that. But definitely, yes, if given a choice, I think I would say like student led innovation, wherein we can have platforms for students wherein they will have a say, like creating some big new ideas. So maybe the best idea can be picked and implemented for each semester. Again backed with the institution credibility. But I feel again student led innovations, because they always have some idea, some creative thought behind it. So I feel like if those are actually taken seriously into consideration, and who knows, it can be the next big thing. So I feel if it is practically possible, then yes, I think the university can consider, with university backing of course. But yeah, like a student led innovation will be something I'd like to introduce.
great. So Gautam, I want to talk about the theme of continuous sort of learning, the academic growth, employability. What is the sense that you get from your university in the sense of preparing you for the long term success, of your career. In the sense, it's not just getting the immediate degree and getting the first job once you graduate, but in terms of continuous learning and preparing you for sort of a longer term future.
Sure. So I'll start my answer with an anecdote that I have. So I was doing my internship with one of these advocates on record in Jangpura, and I had got a very good grade. I was back in second year, and I said that, oh sir, I've got an outstanding grade in this particular subject, and he was like, oh wow, amazing, amazing. Can you draft a bail application? He asked me. So you see, nowadays there's a shift from merely cramming or learning, theory-based learning, to a more practical approach to what is being demanded. And I think Symbiosis in particular, and my campus, has been quite quick in picking that trend up. We quickly changed the curriculum in a particular way, and we even added a subject. So we study criminal law, criminal procedure, and we also study another subject called criminal law practice. So while you'll study the theory in the first subject, you'll study how to implement that kind of theory into the practice. So that's very important. And of course, when you come to university, there's a difference between universities and other edtech platforms or coaching centers. Universities are not service providers, and we are not consumers, least of all. We are co-creators there. University, the interactions that you have with your peers, your faculty members, the class discussions, they add so much into the transferable skills that you have. Because at the end of the day, you are not going to mug up a book and recite it to someone. You need to have that kind of presence of mind and the skill set to implement that kind of knowledge to it. So that kind of transferable skills in terms of the student-led initiatives, drama, music, etc., even globalization, internationalization that we have, that's very important. And those are the skill set that will really take you a long way, much beyond the first job. I think one should not aim at the first job anyways in the university. They should have a much more macro vision in terms of what we are learning.
Right. So, staying on the same topic, there is obviously a lot of push and focused efforts around integrating industry, in terms of making obviously the education more competency based and more outcome oriented. So, do you see a sense of, especially, you're also studying law. So, I think it's not just in particular to one domain, but how do you see? Let's take the example of internships. So, are you happy with not just your university? I'm sort of putting this at a broader question. What are the things that one can do better in terms of, from a student perspective, of making the internships, making the industry integration far more efficient and practical?
So look, there have been many kinds of views on whether one should be doing internships from very earlier on, or should we have one whole year when we should be doing internships. I think the kind of balanced approach that the Bar Council has at the moment is a good one. And I can only answer for the legal fraternity because that's what I'm into. The main problem that first generation lawyers like me face is that chambers are closed. Chambers just do not accept independent applications. It's more based on this one, oh, my son's coming, my daughter's coming, my brother's son is coming, whatever, my friend's coming. So that makes it very difficult for someone who does not have that kind of connection in Delhi or in Mumbai or any of these big cities which have these courts. The college and the university does help, but I would be very honest with you. Internships, getting into the internships still remains very difficult for those who do not have that kind of connection and that kind of network here in these big cities. The second problem comes once you join these offices. Most of these places, sometimes even because of genuine reasons, because of confidentiality, client choices, not much real work is delegated to the interns initially. And we only get 4 weeks of internship. You'll spend 3 weeks writing maybe articles or something, and then it just finishes. I think it is important even for offices to approach chambers to adopt an approach which is which is combining both learning along with getting the work done. Once you get the intern into your office, and you need to make them part of the work that you're doing, because unless you do so, articles anyone can write, even
So you're
in their
saying
home.
there is a bigger opportunity for structuring these programs in a better way to make them more
Certainly.
successful from a student perspective.
Yes,
Great point.
yes.
So I want to come to the another theme around inclusivity, especially the well-being, uh, and I want your thoughts, Hannah, on this. This is not an India-specific problem. This is a global problem. We see a lot of mental wellness issues, that we read very regularly in the newspapers, and also sort of the pressure, right? I mean, the pressure to perform, and it's only getting more and more sort of prominent. So I think the my initial question on this is, what's your thoughts on this? Do you see this as sort of a challenge within sort of your university or your friends, the student community, and what are some of the things that are provided as resources, and do you see that there is right amount of action and awareness being taken on this?
Yeah, right. Mental wellness and mental health is another such issue that students nowadays are facing due to rigorous curriculum and a lot of pressure. But to eradicate it, very humbly, I would like to quote the example, as I've already said, about the Panchmukhi Shiksha philosophy that our university has. We play together, we learn together, we develop holistically, not just building the IQ out of our academics, but also developing our emotional quotient, which is very important aspect of an individual. So yeah, particularly my university, which I have experienced, has been working upon it, and I don't think so there is any room for mental burnout, because there are also a counseling cell, well maintained counseling cell for counseling support to every student out there. And to other universities also, several programs should be run wherein students are not just pressurized for exams and performing well, but also to develop their skills and work upon some aspects that are not a part of curriculum directly, but eventually develops your emotional quotient.
Great. And in terms of inclusivity, right, I think there are lots, one of the big opportunities we have as a country is the demographic dividend. But at the same time, the enrollments in our higher education happens to be one of the lowest when we compare to the benchmark standards. So inclusivity, especially for first time college learners, some of the marginalized sections. So what are some of the things you feel as a student, student leader potentially, and a full-fledged leader maybe tomorrow after you graduate? What are some of the things that the university you're at, or in general, are doing, and what do you think is not being done? If you see an opportunity, share your thoughts on that.
Yes, definitely. Inclusivity is also very important, and I've been reading about it. And I came across several reports by the All India Survey for Higher Education, which states that the gross enrollment ratio is 25% in India, which is far behind from the global leaders. And we look at these stats, then it basically tells us this real story that the young minds, especially coming from the rural areas and the marginalized communities, are not given an access to higher education, and we really need to work upon it. If we look at the statistics given by PIB, then the GER, which I was talking about, the gross enrollment ratio, is only 17% for scheduled tribes and scheduled castes, whether it is very while it is very high for the general category. So we really need to work upon it, and as you've said, if we as student representatives grow, and in the coming future we should definitely be working upon it, and not just in future, we should be working upon it in the present. There should be several bridge course programs should be made sure for these marginalized communities, so that they can come up and join our institutions. Several economic help and emotional help should be given to these marginalized community people, so that they can feel included inclusive. And one such example I would like to quote about very humbly about my university. A huge number of students are getting the economical support. One such is my own friend. She comes from a very humble background, but despite financial challenges, she is pursuing the same degree as of mine. The entire economical aspect is taken care of, and the emotional part is also taken care of. Our wardens are very helpful. They do not feel anyone let down, that so and so people belong from so and so community. So inclusivity is a very important aspect that every university should take care of, and definitely our India can become even more successful if every student out there gets an access to education and equity.
Great. Gautam, I want to ask you something a little different in terms of global exposure, international. Of course, you are at Symbiosis. You have the opportunity, multiple partnerships and stuff. So, what's the sense? Of course, in certain fields, there is more, and certain fields it's less. But in general, the idea of student exposure to international global mobility, what's your take on it? And do you see, with all the geopolitical challenges we see, do you think Indian students are increasingly looking at India as the option, or they still care about, actually going overseas?
Yes. Indian students, I think, still prefer to stay in India, even after the schooling. But I think there's an increasing number of students who are wanting to polish their skills beyond the bachelor's degree in the form of a master's degree or a PhD or some course that they pursue abroad. Coming back to how mobility can affects or how important mobility is, I think because of the advent of technology, one doesn't now even need to go to various places to get that kind of exposure that they earlier could not have received. For example, there is an advent of online summer schools as well, even though we would highly prefer to have, highly prefer to have physical exchanges or presence of international students or even to travel abroad. That remains very important. But I think it is important for universities to balance that so that every student is able to access that kind of global exposure, both physically, if they possibly can, and even in terms of online and other kinds of exchanges, if that's feasible.
Great. So I think we already got a nudge. So I think we're gonna close with one last question to each of you. My last question is, what would and keep it simple, keep it brief. If you, yes, you. Okay, so I think we're gonna take 2 minutes, ma'am, and take some questions from the audience.
And I wish them all the best for the bright future. I just have two questions, if you allow me to ask. In brief,
Please.
one line you can ask me. If the government give you the make you Minister of Education for one day, so what will you do? Change. What change you want to? My second question is, after passing out from these colleges, what is your vision? Will you go for abroad for higher education, or will you stay in India to serve India? That my two questions. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Questions also, then answer at a time.
And wish you all the best.
So, my question to the students only.
I think let's go one by one, and whoever actually wants to answer, let's try to give 3 questions. So I think you want to go, Shruti, to the earlier question?
Yeah. So if I was made the Minister of Education, which is like a big post.
You're getting 2 jobs in the same day. So.
Yeah, that's like a big thing. But I would like to say, if I'm getting, so one change that I would like to bring is focus on practical, experiential based learning, because I think that is even research shows that in the Indian higher education system, it focuses on theoretical and rote memorization. That is kind of very sad. So I would like more focuses on experiential, practical based education. And what was the second question? Something.
Would you stay in India, or would you move abroad?
Actually, my long-term plan is to Yeah, like my long-term plan is I want to clear UPSC and become a civil servant. So like so I would want to give back to my country in some or the other way. For me personally, I would to stay in India and contribute to my country. Yeah.
Great.
Yes, please. My question to students only.
Sir, I think we'll take the couple of other
Yeah,
questions.
please.
Let them answer offline. So please go ahead.
Okay. So my question to students only. This is very rare opportunity. How is your esteemed university different than other universities in terms of cutting edge teaching techniques, entrepreneurial mindset, and employability of fresh students?
Let them answer this.
I think they've
Gautam.
already spoken a lot about the universities.
So
they've
maybe
already-
entrepreneurship, I think, is something that has
Yeah.
maybe you.
So, cutting edge technologies, teaching abilities. Yes, we have world class teachers. Almost all the faculty members that we have are PhD holders, and those who are not, they are pursuing. And if I talk about the entrepreneurship, then we have a well dedicated Atal Incubation Center by the Niti Aayog, which develops entrepreneurial culture in our university, and also it aids the startups. Especially women-led startups. We have given so many women-led startups recently. And coming to the third, which is employability to the freshmen, definitely it makes each of its student employable. Talking about Vanasthali Vidyapeeth, humbly, because it has almost all the skill centers that are required. We have one such best program by Bajaj Engineering skill training, which also provides diploma courses for other university students to also have distance learning program, so that they can have the right set of skills, may it be any field of engineering particularly, and not just engineering. Every faculty has its skill centers, so that the students can actually become employable.
Great. We'll take one last question, sir. You.
Thank you. I'd like to say that the youth of today is so much concerned about money, position, power, and those kind of a thing, but not that much in meaning in life. They are sometimes too much busy in being restless all the time. Oh, what WhatsApp message and how many like and like that. But what actually who you are, what are the possibilities in your life, living in abhav and prabhav, but not in swabhav and swadharma. So in that way, what do you think? And Anna ji, you mentioned very much about Panchmukhi Shiksha, but don't you think that you are training only the girls? And when you go to the real world, you also need to deal with the boys. So is it really a Panchmukhi Shiksha? So I can ask even more questions, but I'd like to have these things, that money and meaning thing, and not only mainly the youth are driven by abhav and prabhav, and that is never ending. You get one Audi, now you need BMW, and all the time a sense of emptiness there. So that thing, and second about the Panchmukhi Shiksha. Thank you.
I think the Panchmukhi Shiksha, maybe you could answer sort of one-to-one, but the first part of it, Gautam, you want to take it? In terms of the youth being distracted, is the youth in the right direction?
I think, of course, distractions are there in every generation. I think back then people used to call CDs and DVDs to be distractions. Now it's AI, YouTube, and Instagram for us. I think every generation will have its set of own distractions. It's how we deal with it. I think it's important for our students to engage not just in our coursework, but things like in drama, sports, music. These really help in you to gather your own thoughts, because eventually life is not just about the classroom. You need to live the life. You need to you have responsibilities towards your family, towards your society, towards your profession. Those things can only be done once you learn the art of balancing things. Distractions will always be there, and so I think these things will be much more useful. And just to answer the last part of it, about how we contribute back to the society, personally I'm being a lawyer and I want to do litigation and argue in courts. I think as lawyers personally will have many opportunities where we can earn a lot of money and contribute to the society. But I think it's a personal balance that each of those lawyers tries to maintain, where we contribute to the society as well, while of course getting enough for our families.
Great. We will close on that note. Contribute to the
Thank
society. Stay back, do more for the country. You've been great ambassadors for your universities, and more importantly, you're very articulate. I'm proud to have you as panelists. Give them a big round of applause. I think, and thank you for the opportunity. The only
Thank you.
request I have, Rajesh and Fiki team, you should try to arrange this on the first day, maybe the first half. Thank you very much.
Thank
Great.
you. Thank you very much
Yes,
indeed.
absolutely.
A
Thank
round
you.
of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our wonderful students. And as I invite them to come forward and for a group photograph. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to close the proceedings of this wonderful summit that we had, the 20th FICCI Summit on Higher Education, may I invite on stage Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Co-Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice Chancellor Manipal Academy of Higher Education, to kindly propose the vote of thanks and the closing remarks. Also inviting Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to come up on the stage, along with Lieutenant General Venkatesh. So for the closing session,
very good evening, everybody. I think it's been a very fascinating 2 days that we have spent in this auditorium and outside of it, and in the exhibition area, and in the adjoining areas where we networked, spoke to each other, understood each other better. I think concluding sessions are always short and brief. It's about expressing our gratitude to everyone who made this 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit such a huge success. It's been a few years from now when we have seen such a big attendance, not necessarily about university delegations, students, researchers, administrators, foreign universities, and their representatives, making this event truly a global event. At the outset, let me congratulate the FICCI Higher Education Summit organizers, led by Rajesh, Dr. Vidya, of course, small part paid by me and Dr. Sameer Somaya, and the office bearers at FICCI Higher Education. It's been a tremendous effort. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to the organizing committee. To all those speakers and resource persons, it's fascinating to hear your views on diverse subjects such as internationalization, research in universities, industry-academia collaboration, digital transformation, and the icing on the cake was the student session. Such articulate students representing their really proud universities, and they made us all feel so good about what the next generation is going to be. And you truly are the role models for the next generation. Well done, and a big hand to all of you too. To our Honorable Minister on the inaugural session, perhaps one of the most powerful speeches I've heard for a time. I think he did put a perspective in the right place, in the right words, thinking about local problems, solving them with local technologies. And then also keep the openness in the speech about imbibing best practices from within and outside the country. He has really made a huge difference, and we thank our Honorable Minister, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, for an extremely inspiring speech that he gave at the inaugural session. To all other governmental leaders and regulators who came and spoke about the various initiatives that the Government of India is taking with regard to driving higher education and research in the country towards making India Viksit Bharat by 2047. Vision is in a very grand scale. Many of us may not be there to see the Viksit Bharat, but I am sure a large proportion of us who are present here today, the big student contingent, the onus is on you all to make this happen. So with that positive note, let me thank the entire student contingents who came from various parts of the city and outside for making this conference so inclusive. Because higher education is, after all, for you all to become better citizens and better ambassadors and to make your country proud. To our international collaborators, all the universities who came in from far and wide, from across the globe. We are truly grateful to you for the interest you have shown in co-developing Indian higher education ecosystem. This is your thought, and we shaking hands with you and moving forward is only going to make this world a better place to live. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to all the international delegations. To our partners, to the exhibitors, to our sponsors, and all those people who have made this conference such a big success, I heartfelt gratitude to all of you. At the end of it, it's been a fabulous 2 days. I think many learnings, many new thoughts, many new vision for future. We're going to take it forward. Many of the suggestions that came by, FICCI has taken note of, and we'll come back to you and give you a report the next year when we meet again as to the action taken regarding the many learnings that we have had during the last 2 days. I would end here once again. Thank you very much, everyone, for making this event such a great success. And I would request Dr. Rajesh Pankaj to share his thoughts before we conclude this session.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for being there till the last session. I know we had good 2.5 days, I would say. We also had a Vice Chancellor's CEO roundtable on Sunday. That was quite intense, and we had a lot of insights that got discussed. So 2 days of intense deliberation at the 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit, something that we started off 21 years ago. 21 because year 2020 did not have a higher education summit. This product really has evolved and reached a level where we all as stakeholders feel that it's no more a conference, it's a forum where we get to share thoughts, ideas, best practices, understand the nuances of higher education, ecosystem, innovation, research, take up those critical areas of higher education which are very, very important and critical for policy reform to be taken account of. And with these, as a background, these aspects as a background, we have been kind of trying to build upon it and take it to the next level every year. I'm told, or we are told as a team, that this has been really big in terms of numbers that we've managed to. But yes, conventionally, FICCI Higher Education Summit, last 7-8 years has been really big. Post-pandemic, we did have a hit for obvious reasons, but now it's picked up. And we're very happy that this year we've managed to get good participation from some 15 plus, countries, delegation coming and participating, and not just participating, but also engaging through various focus B2B meetings that we had in the exhibition right across this hall. There are 1 or 2 points I wanted to share and maybe have some insights from you all in the form of feedback form that we have circulated to you all. I'm sure you'll, in due course of time, will fill in. That, of course, you get conferences and there are event summits that's happening. And I'm also aware and mindful of the fact that there are people who feel that there's a fatigue that's set in as far as conference and conclave are concerned. As FICCI, we've been very consciously trying to work around creating new strands, trying to make things more engaging, trying to ensure that every session that we have has some very insightful output. And that's where we would want to, we would want you all as participants to share your thoughts and help us understand in terms of what else we could do, because I really, and it's something that I've been thinking and mulling over last 2-3 years, that how do we make a conference where we put our mind and soul into it, and there's so much of preparation that goes into it, and ensure that every session is well attended and you have people from that respective space share their mind and thoughts to the panel discussion that happens. Of course, we as organizers are also mindful of the fact that we have to ensure that we have 20-25 minutes of at least Q&A session for every session, which we perhaps missed out on few panels this year for certain constraints that we all have to kind of work upon. But if you have anything very exciting and important to add to in terms of making this whole session more engaging and more exciting, where we have relevant audience come and share their insights, please do write to us. As I said, that this is just not a conference, it's a forum where we get stakeholders come, engage, understand, know the trends and development, and then kind of from there build it up. By virtue of being there for 98 years now, we have this luxury, privilege of having a very, I would say, intense access to the highest level of administrative and political leadership. So we would want to count on that, and all this will only make sense if you're able to rightfully, in a very appropriate manner, take those insights up in the form of insights from you all and put it up for government's consideration. So that is another important piece which I wanted to highlight. And Lieutenant General Dr. Venkatesh, who happens to be a co-chair, did mention that there are some insights and learnings that we have it from this year, which we want to take it up for next year. Of course, that's one thing. But as I said, that as a National Industry Association body, this is 20% of what we do. Conferences are just the output of the work that we do year long. But there are many other things that we would want to do year long, which would be in terms of content, knowledge paper, study, reports, projects. All of that is something that we continuously and consistently work around. So any insight coming through from ecosystem of higher education will only help us improve upon and build from there on. Conferences, of course, are important because this is where you get a lot of participants come, not just from country, but from across the world. And of course, we'll take those learnings across. But in terms of the work that we do year long, is something that we would certainly want to have insights from you all so that we're able to have those insights built in and projected, presented in the most appropriate and rightful manner, not just to the policymakers and government, but also to other stakeholders like multilateral, bilateral organizations, and many other entities that we continuously, consistently interface with. So with these words, I would want to, at the end, it's a very felt input that I would want to kind of acknowledge at this forum, because this conference had just 2.5, 3 people, team member in my team. Of course, about 10 days or 15 days back, we had the additional team from our skills team join hands and build this up. But there are 2 or 3 colleagues that I really have to, very mindfully acknowledge the hard work that they've put in. So I would want Tejas Kahandal to please stand up and get acknowledged. He is one guy who's done the work of 5 colleagues that one could think of. He's absolutely fabulous and stunning. He's managed this huge conference. I have done this conference in the past, but I've never had somebody like him who's kind of pulled it through, putting all his might that he could and really make it really successful. We also have somebody who joined in very new, Partheshwar Kumar Dubey. Parth, if you would want to get up and be acknowledged. He's again been very, very contributive, used his experience and tried putting in the best he could too. I would want to acknowledge my colleague, Deepti Singh. Deepti would want to come here. She's one big pillar that we have in team. She manages skills portfolio, but her engagement last 10, 15 days really gave us a lot of comfort, and she oversaw a lot of important stuff seamlessly and effectively. I would want to acknowledge Sunil Sonkla. Sunil, if you're there, just get up and be acknowledged. Amazing contribution, a lot of insights, managed quite a few of things. Sahiba, if you want to get up and be acknowledged. Sahiba is our colleague. She again has managed this conference beautifully. Mansi, if you could get acknowledged. Mansi is another colleague that we have in the team, and she's managed quite a bit of what we did last 2.5 days. Deepak, are you there? Deepak? Yeah. Amit Rana, where is Amit? Amit, another new colleague, just 2.5 months, part of skills team, but he's managed it beautifully. Thank you, Amit. Thank you for all the contribution. So with these words, I'd like to again thank you all and look forward to seeing you in next year's summit, 21st FICCI Higher Education Summit. But before that, there are many things that we would do. Please share inputs so that we are able to put the right insights for the sector to the stakeholders, including government, for right implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I invite the FICCI team to kindly come up on the stage, all those names that Dr. Rajesh Pankaj took here. Everybody on the stage, the FICCI team, Higher Education and Skills, to kindly join us on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, can we have a standing ovation for them for putting up such a wonderful show? The complete FICCI team. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the proceedings of the 20th FICCI Higher Education Summit, which is a well-known global conference and exhibition organized every year by FICCI Higher Education Committee. So once again, a huge round of applause for them. Thank you to each one of them for putting up such a wonderful show. And if there were anything that was lacking, I hope we'll get feedback from you so that we can improve our performances in the upcoming events from next year onwards. Thank you very much indeed for staying with us till the end, for being such a wonderful audience. And thank you. Have a safe drive home. Wonderful evening ahead. Good evening and namaskar.
Madam, thank you too. Very well done. You managed time and everything.